There's a drawing seven. Welcome everyone. We're
I mean, looking for the hand. Is that DNT?
//. All right, so we're live. We have Chimera's round one of their Legacy 1K, turn one DRC.
My stream is so delayed.
Watch on Teams.
Yeah, I'm watching on Zoom.
On Zoom, yeah. Close this one.
Bubble.
So fail trigger. All right, I don't know what this slash backslash is, but we've got Teamer Delver here.
Maybe we'll just...
I saw a Bowmaster in the hand of John, so we have some black cards in there.
So, a turn one saga.
Looks like it might be some like
thing, naming. No idea.
So, Jack, how do you feel with Questing Druid? Do you feel like Teamer is just better than the Grixis version, or do you feel like they're about on par?
It does a lot. So the nice thing about Questing Druid is that it allows your deck to not only like add like this little like nice card advantage element, but also really increases your threat density, which can be really important against massive matchups like TNT and like probably this matchup here where I would imagine our opponent's probably like some Helm based deck. Yeah, so
that black
here. Yeah, so this looks like we're against a model black Helm here. John's side.
Dark Ritual on the stack. He says you can read it if you want.
So putting needle naming Wasteland.
That seems like a very good choice.
Reasonable against turn one DRC.
You're in a thought juice here, so that's who's gonna respond with a Seek the Beast. Helping him with the trigger there.
John's a nice guy. John says, "You've got this."
Is that a Ponder and an Uro?
Uro. I haven't seen that. Is that stop?
Life from the Loam, also in the hand.
There. From the list I've seen, I think Uro is like stopping the board, but I don't think it's stopping the main deck.
Let me see here.
I know that Southwestern Ontario has a lot of DNT and these black helmlets. So I wonder what the rationale is for playing the Uro, because Uro is historically not good against DNT, the 8 swords deck. Thoughtseize, I'm probably just taking either the Ponder or the Bolt here.
Yeah, I think I'm just taking Ponder here.
Yeah, I would.
This loan doesn't do anything. This Bolt doesn't really do much here. We're probably not making a contract this turn. You're probably not gonna make one turn afterwards. John decided to take the Bolt, which is an interesting pick. I guess like maybe
he probably wants to leverage the Bowmasters he has in his hand, right? And keep that.
Oh, sure.
Which would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that would make the most sense for this play then.
Yeah, because he has 2 face-up Ponders, so he just gets to cast his Bowmasters here, and Derek can't really do a whole lot.
Yeah, okay.
With
okay, I mean, I still have to bail off done.
Yeah. So we see a 1/1 army and a Bowmaster. Derek untapping here with 2 face-up Ponders facing a Bowmaster is pretty scary. Shows how powerful the card is, especially in powerful formats where there are a lot of good draw effects.
Very good turn 2 from John here. I think John played that turn pretty well, played around the days. We might just see an Uro here, put a Bolt back on top of his deck.
There's no untapped land.
If he has.
Yeah, there's no untapped land.
Yeah,
there's no.
So we might see Loam pick up the
Pick up Trop, cast Ponder.
Or yeah, pick up Trop, sorry.
The Black Hound deck is really interesting. I find that it can really gain a lot of advantage just from players that haven't played against it a lot.
Yeah, and so
the decks are relatively like not stock. Like everyone kind of has their own spicy little bit in it.
Okay, wait, so
It looks like Derek chose to ponder and then with the draw to
Oh,
dredge.
just dredge. Okay, I see.
Instead of drawing the card there.
Right,
Which
dodging
does
the
make sense.
Bowmaster. Yeah, makes sense.
Now, unfortunately, if John has some graveyard hate in his main deck, like a Soul Guide Lantern, or I don't know what card they could have here, but if there's like some way to interact with the graveyard in the main deck, that could be slightly problematic for Magic's game plan here.
Yeah, a lot of it is just going to be. Oh, so you just get the.
Get Chromox. Hi, Jasper.
Jasper says hello. That's perfect. Thanks, Cole.
So,
So I think I see a ley line in John's hand. I can't really see much else. Another Bowmaster.
I think a Dothy Voidwalker.
Yeah, I think there's a Dothy in the hand of John and all that.
Is that no? Oh, Dothy, not ley line. Oh,
Okay, so he's playing the land side of Agadeem's Awakening,
right.
bolting himself. So 4 mana here. The mana off Saga. And there's Karn the Grey Creator. Making the bauble currently in Derek's hand useless.
This is
This
kind
one-
of getting away from Derek here.
Yeah, it's hard to play around this Bowmaster.
Is going to be enough to.
The Uro's exiled.
Oh, it's exiled.
There,
Right?
there's no one in
Oh, in the hand? Okay,
I'm gonna be wrong.
that's fair. Well, his hand was Ponder, Mystic Sanctuary, Life in the Loam.
Oh, he
Else.
can get a 0 mana. Like he can just get a. I'm assuming he has a 0 mana effect here to like kill the graveyard, right?
I mean, I feel like most card decks would have something like that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I would imagine here.
It's Crypt.
Yeah, I would imagine here you would want to get crypto player on spell like Murktide, and then the next turn, we just get the chance to do like whatever we want.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that really beats John in this situation. Okay, uptick Karn on nothing. Attack for
Interesting
2.
to play on bolds.
Maybe setting up for like a more like explosive next turn rather than pushing the advantage.
This is a pretty tough spot here. Yeah, that bolt is gonna what kill a Bowmaster, maybe kill a Karn next turn. Gets his questing to trigger, that's gonna resolve.
It's very relevant here. So
Yeah, very relevant.
Master.
Yeah, so yeah, you don't want to miss that. I would say if we had an advantage bar right now, John is very much in the advantageous spot. Um, that force might go to Derek's hand so that he could force whatever he gets off the Karn, and then the bolt lets him. Oh, and then the bolt lets him bolt it down next turn. But I'm not sure right now, to be honest. This is it's a tough spot, but you know, Teamer Delver does have the resiliency to get itself out of these spots. Derek does have a healthy life total. But if
Well, Questing Druid provides that scaling threat that Teamer Delver really, or decks like Tempo decks don't usually have, right? Which just acts as kind of like a stopper in the place of like no attacks can come through from things like the Bowmaster or anything like that.
yeah, like right here, this is the bubble being turned off by the Karn.
So you're gonna see untap from John, draw. Even down to Karn Bolt doesn't kill it because it's -2, goes to 4. So
Yeah, that's
this is interesting though. Rarely do you ever see Karn in any format that he's played in upticked on the first turn that he has played.
I think John just realizes that he has such a strong advantage right now that if he minus that turn and he knows that there's a bolt there, he's aware of the Mystic Sanctuary from the Thoughtseize, that if he lost his Karn after one turn, it might give Derek the opportunity to come back. But when you have a situation,
right, like I feel like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to not get like someone to interact with the graveyard on the first turn, because I think the one way that John is losing this game is if Lanchi puts a massive Murktide into play.
yeah, that's true. That is very true. Um, Voidwalker. Oh, Voidwalker just put a bauble at exile. Interesting. Because of the Karn activation.
Oh, it'd be a pick on the
So I pick on the Karn.
Yeah.
we're still picking this card.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it, how John is using this card.
Is John off of mana maybe to cast something like, I don't know,
He has
one
He
ray?
has 3 mana, so yeah, he doesn't have the ability to cast anything.
So it's not
Um,
much that they don't play.
And then I'm just taking a look at like stock lists for Black Helm. Let's see. Let's see. How far down the list do I have to find Black Helm? A few more.
I don't see it on Goldfish's thing.
You're gonna hard pass the forest on this ring. Shouldn't the Karn be at 5 loyalty?
Went 4, 5, 6.
No, it starts at 5, went up to
5.
went up to 7, then down to 8.
Yeah, that is
No,
true.
did it down tick? I thought it got bolted.
It
What did it go get?
well, it might have gone bolted.
I can't see my shares right now, but yeah, you might be right. I'm pretty sure that the One Ring was a draw because he has one card left in hand.
Oh, sure.
This is Ensnaring Bridge. We're gonna see Force of Will.
Let's see what Lanchi's
Yeah.
trying to pull ahead now.
Yeah, Questing Druid really showing how
Druid's
powerful
really-
it is, yeah.
Trump block here. We'll see what happens. Graveyard. Yeah, I think it comes back to that turn that you were mentioning, Jack, where we really needed to see John minus on the Karn the moment it entered the battlefield, as opposed to plussing. You give up a lot of advantage in that situation.
So looking at lists of Mono Black Helm, we see cards like Chalice, Ensnaring Bridge, Liquimetal Coating, Mycosynth Lattice, the Wandering Tormod's Crypt Trinisphere, Vault of Whispers Worm Coil Engine.
I think that's kind of like,
targets.
yeah, I think that this he wanted fast mana a bit earlier. He's still at a healthy life total.
Yeah, it's possible that John was trying to like leverage a slow game so he could eventually get himself towards a lattice and end the game. But with the Druid in play and be ended like slowly becoming like an active threat, I don't think you can afford to sit around and try to play the slow game.
Is the helm, and then I guess right here we're just gonna
Up to
nothing, it seems.
target opponent mills a card.
the uptick target the helm.
I think we have to go nothing. Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Mainly some library from Derek. Interesting.
2 pieces of advantage in the main deck. Oh, leyline. Oh, yeah, see, it was a leyline earlier. Then yeah, then we just got the combo right there. All right. Well, it seems like John was probably trying to play that long game. I wasn't sure if that was a dot that we saw, but I thought I saw the leyline earlier. So Team Delver, their sideboards are usually make these matchups a lot easier because they are going to board out a significant amount of removal, and then bring in more permission and such.
I don't think he's gonna put a whole lot of removes because of like Bowmaster.
There's a lot of
uh,
problematic
being-
cards for you, yeah, right? That are just really good against you.
I
Like you get two meltdowns.
would imagine we're gonna see like some meltdowns. I'm not sure what green cards Derek gets access to.
I'm pretty so we've seen already two green cards that we usually don't
Yeah.
see. Like for the most part, the Teamer Delver is a Delver splashing green for questing Druid. But we've already seen Burrow, we've seen Sylvan Library, so there's reason to believe that we'll see other green cards in the sideboard. But you know, a lot of mana on parity, and then I'm like you have to bring in your meltdowns, and then from there, um, it's kind of a tough idea of like what you're trimming. But they're playing main deck Leyline, so most likely just getting rid of your Murktides. That's what I would do at least. I'm not sure. What would you do, Jack?
I probably am not cutting all of my Murktides just like because in the games where there isn't a ley line in play, Murktide is just the best threat in the deck possible against this Helm deck. So I don't think I would cut all my Murktides.
No, I think I think you trim. It's very rare that you actually cut them all, but I think
I have never cut all my Murktides in
no, never, no.
in any matchup.
No, I don't see myself for cutting them all, unless like no, I've trimmed them for sure.
Well, cards like from the Loam just seem really embarrassing against a turn zero Leyline of the Void and stuff like that. So I could
Yeah, I would imagine we'll probably see Loman, possibly even Uro come out against this Helm deck.
maybe I don't know how good like Bauble is because it gets shut off by Karn. It doesn't pump your Druid. I'm not sure how relevant that is, but that may
Does,
be a
however,
consideration.
like
It does
help,
give you
yeah,
Delirium.
which is like the main thing with
Yeah.
because like in this matchup, the way that the key creatures from Derek's side in this matchup are going to be Delver Secrets and Questing Druid. That's what a lot of this is going to come down to on Derek's side is if he's able to get the Delver in play on turn one and flip it very quickly, and essentially just try to get like a very aggressive start on John and try to clock them very quickly. Otherwise, we might see something similar like the last game.
Yeah, because we like the DRC just wasn't a threat whatsoever for Derek. The turn one DRC, even with the bobble, just didn't get to Delirium and just was taken out by the Bowmaster so quickly. So having the 3/2 Delver or the scaling questing Druid are just much better threats in this kind of matchup.
I'm not even sure if we know if Derek has Delvers.
As Delvers, yeah, we have not seen any.
Do we have access to deck lists or
I
No,
think
I
we have
doubt it. Well, we might have access to them in top eight, but right now, giving deck lists to us would just kind of be difficult unless like they were able to take a picture and send it to us in Discord.
They'd have to get it, like, we'd have to know what the matchup is before the round starts and get, like, a deck list, like, get
Sure.
deck lists then.
right? The Volt go from Derek here. I see a meltdown in the hand as well as a bolt. Brainstorm from Derek.
Oh, Cole can give deck lists. Amazing.
Nice.
So imagine with this brainstorm, what are you trying to hide from the Softies with this brainstorm?
That's a meltdown in hand.
We see the meltdown in hand.
You're definitely hiding that meltdown. I think is 100. Like that meltdown is going to be what gains you so much advantage. Like most games that you board in meltdown against, if you can resolve it, you're going to be so far ahead.
That's a stifle from Derek.
Sheesh, this is a spicy teamer list. But yeah, 100%. I think you hide that meltdown. I would there's consideration for even putting it two down.
So we do see the Uro stay in. So what do we got here? We have Uro. Force of
Right.
will.
You're either taking the stifle or the force of will.
Yeah.
Like in my eyes, if I'm John here, you have the draw, that force of will, like you're okay to play through it since it's not going to be active for quite a bit. The stifle, depending on what's in John's hand, might be really, really powerful. If you stifle a saga trigger,
Urza Saga. I think it dies, but
I'm pretty sure it dies too.
yeah, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't played Saga in formats where like Stifle is super playable. So we did receive
We have our deck
deck
list
list.
now.
Yeah.
So
So you see 0 basic lands in Lanchi's list.
Which makes sense. So
I
there is actually 0 Delvers. So we have
Yeah, there's 0
three
Delvers.
Questing Druid, a Borrower, 3 Uro, and a DRC.
this is just more like
Minsk
Chimera
and
range.
Boo is a really interesting card in this matchup.
That's definitely gonna be one of the key cards here.
Yeah.
Looking at the sideboard for Derek, yeah. So we would have boarded in the second Minskin. This TNN seems like it's gonna do a lot of work here as well. This collect and as well as the Collector Roof and the Hydroblast.
That is a turn two Shieldred the
Not the Hydroblast. Sorry, the Meltdown
Turn
as
two
well as the
Shieldred.
turn two Shieldred seems
Yeah, see, that's the case where you'd probably take you'd take the force over the stifle in that scenario.
absolutely.
That seems very reasonable. On John's side, we have basically what we were exactly going over. We have all the artifacts you'd see from the Karn board, plus 3 Shieldred's Edicts, 2 Opposition Agents, 2 Plague Engineers, a Damnation, and 2 Turoks. So what could we see on John's end, possibly in the boarding? We wouldn't see any artifacts come in, I would assume, because of the 4 Karns in the deck, but cards like Shieldred's Edict seem really good in a matchup where, as you could see, Derek's one threat was that Questing Druid.
Yeah, I would
Card
imagine
that you really want to answer.
be coming. Will have come in here. Over. I'm not quite sure what cards. Dawn is not interested
You
in.
cut? Yeah. Not sure. But the one of Shieldred coming in huge on this turn 2. Really leaving Derek without a clean way to answer it without Delirium, I believe, right? He has land instant.
And now sorcery.
Yeah. Is that a land? I can't see with the glare.
I believe it is.
Okay, so we're gonna see a lightning bolt
Multiple
and the
combinations.
unholy heat take out the Shieldred.
But not like she's like kind of down on resources and the
Yeah,
cost is
exactly.
backbreaking.
Yeah. But like there's no really you can't really do much about that Shieldred any other way. You don't have
Yeah,
Delirium line. You just have to get it off the board.
Answer. We have duress taking stifle
Taking Stifle.
and
This
Uro in
Uro.
wasteland.
Yeah, that Earl is going to do a lot of work, to be honest. What
Yeah.
I'm thinking here is that like you only really used one card to deal with the Shieldred because the heat was exiled off of the Questing Druid. So
Is the
we're still
Druid in
talking.
exile?
The
Where
Druid
did it
should be
go?
in exile, I'm pretty sure. I don't think
Okay.
he's played it yet.
Yeah, it's probably in the adventure zone.
So we
Yeah,
have
so
I would say that if Lanch is going to play this Earl next turn, he has a wasteland. Yeah, we've and 3 cards from
Bowmaster.
John, a main phase Bowmaster, which I do like here.
Yeah.
But
So Uro without the second green source isn't as scary, but if we see any land from Derek here, this Uro, when he untaps, gets a lot scarier. So we're gonna see the draw. We're probably gonna put Wasteland into play. Yeah. Uro will go to the graveyard. Wasteland the Agadeem's Crypt.
he
And
still
then
has
say
additional land if he's drawn, but he hasn't. Was that a life from the loan he drew?
yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So that'll set up his next green source. He has 14 life. He's gonna Next turn, he can Questing Druid Loam. Well, Loam Questing Druid, essentially.
Life from the loam,
I
picking
feel
up.
like it's gonna be the play here from
Yeah.
Lanchi.
There is an argument here to not play the Questing Druid just so to avoid getting like a yeah, that.
Like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure. Looks like
100%.
we have.
Well, we might see a brainstorm
I,
here. Is that or that's a daze?
no, yeah,
Yeah, that's a
we
daze.
see a Hardcast days here. I think.
Yeah, hardcast days. I like that. The hardcast days, never expect it. But he might get a Mystic Sanctuary. Oh no, he needs to get the green
No,
cards,
you have to
right?
get
Yeah.
that card.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
needs resource, yeah. Yeah. If you're
And
John,
then
you really want to see some more pressure here, and his hand just doesn't seem to have that. We see a Urza Saga,
I think our
which is
life
gonna
totals
be too
might be
slow.
incorrect too, right? Because the Earl would have gained him 3 life.
Oh, possibly.
Yeah, I think Derek's actually at 13 here.
That's at 2 because of the Uro draw, yeah. So we may see
Okay.
Derek. So Thoughtseize here,
Take the
picking up
brainstorm.
Brainstorm.
But now we just get to put his Earth in play and waste on the.
Oh yeah, Wasteland the Saga. Yeah, this is bad for John here.
Shows you like how powerful Karn the Great Creator is. Like the games you draw versus the games you don't. Like this is he has 1 card in hand.
I mean, for what it's worth, the card was never really a playable card in this game.
I mean, could have played it on turn 2, but that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah. If is there any rationale here for Derek to play the Wasteland first, Wasteland the Saga, and then go to main phase 2? Like, is there a reason to play around a third Bowmaster here? Or does he know what's in his hand?
Um, I don't really. I guess like
Dredging the Loam.
okay, Wasteland the Saga. I don't know if it's like too much worry. He just 1 card in hand, right?
Yeah, he's at 14 now. Yeah, exactly. I think Derek is in a good spot here.
Yeah, I think it's like we're Shieldred's Edict or bust here on John's side, I believe. And even then, with this life in the loam,
Well, he still has enough cards in his graveyard
that's
to
what I mean. We can just escape the Uro. So
now he can get a link. He can get a Mystic Sanctuary if he wants to as well.
I would imagine we're gonna see if this turn cracked for a Mystic Sanctuary to get this bolt back on top of the deck for Derek, so we can draw it with Uro and kill this
you're
bolt
right.
monster.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree. So this is like a little bit of a loam loop that we'll see for a little bit.
Oh, puts Force of Will back.
On top? Interesting. I guess Derek.
I don't hate it.
Is that with his Uro, he's so far ahead that we just want to get this permission to
Yeah,
just try
for
and
sure.
like stop things like an edict or some like I don't know a ritual into a Karn maybe for a bridge.
Yeah, just really like kind of shutting the door here by putting
Surprised
Force of Will on top.
he dredged it away again off of the
Oh,
yeah. So I wonder what the rationale there was to get the sanctuary and put it on top. I think he kind of just changed lanes as to what he decided he wanted to do.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
So he
so
has
we're
a
gonna see
delirium
a more
here.
aggro plan here.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
might
this
just be
just
this
puts
might
a
just
lot
be
of threats into play, yeah.
yeah. Going to game 3, John's gonna have the play in game 3, and works a little bit better for him.
What do you guys think about decks like Mono Black Helm playing the Grief Thoughtseize kind, or not the Grief Thoughtseize, like the Grief Reanimate kind of like package? Like it takes away from the game plan, but like just putting a 3/2 into play, like as you can see in Modern with like a deck like Scam, it's just like, and even decks in Legacy just playing the Scam package, it's just so powerful. Like, how can you justify like not putting that in your deck?
I think Black Helm specifically is a deck that doesn't want to do it, but I do think that decks like Blue Black Shadow can gain a decent amount out of it. You know, there are those Blue Black like grief scam decks that are seeing play in Legacy and have seen play for the last little while. The only thing is that with the amount of zero mana interaction that's always existed in Legacy, I think it's not as powerful as in Modern, especially because you know you have cards, you have much more powerful ways to dig for interaction. So if you grief someone, let's say you grief scam like a Delver player, and you see three cantrips and a removal spell and a threat, you're gonna take the maybe the removal spell and a and either the threat if it can block the if it can block eventually, or you take the interaction. But given that you're able to dig so much more in Legacy, I don't think it's as inherently powerful as you see in Modern, because you really have to use a top deck in Modern to answer it a lot of the time.
That's very fair. And looking further into the helm list from John, we only see one Karn the Great Creator in his list. But a card that we have yet to see in this matchup is for Beseech the Mirror, a new card from Wilds of Eldraine. Being able to tutor up that Karn, like that one of Karn, that one of Shieldred, that one of Helm, along with the 4 Leyline of the Void, to just put it into play, basically, right?
Yeah, I think Beseech the Mirror gave this deck a lot more redundancy. It gave it a lot more ability for it to find the cards it needs to find. At the end of the day, this deck gets a lot better when you're able to put the turn zero ley line into play, just because you're always threatening essentially that helm. But now with that and the Beseech, it gets you a little bit faster. So I would say that it definitely helped the deck. The thing is that you're always running into that issue against Team or Delver or any Delver deck, any tempo deck, where resolving a spell that's greater than 2 CMC can be really difficult.
Well, the thing is that if you're John, you've lost the game to an Uro and some DRCs. Although we can say that the DRCs didn't really matter, the Uro was going to win the game by itself. But with the knowledge that we know, looking at Derek's list, it's not really Delver. It's very misleading. Derek's playing 3 Uro, 4 DRC, 1 Borrower, 3 Questing Druid as his threats, along with a Minskin Boo. And so, are you more inclined to mulligan for like a reasonable hand that has that turn zero ley line? Because of how good it is against like possibly like 3+ arrows post board?
Jack, what are your thoughts?
Sorry, I had to handle something there, so I was a little zoned out there.
No
Oh, no
problem.
worries.
Would you mulligan for the turn zero ley line in this form, like in this matchup?
I think you're probably probably not to. Uh, if you see a hand that's just like has like disruption plus like a solid threat and like Bowmaster or a Dothi, as well as like a ritual maybe for like some like large spell or like a chalice. I would imagine like those hands are probably like good enough on their own where you are able to give up not having a ley line in play. Obviously, like the ley line here is going to be very very powerful as Derek's hand is seems to be very reliant on the Uro doing something, and these ponders need to do a lot of heavy lifting for Derek to really get together any sort of game plan.
But this is just like exactly what we were talking about with the whole like Murktide dilemma. Like a card for Life from the Loam, just so powerful, but just looks like absolutely embarrassing in the face of this Leyline of the Void. Um, So we see a questing druid, a land, and something off this ponder. Questing druid is a card that is going to do something for you in this matchup, but is Derek's hand good enough to be able to keep those
I would
hands on top?
I would
Is
imagine you're probably forced into keeping the question druid here because your hand is like so weak to this ley line that you need like a card like question druid to help give you some more velocity as well as put another threat into play that is going to get under this ley line of the void.
for
Yeah,
sure.
I think another thing to keep as a consideration for John and like mulliganing, one, I feel like mulliganing in Legacy when you're not playing a super combo centric deck hurts a lot. Like when I sleeve up Delver and I mulligan, I feel disgusting. But in situations like here, you have to take into consideration how many brazen borrowers is this guy playing, either main deck and sideboard.
Derek has one.
And yeah, but what I'm saying is that if there's one, if there's two, there's an opportunity for it to get bounced, just like we saw here. Like Derek's more likely to keep a hand that will deal with the ley line. Like we know we're playing against Helm, so I think mulliganing for the ley line isn't necessarily correct. It's obviously very plus when you get it, but in this situation, like I what the turn one Thoughtseize and not taking, in my opinion, the life from the loan to get it exiled and dealt with, I think can lead to rough situations. And like you want to deal with either that Uro or that
I'm pretty sure not taking the loan was pretty reasonable, especially if you had this second piece of graveyard in the hand with Dotsy, and I would have seen on a ley line. But like when you see a hand of Low and Uro that is very dedicated to like having some game plan in the graveyard,
mhm.
like getting cards out like the ponder that was in Lanche's hand are going to be very very important uh to like actually like prevent any sort of game plan for forming together, because that's what John wants, is
Yeah.
for Derek to brick off on like a one ponder, and then he's just able to kind of just like play threats for the rest of the game and just kind of win.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially with the Voidwalker in play. Looks like players just had a discussion about when Lanchi was fetching. Was it in response to the loam for it to be exiled with a fake counter, or was it after the loam resolved for it to be exiled under Leyline of the Void or Dothy?
Oh no, yeah, well no, I think what happened was I think they want to figure out if I put a card in the graveyard, what happens? Which exile zone does it go
Yeah.
into? And it's up to Lechi, I believe.
Yeah, Lanchi as the active player gets the decision there, right?
Yes. This Brazen Borrower is possibly going to do a lot of heavy lifting with putting in a decent clock on John. I mean, it's gonna have to.
Yeah. Oh, the second
It's second
Voidwalker
Doffy.
here.
That's a pretty large clock from
Yeah.
John. But wait,
I
I
think
believe we
we're
do have
at a
one thing
two-turn
right
clock,
here.
right? We're a two-turn clock because I
Right.
believe. Oh wait, no, Derek's at 13.
We see a brainstorm as well as a DRC. This brainstorm is huge for Derek.
Yeah.
John does not have the Bowmaster, which is fantastic. And now we're probably going to see this Loam and the Uro get shipped away
Get
here.
the heck out of here. And another
Yeah.
questing druid
Get rid of those
in the hand.
those uncastable, unplayable cards.
And we even have the Swan turn to shuffle away these cards and get a fresh new one.
So DRC hitting the exile, possibly being played this turn.
I would imagine we'll see Derek play a 1/1 this turn. Unless we have like
Bulk.
I believe the hand is like a Force of Will plus a Lightning Bolt, I think.
I'm not sure. It all just depends, really. This questing druid in exile. I believe there's another one in hand. It's just kind of hard here. Derek really has to make a decision on what he wants to do, if he wants to play like reserved or try and turn the corner here.
Force.
Also, I was gonna ask you guys, why is there a Taiga in this deck? I guess, wait, never mind, I'm an idiot. I was thinking Plateau. Taiga's the red-green one. But yeah, do you think first Taiga is better than fourth Volk?
I
I think
think
the question is more: is it better than a basic island? And with I would I probably would have said no. However, with Derek playing these 2 euros or 3 euros in the main deck, actually, you probably
You
want
want the
to
green source to be
have
able to
yeah,
escape.
exactly.
Yeah. So here's exactly what I was thinking. Derek making the decision to kind of like try and push the pace here and just put all his creatures into play and just say, is your clock better than mine? And
Right
it's
now,
so interesting to me.
I mean, Derek has to either kill John this turn or answer Adathi.
Yeah,
We currently have 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 power in play. So if we can cast 2 spells,
yeah.
that's still not enough. You need 3 spells, right?
Yeah, you need three. Well, so it's 8 power, right? Yeah, no,
Yes,
you
yeah. You need 2 spells. I can't do math.
need 2 spells. And that's
We
one.
can Uro and then we can force or our own thing, and that would have worked.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a
but
ponder.
there's a ponder. That's enough. That is lethal. Question Druid really, really putting in a lot of work in this matchup. And Orochi Derek take the match.
Yeah, quickly, like how quickly those questing druids scaled right there. If that's any other threat, we're not. We're seeing John get the handshake there. I think the issue with the mono black Helm deck is that you're not as privy to the card advantage, the card selection that other decks in the format are getting. Still a really sweet deck and a lot of free wins like we saw in game one.
Yeah, we just saw the Helm deck kind of like just really clunk its way to the end of that game where you just see the power of like questing druid both being a scaling threat as well as just like a reckless impulse or like a light up the stage for you to be able to like force that card advantage through things like not rest in peace but leyline of the void and just graveyard hate effects that would be really good against you typically.
So Teamer Delver recently got some toys from the new set. Jack, do you see any cards from the most recent Ixalan set having an impact in Legacy?
I do not. I have not really been paying attention to spoilers much outside of spelunking and other green cards. So
I
I could
wonder
talk a
why.
whole lot about spelunking. But I don't really. I'm not really aware of any cards in Lost Caverns of Islam that would uh be influential for Legacy. Uh, from the amount that I've seen, I would imagine not. But
Yeah,
I
I
could be
haven't
wrong.
seen any very like the set seems very powerful overall, but it doesn't seem like Wilds of Eldraine had a few like standout like legacy cards. Like we see like Beseech the Mirror making a difference, and we see cards like Questing Druid, but those are cards that you read and kind of like you just see the power on them. I find that a lot of the Ixalan cards are more like a lot more standard and like Pioneer playable rather than like having a larger splash outside of those formats.
Yeah, I could
Ladies and
agree.
gentlemen, jumping in here real quick. So I'm my able friend and runner between today on site. Commentators all remote. Thank you, Jack, Stephen, for providing commentary today. We appreciate it. We apologize for the audio problems we had for the first half of round one here. I believe that the problems are fixed now. We can have a more garbled Darth Vader voice coming from anybody. However, if that does start to happen again, please let us know in the chat because the atmosphere will be a little bit defensive. And
Will do. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for putting it up, Cole. So for those of you that don't know, at the hapless Cole, London local gamer where Jack, Kai, and myself met. He sets up these streams. He used to set them up at the Mana Lounge, but now he's helping out Chimera get some coverage, and honestly, really great. Of Chimera's 1K series that they have going, and they've done a really great job of engaging people west of Toronto. You know, face to face really has a lot of the Toronto gamers. Here we have Chimera and Nerds as well that have their Saturday Sunday series, and honestly, these legacy 1Ks are that legacy that a lot of people have been craving.
Yeah, and Southwestern Ontario is just like a very like prominent like Magic community in Canada. Like when you go to like face opens and like our regional championships, you see like tons of these players who you will like see on these streams playing in those events and like doing well in those events. Like even the people that I'm commentating with, like um Jack just won the challenge yesterday and then has also um you top aided which RC was it, Jack?
I probably did the Toronto RC last
Yeah,
cycle.
it was last season, right? Yeah.
Yeah, June.
Yeah. So Jack top aided that RC. Steven just top aided the recent Kitchener open. And so like we just have like a lot of like good players here, and it's just really nice to see like coverage of those players. But however, I would like to ask you, Jack, are you a spelunker, would you say?
I am definitely very excited to play with some spelunking in modern. The card is a very powerful card in the context of Amulet. Uh, I'm sure there might be some other shells that maybe you could take advantage of this card. I know a bunch of us or a bunch of the people that I'm friends with in Toronto have been looking at some Pioneer brews. I think with Splunking.
Ooh,
Let me tell you,
God.
they are convoluted, but they are very very interesting.
So do my lands enter untapped or tapped? Like that's what I'm wondering. Do I get to
Okay,
untap them?
so essentially, we have a little flow chart that I can pull up, but I would just explain it to you. So, does my land enter untapped when I control Spelunking? The question you have to ask yourself is: does the land normally come into play tapped or untapped? If it normally comes in tapped, you may choose which replacement effect to use. The options being the replacement effect of this land enters tapped, written on the card, or Spelunking. But if the land would normally come in untapped, like a Cavern of Souls or a Forest or a Viseju, it will always come in untapped, and you don't have that choice.
I see.
So if I choose to get a bounce land off, like for example, like my Titan, it will always come into play, or like I will always have that option to choose tap or untap. So Splunking won't overlap with two amulets.
I see. So it doesn't ETB untapped and then you can tap it twice because like the amulet will untap it.
So
Or
Splunking,
is that how it works?
Splunking and amulet aren't like don't interact well with each other on their own. Like you can't substitute a Splunking for a second amulet.
Okay, I see.
But yeah, so you have to have either so like the first aimlet like in Splunking like aren't relevant, but it's the second aimlet that does get relevant with the Splunking.
I see.
But otherwise it doesn't quite matter.
So are we going to be changing the deck moving forward to be called Spelunking Titan or like what do we think?
I don't know. Might
Will you
make
talk
it.
to the higher ups for me about that? I don't know. I feel like I'd feel
I am
much
the
better
higher up.
losing
What
to
do
a
you mean?
deck called well, I know you have a individual who's pretty good at the Amulet Titan deck.
We have some a lot of strong 6-6 enjoyers in
True.
southwestern Ontario.
I think
Okay.
it's talk to the branch manager, and Jack is the assistant to the branch manager.
Yeah.
We'll speak to him, and we'll get it. We'll get some.
Jack's the
information from
teller.
Dom
Jack's the
here.
teller, and then Dom
Yeah.
will tell
And
us what's up.
man, these finance bros can
The
tell me how to.
so Jack, what is Spelunking taking the spot of in this in Amulet? Like,
Question, I'm not sure yet.
because like I'm
Uh,
looking at Spelunking and I'm just thinking like it's not better than Grazer in my eyes.
Well, nothing's better than Grazer Steven. Grazer's like the best card in the deck. Like everyone knows this.
Well, yeah,
It's a block.
Fox Ragavan.
It is a blocked diamond, if you will.
But I don't see like you're not cutting any of your Dryads or Zeusas.
Well, no, that is where I would look at playing Splunking over
Because it's a 3-drop
yeah,
that like
probably
ramps
like
you,
this
right?
like so in my list I always like to play two copies of Azusa because Azusa is a broken ramp spell. But I would want to like look at like cutting the second Azusa, probably like the fourth, the One Ring, and maybe like going down like a land or two. But like I'm probably only gonna play like two in the main deck, and then like maybe some more on the board.
Razor is Mox Diamond. This is true.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, the Amulet podcast is over. I'm sure you can go find that somewhere. What do we think about fish? Are fish going to be playable now with
They
new Ixalan?
never have been.
Thoughts on 16 post in Legacy? We have Future Frey. I think that's a friend of ours
16
asking
post.
the thoughts of 16 post in Legacy.
I don't think. Well, if your goal is to beat up on them beans and all those herb piles, that's great. Otherwise, it does not seem great in much other environments.
Honestly, in I think in southwestern Ontario, where we have a non-zero number of people that play these Zenith lists, these beans lists, to beat up on all of us Delver players, I think you kind of get like that rock paper scissors interaction there, where if you get lucky into those players and avoid basically the rest of the room, it's possible. But you know, like the post decks are they're ramp decks at the end of the day, and I don't see them really being that impactful. The way you have to, in my eyes, approach Legacy right now is how are you going to beat 3 out of the 5 of the best decks? Like how are you beating Grixis, Initiative, Lands, Reanimator, like Breakfast? These decks are the ones that you really want to attack. And just like we just saw, you know, like the Mono Black Helm player looked like they had some really, really good starts in game 3. Game 1, they did have a good start, almost let it get away from them in game 1. But Teamer Delver, although playing a pile of 1 mana spells from back in the day, over 10 years ago now, is still very much getting strong weapons that it can leverage and take advantage of and really just push its advantage. But in my eyes, 16 posts, it's a cute deck. But you know, if you're like a 1%er, like great with the deck, possible to take down a tournament. It's Legacy after all. But I don't see it being the end all be all.
I agree. I don't know. I like that most Magic formats, I feel like a lot of different decks can win on like certain days. Like
Yeah.
I feel like most formats are like that at this point.
I feel like Legacy's in a cool spot because, like, if you go to Goldfish and you look at the top 14 decks in the format, they're all very much viable decks. There is a bit of a drop off in power level, but you know, it goes from tier 1, 1.5, if you will. Like the top 14 decks on Goldfish right now are Grixis, Boros, like Teamer, Lands, Depths, Reanimator, Death Shadow, Breakfast, Painter, Doomsday, 8-Cast, Sneak and Show, D&T, Mono Red Prison. And those are all very viable decks in my eyes. And you know, if you put those in the hands of a player who's been playing a lot of legacy or has played that legacy deck for a long time, I take a good example would be our buddy Kevin Fang, who likes to play D&T, and my eyes can win with D&T in any room. Oh, we're on to round 2 here, guys. So we have Corey on Boros Initiative. Boston, I'm assuming, goes without saying, is most likely on Team or Delver. Boston is a Delver enjoyer, has been for a long time.
Yeah, we're seeing my team are double here.
There are some amount of tropical islands in his deck, I would guess.
There will always
Or
be
volcanic.
there will always be a Volk. And
I had the privilege of playing with Boston's deck about 2 weeks ago at the Nerd Trios, or maybe it was 3 weeks ago. Oh God, that deck is beautiful.
Yeah, Boston has been playing that list for a long time. I've known Boston for probably since about like 2015 when I moved back to Toronto from London, and I used to see them at the face to face when it was the old location on the Danforth, and he was definitely like a teamer enjoyer back then. Back then it was Nimble Mongoose. I think there's a funny selfie he put up of him holding his full Nimble Mongoose when there was a specific unbanning in Legacy, but I can't remember which one it was. Oh, I think when Deathrite Shaman got banned. He's like, looks like it's time to take out the Nimble Mongoose again.
Man, look how beautiful this this German black border
some FPB
Volk is. Worth noting, Boston is our current Canadian regional champion, and is representing Canada at Worlds later this year.
Yeah.
later next year.
Very exciting to see.
Beating also a friend of the stream, Liam Kane, in the finals of Calgary. Little,
Those two absolute class acts going at it.
it was very sick having 2 out of 5 members of our Airbnb in the finals.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good weekend.
I will note that I did beat 2 of the 5 members in Swiss in the RC.
But you also went like 6-7, so
Yeah, but started 5-0 and then COVID brain hit.
so we're gonna see Boros Initiative here. City of Traders is the first land, always scares me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
City of Traders is the first land, is kind of like here's something.
But Initiative's gonna do the turn 1 initiative thing, it looks like, and we're gonna see a pedal, and we're gonna see a turn 1 Dungeoneer, I believe it's called, right?
And
Yeah.
Boston has the force. That is massive for this turn 1 here. This is going to, I think, shift Boston's advantage quite ahead. As looking at the hand for Corey,
Yeah.
it's not very good.
Corey
Yeah,
has
that's-
2 cards and can't play a land, so with no more White Plume Adventurer in the format.
I
feel
believe
like that's
the
not,
two
like-
cards are maybe they are fine. I think it's Simeon and Forthulingus. It might be wrong.
Oh,
I
he had
think
the
it's
spirit
Simeon.
guide. Okay,
Well,
okay. I was gonna say,
Forsterlingus is a good card
if he has the
in this
Simeon,
spot.
then I'm very much like, you're playing the Simeon there, and I'm a little
Here's some deck lists that have come
Yeah.
in.
so
Oh, Boston has the wasteland. Oh Lord.
Oh
Gross.
goodness, this is
yeah.
Are we
I
gonna
was gonna-
see? Yeah, we're gonna see pitch Simeon for a Chalice on 1. But this Chalice on
Yeah.
1 might be a little too late.
yeah for sure.
Yeah, we're in a bit of a tough spot. But what I was gonna say was that if there's no Simeon Spirit Guide in that hand, obviously I'm assuming he kept that hand knowing that there was a Spirit Guide and Pedal for him to play around the days. But in that situation, like I was worried that without knowing that the Spirit Guide was there, just going into a daze on the draw. Like it's very much, if you play against Boston at a Legacy event, he most likely has a daze in hand.
My favorite part about Legacy is how like strong the decks are. They look so bad. Like you could not tell me that Corey was playing a Legacy deck right now. He has 2 permanents in play and like discarded his whole hand, and he died
Yeah.
on turn 4. So
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
it's
I
just
think
very interesting to me to see how powerful these decks are to the point where you're doing something so insane on turn 1 that you just like kill yourself for it.
Yeah,
Like
and
they just have the free interaction.
I think that game 1 is a good example of how much force of will keeps the format in check. Just because in that situation, if, like I said earlier, if Boston had the days instead, then Corey's going to be paying the 1 off of the Simeon Spirit Guide, and then is going to have the initiative. And Boston will be in a tough spot from there. Like Delver answering the initiative in that situation is not easy for them. I also think that game specifically had a bit of a die roll element to it, but it is really interesting to see how much force of will helps out Legacy by keeping these decks like initiative in check.
Well,
So
it's just kind of like it's part of the Legacy's identity, like as a format, right?
yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
So worth noting, Boston is actually on Grish's Delver instead of Teamer, with those Bowmasters.
I was
So-
gonna ask you, Jack, if I were like a Delver gamer, why would I pick Grixis over Teamer? Would you say?
So Teamer, what it gets to do is, like I mentioned earlier, is you got to be a little bit more proactive with these question druids. You get a little bit more velocity, and these question druids, if gone unanswered, will just run away with the game.
Like we
But
saw
these
in round 1.
Bowmasters,
Yeah.
exactly. But with Bowmaster, it allows you to play a little more reactive, and it sort of allows you to uh pressure decks in a slightly different way. Bowmaster, like being a massive pain for any deck that is trying to put an X1 in the play.
Resolve Brainstorm. Yeah,
Or-
exactly.
Or also, having Bowmaster in your deck puts in a lot of work in your opponent putting their Bowmaster into play. And
sure.
the play pattern of Bowmaster your Bowmaster is has been cemented as a pretty popular play in the Legacy and Modern format over the last
So
year or so.
sorry to cut you off here, but we're just gonna look at some sideboards here. We're seeing I see Shieldress Edict in Boston sideboard that I feel like would for sure come in.
Yeah, so I would imagine from Boston side we're going to see the Edict and we're going to see the Hydroblast come in, assuming that Boston is going to assume that Corey's on red white.
Yep.
I don't like there wasn't really any way to tell if Corey was on white or red white. The Simeon could still be in mono white initiative, hypothetically speaking. But I would imagine Boston will assume it's red white and that we'll see the Hydroblast board in. Other than that, you'll also probably see the meltdowns coming from Boston as a way to answer Chalice and some of that fast mana from
the Chrome boxes and everything. We saw a turn one
So-
force check there from.
But we see another suspicious. That's a city start, right? Turn one city.
Yeah, I wouldn't really call it suspicious. It's kind of just like it's what the deck does. Like you want to have the turn one and make your force check your opponent in that situation. Like
That's fair.
a lot of legacy players will not jam in certain situations. And I think in like when it comes to Corey playing Boros Initiative, you wanna force your opponent to have the force. Because if you can have the busted start, then you might just get the free win there. Boston had it, and I'm not sure if Boston would necessarily be the type of player to try to mull for the force. It's almost like a losing game plan in that situation where when you mull for the force and you don't find it on 6, you don't really want to go down to 5 because if you're in a really rough spot from there. Boston
Right,
really
but
good at natty blind flipping a Delver here.
but now we're just seeing like Corey like just do what he did in game one, and he's just gonna like live and die by this turn one Dungeoneer.
Yeah,
It
that's kind of the deck
seems.
though, like when you play decks like this, I'm very much of the opinion that like you kind of just have to jam. And if you don't, like if you're waiting for the best opportunity, it just gives Boston more opportunity to find the force of will. Like if you had the turn two initiative start without the land, then you're in a rough spot. Like you're just giving Boston more of an opportunity to develop his board state.
That's fair. So you're saying it's a good deck if you want to have a lunch break.
Yeah,
Like
pretty
on
much.
your
I would
turn,
agree
man.
with that. Absolutely. And it's a good deck if you can recognize when like, hey, I got a jam basically at any point. Just make my opponent have it. And some days you'll get lucky where they don't have it. Some days you won't. You'll get unlucky when they don't have it. When they do have it.
We're gonna see the plow
That's true.
on the Delver here, which is going to
Delver.
resolve. Boston choosing to not fight over it, which I like this a lot from
I do
Boston's
too.
side.
It's kind of just
You-
saying like, yeah, I can find another threat. I'll leave my permission for the stuff that kills me from you, which is very much like I find a mistake that Delver players will make when playing against these haymaker spell decks. Like, hey, I have permission. I can get through this. So we have the city
We're
gets
gonna
that.
see a Dungeoneer here.
Which is going to eat a Force of Will from Boston. I'm assuming we're going to see a Force pitching Spell Pierce. Oh, we're thinking about
You see
dazing.
Hydroblast.
Like, if I'm
I believe there's a
Boston,
daze in the hand for Boston.
I think I'm just casting this
No.
force. You're in such a good spot right here. Like, get rid of like these, like answer
Yeah,
these cards.
Hydroblast.
Don't give your opponent the opportunity to have the spirit guide.
Yeah, for sure.
It looks like I was wrong, and there just wasn't a daze in the hand for
Hmm.
Boston.
No, it's the Hydroblast that was pitched. So here we see Plains go.
And now
We have the
No
sanctuary.
red mana for Corey. So even card like really good draws like Fourth Eralingus or Fabled
Fable.
Mirror Breaker just aren't in play here.
So right now, I'm not sure if Boston has one in hand, but if he has a brainstorm in hand, he can do them.
I think if he had brainstorming, we would have seen it be cast a while ago.
Yeah. With these two fetches in play.
Yeah.
So there's a Caracas. We're gonna see 2 mana for Chalcedon 1.
We're gonna
So-
see double fetches
Fetch.
from Boston here. I actually don't believe Boston plays Mystic Sanctuary.
I can check that for you.
He's got-
And no,
Yeah,
he does not.
Interesting. So Boston is
Choosing
on
Cold
18
Wasteland
lands. I
over.
believe 2, 4, 6, 8, 6. No, still on 20 lands.
So
2, 4,
Corey's
6,
gone through. Yeah, there's a
18
Fable.
lands. Yeah.
This is a really important turn for Corey because now we
Yeah.
finally have something on the board to try and get some form of game plan going here. Boston will have the removal spell for the Goblin Shaman, which I would imagine he's going to want to answer as fast as possible. Otherwise, Boston is going to be opening himself up to getting hit by, say, like a fourth Lingus.
Yeah. Again, we're just seeing Boston not find any like real pressure after letting his Delver die to that swords, which I don't think like not letting it die is like not letting that spell resolve is incorrect, but it just kind of punished here for not finding an additional threat.
Yeah, I mean, I think Boston has played his game correctly so far. Like,
No, I would agree. I'm just saying like his deck kind of punished him by not like he just hasn't drawn a
yeah,
like a
sure.
Murktide or something like
sure,
that.
sure.
That's the shaman token beside the fable, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
So
we have and we're in Corey's main phase after. So
well, there's
I
the
don't.
Unholy Heat in Boston's hand,
Yeah.
I think. So I'm assuming that that hits the
We're
shaman.
gonna see Corey discard a second Fable, presuming that this Goblin Shaman is likely going to die.
Yeah.
Which it will.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna say go to combat, lightning bolt, killing the goblin shaman. Gonna go. I believe Corey has a solitude in his hand and something else. Flip Fable. Just a very interesting limbo of like both players not really doing a whole lot.
And it shows you even now like the power of fable and legacy in these Boros initiative decks. Like just giving two threats essentially, and while allowing to filter, especially with Boston not playing the sanctuary to accrue like a some sort of advantage with something.
Yeah,
Uh,
like value off his extra lands.
yeah, like for the most part, if you're not on sanctuary, like getting up to 5 lands is not something you generally want to do as Delver, but it does give him the ability to hard cast the forces. So he's
So
checking right now.
we've probably seen like 2 or 3 turns of just draw go here from both players.
Yeah, and it just shows like he doesn't want to give Corey the opportunity to resolve one of his haymaker initiative spells.
We do see
So
a
play here
Cavern
from
Souls in the
Corey
hand of
is
Corey.
he might be holding this cavern playing around Wasteland from Boston, so he can just go cavern, play my uncounterable, like I don't know, Dungeoneer or Adventurer, and then just say go. And
Well,
just
it
have
would
the
it would just
initiative.
be it would just be only Engineer as Adventure is banned in this format.
Oh, sorry, that's what I mean. Not Adventurer. What's the other one called?
Engineer.
Oh yeah. No, Adventurer is the other one, the red one.
Yeah,
Caves of
Caves of-
Cave of Chaos Adventure.
Yeah. The White Plume is banned.
Yes.
Yeah, that card was a little silly.
Surely don't miss it when playing Vintage.
It's very
we
fair.
haven't seen Corey do anything for a while, so his hand must be loaded with spells right now.
Yeah, that's what we've seen like 3+ turns of just like draw go from Corey here. I feel like he's holding this cavern just to play around a wasteland from Boston. Because that's like right now his only red source, as it would seem, and it can only cast things like. So we're gonna see
Interesting
Meltdown
here.
from Boston
Boston
just to
go
take.
for Stone Rain.
I like the stone ring from
This
there.
Salt too should be in the graveyard or in the exile zone.
Yeah, and then a Murktide here. So it's a 6-6.
It's,
I would
it's an 8-8.
assume.
It's
Or
an
yeah,
8-8,
that's what I
yeah.
meant. Sorry, 8-8.
I do like
Actually, this meltdown from
Yeah, this meltdown's
Boston
really
was
big.
actually really good because now Corey's not able to go Cavern Souls on Elemental to
Yeah,
force
Solitude. Yeah,
force through a Solitude on the Murktide, which is going to be which if Corey was we'll say we have the Chromox again, so it looks like that play
another
is going
Solitude.
to happen here.
Yeah, so Boston sees the Solitude. I don't know how much it's relevant, but so you're gonna see Solitude or Cavern naming Elemental, and then Solitude exiling the Murktide.
Boston going up to
Buying
27 here.
Yeah, buying Corey some more time, as well as putting his own threat that races a DRC. Not races a DRC.
DRC a 3/3 or a 1/1? I think it's a
Did he
1/1.
take it
I
off
think
of?
I
Yeah,
believe
he
it's
took
only
it
3
off
types
field.
in the yard. I believe it's sorcery, artifact, land.
Yeah,
But now it's to the bolt.
now it's
Now
delirious.
Delirium. Salted's out of the way. And I think Corey's hand's not really doing a whole lot here. I think we see an Ancient Tomb. I think we see a second Cavern of Souls and maybe some other spell in the hand for Corey.
Yeah, I think Boston's very much in the driver's seat here. And now especially because I'm pretty sure he still has a forcible in hand. So that
And
forcible,
yeah, that's
and
good.
Yeah,
The Wasteland.
I believe yeah, we have a spell here, so force
Yeah, we have
takes that.
2 Ancient Tomb.
that's what Boston wanted. That's why he wanted that opportunity to deploy some threats and then take his opponent off mana with that meltdown. Um, so we have
I wonder if
swords.
we're gonna see Boston fight over this DRC. Nope, we're he's thinking
Maybe.
about it. He's thinking about it.
No,
No.
I
Okay,
think
we're gonna let it go. We're gonna go to 30 here.
yeah, I like Boston's conservative approach, especially with his life total. Another
Mhm.
DRC
Especially with another DRC in his hand, that makes a lot of sense.
and
Yeah,
another land.
there's another
There's a
and
Solitude.
another Solitude for Corey.
Yeah, Corey's drawing pretty well here, I would say. Deck's definitely keeping him in this game.
We're gonna see the swords. Letting that one go. Boston's biggest threat probably is just having Corey resolve a big fourth Aerolingus or a
Yeah,
initiative creature.
I think that's why we're seeing Boston be very slow or he's not wanting to fire off this force will very aggressively on the removal because I think Boston is in this position where I think he knows that the only way that he's losing this game is if Corey puts a large fourth Lingus or another Dungeoneer on the stack or Kaizo Chaos Adventure, which
There's a Magus at
the
the moment.
Magus in the hand for Corey. That's going to demand a Force of Will from.
Well, the thing doesn't Corey have another cavern in his hand? So can he go cavern,
Cavern Human.
play Magus, and then now what happens? We just have to hope that this Delver gets there, or we find a Lightning Bolt.
He's already used the Hydroblast, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Hydroblast in the graveyard. He pitched it. He pitched it to Force of Will. I think like you have to go with this play if you're Corey, right? Because then you have all your mana online, and you're just trying to like rip a haymaker off the top. You know what I mean?
The only issue with this line is that Boston's at 33.
Sure, but like we're gonna hope
Yeah.
that just Boston doesn't have. Okay, he goes cavern. Go.
Do we know what Cavern is naming currently?
No idea. Boston flips his Delver once again, like an absolute.
Well,
Okay.
well, we did set up with the ponder.
Oh, we did brainstorm. Yeah.
Yeah. We pondered and we set up the
Yeah, ponder.
the Delver, and then we have the I believe it was like days and then like a bunch of like other spells which
Or
Boston
being shuffled.
doesn't want here. So we're just gonna set up the Delver to flip and then shuffle it with the fetch land.
So maybe caverns on elemental again.
It looks like it's the case.
And this is interesting. Because I don't know, like, if this, like, line of taking is winning you the game, per se. I don't know.
I think Corey is just trying to run Boston out of threats, which
That's
is it is kind of working.
Yeah.
Like, even though Boston has like a very high lead total and Corey still has a bit of a ways to go in terms of actually killing Boston, Boston's not really doing anything.
Well, you
Boston
can't
has
really,
vegetable hands.
you can't answer a Solitude with like 3 counterspells in your hand, right? So
Yeah.
I would
Attack
assume
surgery.
would assume the Shieldress Edict comes in eventually, but
Boston's hand right now is Pierce, Daze, Force, and I believe an Edict. I
yeah.
can see it on Twitch, and I'm
The days for Boston's not looking good.
I don't know, but there's no real follow-up threat here from Corey.
double Daze.
There's a plateau. Are we going to see? I want.
Like, are we gonna see this Magus? Yeah, like,
Magus.
this gets forced for sure. With only one card with only one card left.
Is Boston thinking if he can let this go?
I don't think that you as Boston can let this
Yeah, there's no
resolve.
world where you can
It's
let that resolve.
one card in hand, and in my eyes, right here, if yeah, I 100% agree with this because Boston needs to draw like a brainstorm. He has a scalding turn right
There's
now.
a Delver.
There's a Delver.
Yeah,
But Corey just like the door's open for Corey kind of just to rip a haymaker here and just like
The thing
win
is,
it
though,
down.
with how
Archon of Emiria.
decent, it's a decent draw.
So we're gonna see a Delver here.
So
He's gonna untap.
worth noting. Well, actually, no. This Archon's actually pretty awkward for Boston because now, I think Boston's way to interact with a fourth is those multiple conditional counter spells in his hand. Because I
Yeah,
don't think Corey is going to like he might float like 1-2 mana to pay for like a Pierce or a Daze, but like with 4 conditional counter spells in the hand for Boston,
he
there I
can't
think
pierce and daze.
yeah, but not anymore because
Yeah,
of
that's yeah,
the
exactly.
but we would have had a lot of insurance against
And we
a fourth
see
with all the
PRC Bowmaster Meltdown drawn off of the Brainstorm. Boston can no longer
however,
cast a spell this turn.
I have a feeling we're gonna see a scalding turn that fetches no lands here to get rid of those cards.
I would imagine as well.
Yeah.
Like that's
Are there no more fetchable lands? It's what?
Yeah,
Two?
it's a
No.
3/3.
Yeah.
there is an engineer and it's going to resolve. Corey is now firmly ahead in this game.
Yeah, these matchups end up like I feel like Boston very much wanted to win this game in the mid game and not let it get to this late game scenario.
Corey doing a very good job of just running Boston out of resources almost, and then not out of resources necessarily, but just out of threats and just being able to survive long enough to just kind of resolve this Archon and then kind of mask the fact that like how much permission Boston has in his hand with this Archon.
Yeah, I think at this point with all of the threats being answered, and I'm not sure if there was an opportunity for Boston to say, "Hey, let me interact with one of these spells that are targeting my threat," because the Solitude that targeted his Murktide was uncounterable.
Yeah.
And then from there, it was swords on DRCs and Delvers and such.
Hmm.
And from that perspective, I think Boston played it correctly. It was kind of just his opponent drew a little bit better, and Boston really getting the disadvantage of having spells like Daze in your deck when you get into this late game. Like we're probably on what, like turn 14 right now.
Yeah. And 1 mana is nothing at this point. It's 1 less 2/2 if you were going to cast Fourth Erlingus. So
And just look at how thin his deck is now.
yeah. So, but we have only seen one Murktide, to note. We're gonna see Corey go down to 8 here.
Yeah, the only thing is that like does this get Boston the initiative here?
I believe so, right?
Unless Corey has some way to answer this Delver.
But yeah, Boston's hands just all like 1 mana spells and that are just really bad into this Archon.
We are into the initiative. Head over to Boston. I believe he's forced to shuffle his deck. Or the trigger's just missed. I don't know. I haven't played with the initiative in paper before.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know this mechanic well enough.
The Undercity. Yeah,
We're
this is
gonna see the Archon held back on defense here, while the Dungeoneer rightfully claims back the initiative.
I like this from Corey. I think.
I mean, yeah, you just wanna kind of. Well, Boston's putting on like a reasonable amount of pressure here. He's representing 6 damage.
Yeah, he
look at the
and
life pads.
Boston does have quite a bit of time with all the solitudes and plows that have happened this game. Now the
Yeah,
Archon is now 4/5 because
yeah,
of
which block
the
everything.
yeah because of the Undercity. So now Boston does not have good attacks. The Unholy Heat is already gone, so we don't have a clean win to 1/1 that's Archon.
Is
Yeah.
Boston playing any copies of Brazen Borrower? This he has one Brazen Borrower.
He
He has
does have
one
he does have
Brazen.
one Brazen Boar.
Yeah, so he has a Brazen Borrower, which would be a really good top deck for him here.
Wait, so we see an attack with only the Delver, right? Or am I wrong?
I
No,
think
never mind.
we might still be in the end step.
No,
I think
they were just changing the dice. I thought maybe the
Yeah.
dice was. Yeah, so we're in Corey's end step. Yeah, Corey kind of weathered the storm, but he hasn't been drawing like a ton of like the haymakery kind of cards that we're
Boston
like no
answered a lot
Fourth
of them.
Erlingus.
Yeah, Boston did answer a lot of the spells earlier.
Yeah.
And the fourth Airlingus is absolutely going to be a card he wants to draw here.
So
Um,
touch the Spear Realm, flickering something. No, just exiling, just O-ring here on the Delver of Secrets. Interesting choice.
you want to take the Delver here because the DRC is forced to attack.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's true, actually. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, this Ponder's gotta do something. You really find a borrower, but the issue is because the DRC is extremely delirious, it's gonna be forced into attacking into the Archon, and now borrower is not gonna be enough. I think.
Yeah, because you can't cast an extra spell, so.
Yeah, we can't go ponder into put a Murktide into play. I think this game has slipped away from Boston.
Yeah, kind of at the victim of his opponent's top decks, but opponent played it well. Opponent knew his outs.
Yeah, opponent did really well weathering the storm and then resolved like just one or two. Like the Archon was really big.
So we see a Wasteland, we see a Murktide, and we see a Bolt here.
All
And
good cards, but none of them can just be cast this turn.
If only
which
this,
makes them
if
all
only this
worse.
bolt could like
Yeah, we're gonna see Boston scoop it up.
like if we were able to see the DRC suicide into the Archon and then us be able to bolt it, we could have maybe been fine. But because of how Archon works, that is not going to be possible. We're going to see us go to a game 3 between Boston and Corey. So looking at the sideboard for Corey, because we haven't done that yet. What cards? So we saw him board in all the plows, and we saw him board in the Magus of the Moons. Aside from that, I don't think there's any other cards here. We might have seen him. I'm not sure if this Fury is still in his deck from how the deck list is written out. I'm not sure what this card on the bottom.
Yeah,
of the
what is
sideboard
that?
is.
What is it called?
It's like something Scarab Swarm. I'm gonna look this up.
it's
Scarabs.
Canoptic Scarab Swarm. It's the card from the Warhammer one.
I
It's the
found
four,
it.
4 mana artifact creature insect, flying 1/1. When Canoptic Scarab Swarm enters the battlefield, exile target player's graveyard. For each artifact or land card exiled this way, create a 1/1 colorless insect artifact creature token with flying. There is a bit of an argument to play it, but like as a 4 mana spell, like I think you do board it in against Delver. Like it turns off their DRCs. Um, to like can delay a Murktide, especially if you have like ideally you have the fast mana start, and those are generally the games that you're winning are the ones with the fast mana starts. So I'd assume he would be playing. He obviously brought in the swords, the Magus on the draw. Not sure. Like he might be trimming them, and then to bring in the Scarab Swarms and the plows, I think are very much realistic. And then he'd most likely be trimming. Um, I'm trying to take a look at what he would be trimming on the draw, but I'm not really sure.
It's just hard to like.
The deck is tough to sideboard with, and this is what I found was the case with
Yeah.
the initiative deck is that you have so much redundancy that you don't really want to get rid of a lot.
Well, you don't want to cut like your really powerful for like let's say if you have like a really good hand where you can just like Dungeoneer on turn one, but like instead of a Dungeoneer, you have like a 1/1 flyer that like exiles nothing from their graveyard. Like it's just so much worse, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just really hard to like balance and have that limbo of kind of like you want like you want certain cards on turn one and then you want to find certain cards afterwards. It's kind of like that scam dynamic where like you want to have the turn one scam in modern and then follow it up with something like a fable or something like that. And I don't know, I would say it's very interesting how the decks are kind of similar. So we see Ancient Tomb and a Spirit Guide. Okay, so we're just gonna see Chalice on one here from Corey.
We do have the Simeon in case.
Yeah, in case of
Oh, this is gonna be
Ooh.
gross.
Yeah, that resolves. Is it Spirit Guide? Yeah, that resolves. Okay, so Wasteland, the Ancient Tomb. Okay, so what does that? Caracas go? Back for one. So this Chalice, it's gonna put in a lot of work here. No real way for Boston to answer it outside of Meltdown or Brazen Borrower in his list, I believe.
Meltdown and Borrower, yeah.
Yeah.
The days is tough there. The Simian Spirit Guide,
Especially with the Force in hand, it's just
yeah, it's kind of like do you want to let yourself get 2 for 1 tier, or do you let the days happen? And
yeah.
honestly, every single time I've played against initiative, this sort of thing has happened to me where I'm just like, I really don't want to days of like their chalice, especially when they're on the draw. I feel like when it's on the draw, I'm like, okay, they obviously kept this hand anticipating the days. So this game just got a lot harder for Boston.
Yeah, so we're seeing the bolt on nothing here just to get a surveil trigger from the DRC.
Yeah, and I think you want to Boston, as much as he doesn't want to let this as much as he wants to put this force in the graveyard, I think you need to pick it up because you need to keep yourself in this game with the second blue card. And now,
Well, the only issue is with Cavern Souls in play and Cavern Souls in hand. It just seems kind of difficult, like even with these forces, if Corey just goes like fast mana initiative creature, just in a really tough spot.
Jack, who do you think is naturally has the advantage in this matchup?
I would have probably put the. I mean, it's difficult to say. I think. A lot of it can come down to whether or not the initiative player is able to sick some like unanswerable threat via Cavern Souls, or oh wow,
Okay, so we're gonna see the Swarm.
That's gonna be
This is gonna be
backbreaking
big.
for.
This is gonna be like a Hornet Queen Light.
It's 3/1/1s.
Yeah,
Does it die? What happened?
for every land and artifact.
Oh, okay, no, he just put it off to the side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have a little baby Hornet Queen here and a Fable. A very good draw. So we're gonna see. Okay, so we're gonna see one insect held back, and the rest come in for 3 damage.
Do all these fly?
Yes,
Yeah.
everything flies.
Jeez.
Yeah, the card is really, really.
Yeah, that's the exact spot where you want that card. Like we were
Yeah.
saying, like the limbo kind of situation. Like you don't want it on turn 1, but on a turn where you just like slam the door shut, where Boston could like untap and resolve a Murktide, that's exactly where you want that kind of card.
Yeah.
We're gonna see the force come out of Boston's hand here. Just
Days just can't afford to let him rummage further.
we're gonna bend the Schiller Edicts with the DRC. Another DRC drawn for turn for Boston. Looks like the
So we have
hand is Force, DRC, and some other blue card. Looks to be a
I think it's
brainstorm.
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so uncastable in the face of this chalice.
It looks like this game is not looking particularly good for Boston.
Yeah, so we're gonna see another 3 damage here come in from the bugs.
These red stompy decks, man. These as a Delver player myself,
Oh, and this Magus.
as a brainstorm caster, I could say that how Boston feels right now is not great. Not ideal when you're staring down the chalice on one.
I think
So
even,
Boston kind of shrugs.
non-brainstorm casters would also feel not particularly great about Boston's position.
He just has it all.
You can see him get a little emotive at the table there. Clearly not very happy about his current position.
Current situation, yeah.
prison.
Well, so with the resolution of this Magus of the Moon, Boston's like almost entirely locked out of the game here.
Yeah, this Boston currently has.
Just didn't bother to fetch his lands. Like
Boston has a really strong out. Like Boston still has outs here. Boston
Well-
draws if Boston draws his meltdown, it deals with everything essentially. You can
Boston had to
meltdown for
draw a
5.
Cappy meltdown into lightning bolt into like a Murktide.
Yeah,
yeah.
but
Like,
there were outs.
It had to be runner for.
Well, he had the out for a bit ever since the insect got the artifact insect got cast. If he goes on 5 to cast the meltdown for 4 or less, you deal with everything on the board, and you're in a pretty okay spot. It's just the fact that he couldn't, and it comes back to that chalice. And I think right now Boston's really kicking himself in the foot by not having just forced the chalice. And it's honestly like you're just so used to doing it as the Delver player to just cast the days on turn 1 like that, and just you always think it's going to resolve in those situations. But the amount of times that I've had a days either Simian Spirit Guided or Elvish Spirit Guided, it's not a feels good situation.
Swarm doesn't like a real card. Doesn't look like a real card, I would assume. Yeah, I don't know. It's like a baby Hornet Queen.
Yeah, unfortunately, once that Magus hit the field,
Yeah, looked like a real card.
Boston was left with the good old saying, "If you have no moves, Yugi boy." Knowing Jesse, I would believe them to be on. I believe Grixis or Team Delver.
If
Oh.
their deck was very large, I would say that it's also a possibility that it's D&T if there was a Yori on there. But
Round 3.
so Matt might be on Boros Initiative, and Jesse might be.
Nope, it is on. It is in fact a repeat of the last round.
Oh, okay, just switching it up
We're
here.
switching it up.
Yeah.
Amazing. So we have Jesse here.
Boros on the right this time, and Grix on the left. Maybe if we can grab deck lists, we can see something different, maybe.
Yeah, I believe that Jesse saw a hand of basically no lands. Because I saw a Delver, I saw a bunch of spells. So
Those hints that look
players.
insane, and then you realize you just don't have any lands.
yeah, and it sucks especially with Delver because you really only ever need one land, game 1 to be sufficient. But
Really?
I find that like you can keep most one land. Like I think you snap keep one landers with Delver as long as if you have a cantrip, you're happy.
Oh, God, my
Um,
God.
Like you don't want to mulligan too much in this in Legacy. Like you don't want to mulligan in general, but in this in here especially, we have deck lists.
Yeah.
So from Jesse. Jesse looks to be playing a pretty stock Grixis list.
It
She
looks almost identical to Boston's, except
I'm trying to see. She's also not on the Mystic Sanctuary.
mhm.
Sideboard is a little bit different, but pretty much the same. And then the Boros Initiative player is basically on the same 60, and then in the sideboard,
Yeah, same 75. It looks to be.
no, they're not playing the really sweet insect card.
Oh, that's true. No insect. Opting
So-
for a Lauren and a Mind Break Trap instead.
So
See, does Asian Team Pro Max from Finch's side.
So we have a turn one DRC, yeah, and then we have a brainstorm, surveil trigger on the stack.
This is a nice match to get on the feature match, as Finch is a pretty big part of the shaping of London Magic.
Yeah,
Oh, this is Finch? Oh,
yeah, Matt
nice.
Finch here. Yeah, Matt Finch has been playing Legacy for a long time. Has always played the Stompy decks. I would say Eldrazi Stompy. I'm pretty sure Matt
He
sleeved up.
loves his Ancient Tombs.
Yeah, loves Ancient Tombs, loves Chrome.
I don't think I've seen Matt play a non-Stompy deck in like any format.
He used to actually be a really big Elves enjoyer back in the day.
Yeah,
this was like going like
I remember that as well.
this might be like going back 7, 8, 9 years ago, but yeah, big Elves player has
I
if
think
you
I've
ever
seen him play some Show and Tell recently, but
oh
but I could be wrong.
yeah, but he so for those of you that don't know, Matt Finch is um the Magic the Gathering, like basically program manager. I'm pretty sure he's the day manager at LA Mood Comics and Collectibles in London, Ontario, out at the Kellogg factory. Um, and LA Mood used to be a huge staple of the London community when they were downtown for Magic. Given the amount of Magic stores that popped up in London, they have kind of pivoted to more being board games, given their location with how much traffic they get. But honestly, he he has been such a staple of the London community for probably going on 10 to 15 years now.
Yeah, for sure.
And Finch is a great guy, always willing to lend cards, always has really decked out, like really beautiful decks.
Beautiful decks.
So nice to see. Jesse, we've known for quite a bit of time as well. And but yeah, I think the Boros Initiative player here having that cavern super impactful to resolve their caves of their cave, their, what is it, Koilos Adventure or whatever.
Chaos.
Chaos Adventure.
Yeah, a card that
And-
we didn't see in the match before.
Yeah, but that's the
Jesse flipping their Delver. Revealing Ponder.
Looks to be like a pretty good start for Jesse here. If we are able to get a bolt off in this case of Chaos Adventure, that would put Jesse, I think, pretty far ahead in the driver's seat.
yeah. Matt has a few cards we don't want to lose. Like Matt will most likely will lose the initiative this turn.
Well, yeah. So long as
See,
Jesse
Ponder,
attacks.
Kirk in the Darcy. We're looking. So this might mean that Jesse is looking for a lightning bolt on this case of Chaos Adventure.
So when you're playing this matchup, Jack, what are you looking for? What kind of, when you're pondering and you have a board state like this, you just mentioned a bolt. What else are you potentially looking for here?
Yeah, so I want to try and find virtually just any way just to keep pressuring the board. It if you're not able to like keep pressure sustained in this matchup, they're just kind of able just to like put the initiative into play, and they kind of just get to run away with it. So cards like Delver and Murktide are very important in this matchup, as well as of course like uh, Wasteland also plays a pretty big role in being able to keep your opponent off of these pretty big spells. Um, like the initiative creatures and Solitude.
Yeah, I agree. I always, even during like when White Plume Adventure was still legal, I I as a Delver player, the way that I combated the deck, and like you said, was always by maintaining pressure, making sure that you always had an evasive threat to take back the initiative. And then at some points, when it was as a Delver, because EI was still legal in that format, you were playing cards like Blood Knight.
God damn iteration.
Yeah, that was sweet.
Don't end up finding the bolt here for Jesse, but we are going to get to steal the initiative back. I think this is a delirious DRC, so we're gonna see Finch fall to 11. It looks like, so Finch is kind of on a pretty fast clock here. So if Finch is not able to answer the Delver for the DRC, Finch may just lose this game next turn.
Yeah, go to 9, go from there. The shuffle, maybe Jesse gets the next blind flip. No basics. No, they generally Grixis Delver generally doesn't run any basics. I haven't run a basic in a Delver list like
No,
in a long time.
it's not very common.
Um, I think Finch really wants to find Solitude here, but even then needs another white card to do.
Anything to take back. Does this card have trample in play?
I
Uh,
believe
I
so.
believe
I
Cave.
think so.
Yeah, I think the adventure has it. I can look real quick.
So Finch also is going to be able to see another card off the top of his deck with this case the adventurer.
Yeah,
So
5/3 Trampler.
okay. So we are going to so we are able to see the initiative come back to Finch this turn. We're thinking about his play here. Wonder what options he has in hand. We haven't really been able to see the hand. We are going to see the attack on that, and we reveal Solitude off the Caves of Custom Adventure. That is definitely going to play an important role this turn to answer one of these creatures in play.
Yeah.
I would imagine we're probably so we are going to see him
Counters.
put counters on the adventurer, trying just to get this game over with and protecting this card from Bolt. It is still susceptible to Unholy Heat.
Yeah, most of these
But
Grixis lists are only on 1 heat.
yeah,
Yeah, that's and Finch would be aware of that, given that Legacy is pretty much the only format that he plays in like today. So this Solitude here has been exiled with the Caves of Chaos Adventure, and I believe that you can still pitch cast with that Solitude.
you can, but we are going to see. Wow, so Finch elects to pitch the Dungeoneer, which is an interesting choice, I think. I would imagine he just doesn't think that hard casting this Dungeoneer is going to be enough.
Well, we could see another Solitude here. Showing that like the pitch cast gets the force out of the hand to try and
Possibly.
create 2-for-1s.
Yeah, that is a
Not
one
really
for one there
sure.
essentially. Like you
Yeah.
don't.
We're gonna see a pass from Finch here.
Do
Jesse
we
looking
know?
to blind flip their Delver, and they do so.
hit the blind. Well, no, it's not blindfold because of the force. It was set up with DRC.
Oh, okay. Oh, yes, that is
Once there was a card bend, I could
correct.
see.
Correct.
So this is gonna be an
This is
attack for
9.
9, putting Finch to
Finch down to
2.
2. Yeah.
And now imagine, are we going to scry or are we going to grow a creature? What would you do?
Looks like a scry.
Um,
It
and
isn't
honestly,
good.
I don't know what the card that Jesse has face down on the table is. Um, and I'm thinking honestly, I think you want to win quickly. Like how do you lose? Like my mentality as the Delver player in the seat is how do I lose this game? And I think the scry makes sense. I think that like your opponent's at 2, you you essentially, if you get your next turn, if you can draw that next card, you will most likely like win the game. And then because they have that brainstorm and
Is that a
they kept
bolt
on
in
top,
hand? That is a bolt in hand.
yeah, so the bullet gets there.
Yeah.
Now you have to play around whether or not you like if you solitude your own.
We are just going for it.
Yeah, like
Bolt you.
yeah, you go for it here.
And or is he does he get game one here?
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, I think there's even like there might even be an argument for the scry to respond to it with the brainstorm.
Well, all your creatures are lethal next turn, so I don't really see the point of pumping any of your already lethal threats. You know
I
what I
don't.
mean?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think like it was kind of garbage time at that point. But in a situation like that, I think the scry is more important just to see what you can potentially get. And then if you see a bolt, then you're just going to go for the brainstorm and kill them. Now, from the sideboarding perspective, I think we're going to see a similar board strategy that we saw Boston take in the last match. You know, bring in their meltdowns, um, their hydroblast, their edict. From Finch's side, I think we're bringing in probably the Maguses again. And the
I would
swords.
imagine the plows, yeah.
Yeah, the plows like we saw so well demonstrated in the last match. We have you essentially want to like you want the game to go into the long game. The mid game is where you're afraid of Grixis Delver because they can constrain your mana with wastelands. They have a relatively fast clock that can kill you quickly. But if you can get to longer games where you're able to find your caverns, where you're able to deploy Haymaker spell, you're in a good spot. What would you be trimming here as the Delver player, Jack?
I would imagine so we're on the draw here. I would imagine seeing maybe some number of going on some number of dazes. Uh what cards does Jesse have access to here? Meltdowns, the edict. It seems to be it for Jesse. So I could see us cutting the spell pierce as well as like maybe like some dazes.
Yeah, I think
That'll be my intuition.
yeah, that's generally what I would do. Like this, if you're on the play, there might be an argument to keep in the Pierce. The days like the days in these matchups, I feel like it's kind of like that normal curve where if you leave in days, your opponent will like your initiative opponent has access to such fast and quick mana with their soul lands, with their petals, with their spirit guides that you assume that they're going to play around the days, so you're pretty much just going to be left with a dead card in hand. But and just the threat of that will be enough, so you can trim down a significant amount of them, and that's generally what I would do here. But you don't have that many cards to bring in. Like you're bringing in edicts, you're bringing in meltdowns and a blast. There's 4 cards. From the initiative player, I'm not sure how initiative players honestly sideboard because when I look at decks like this, I'm just like, you're playing a mono 4-ofs, and a lot of those cards are good cards. Like maybe you do trim on some of the spirit guides because kind of to play that like level 1, level 2, level 3 game. But you know, Fable's a really powerful card. Chalice you want to keep. Like I'm not really sure how the initiative players sideboard here.
I wouldn't be surprised if we kind of just like trim on like a bunch of random things, do the old Hogak method of
Trim your 4s to 3s.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can agree with that. Definitely not on the. You want to keep in all your archons. And I think
for
spell
sure.
it's like if you're bringing in plows, then you live in your solitudes. But I can see trimming down like a spirit guide, maybe trimming down like the 4th Lingus and such, because it's not a card that can be uncounterable with your Cavern of Souls.
Mhm. Yeah, I could see 4th being a liability in this matchup, but again, there are a lot of strong cards in this initiative deck. I'm not quite sure what Finch will opt to do.
Yeah, it's definitely a interesting spot to be in. So we have the
We're
low
gonna see a Chalice on 1, resolve on turn 1 for Finch here.
Yeah, well, this is what I just called a force check. Like you as the initiative player here, you kept 7. You're just always going to go for it here. And the amount of times that your opponent doesn't have it will be offset by the amount of times that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And force checking here, like your win percentage in my eyes just goes up so much.
It it seems that Jesse had the days in hand uh for any play on turn 2, but was cold to anything on turn 1.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what you hope for as the stompy player that plays chalices, that plays moon effects. And
Basic
yeah.
mountain for Finch here, a bit of a slower start.
Yeah, but with I think slower start with Chalice, like you're happy playing this game. Like
Yeah,
you're there.
in
Their
my
hand,
experience playing against Initiative, these are the games that Delta loses.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
we just watched that last round. We just saw Boston let the Chalice resolve and then the initiative
Slander off
player.
of Finch here.
That's scary. Giving Jesse an opportunity to get back into the game.
Boat Master resolving for Jesse. This is going to be a pretty crucial part for Jesse to get back in this game, getting some pressure into play just as
This
fast
could be
as
underground C.
possible.
If it wasn't Jesse, it would be a little suspect. But cutting to the
What?
underground C, Jesse cut directly to the underground C. Kind of funny. But yeah, you have a little bit of a clock here. The thing is, I always think it's entertaining to see because you keep in your chalices, but you're also bringing in swords here. So it's kind of that catch 22. Because you can't swords the bowmaster here.
Looks like we're just going to see a second Bowmaster enter the fray, uh, dealing a total of 4 damage this turn to Finch. Just trying to really take advantage of this slow start and missed line drops from Finch, and just
Yeah.
get a lot of the clock rolling.
Yeah, and to be honest, for Finch, I
There's a plateau.
wonder.
Oh, that's a beautiful plateau. There's the Archon of Myria, which
Yeah.
I don't think we can. Oh, but we have the days. The days is going to counter the Archon. So
Yeah,
Jesse's still able to keep the pressure rolling.
yeah, and I think
Is that a
one of the tough.
meltdown for Jesse? It is.
I think one of the tough parts for Finch here was he may have kept a hand really leaning on the turn 1 chalice without.
Oh, Jesse, this was not how you were supposed to
Uh-oh.
cast this meltdown.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
That has been countered by Chalice of the Void.
Uh-oh.
We were supposed to tap that UC. Oh no.
yikes!
Big mistake,
Oh.
Jesse here, not being
Yeah,
able to.
Well, let's see what happens here.
All right, well,
that's
hopefully we're not able to punish this, but if it's just 5 mana to work with, that's a lot of mana. And we're
Enough
going
mana
to
to
get a chance
cast
to
one of those. There we go.
and enter play.
And hold up days. Or and hold up
We have
mana
to
for
play and
days.
player on days. This is so rough for Jesse.
Yeah, it's just not something you want to see.
So, what is the hand looking like here for Jesse? If we're so we can't so we weren't able to enter this caves. I think I saw a ponder in the hand earlier. Just a dead card. There's Steven.
there. You guys can hear me now.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
I had a little issue with my mic there.
Oh.
Yeah, that meltdown play was a bit of a punt meter at 1, I think, on stream right now. What I was saying earlier is that Finch may have kept a hand that really relied on the turn 1 chalice without a lot of follow-up, which could be a bit punishing. The Chaos Adventure, like drawing the Chaos Adventure is very helpful here to be able to resolve it at least.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think now I wonder, like, you block the Bowmaster here.
So we see that attack was to take the initiative, probably.
Yeah, that's an yeah,
Get a
exactly.
land.
Jesse just thinks that they're able to potentially outrace this chaos adventure, which seems ambitious.
Well, I think the attack was just to claim the initiative, get a
Yeah.
land, probably. Or
Well,
can they
there's no-
even do that?
no, there-
Yeah, there's no basic,
there's no
right?
basics. There is a seasoned engineer in the hand for Finch.
What does well, so we're gonna see an adventurer attack here. We're gonna flip the top card of our Finch's library.
Seems like we missed that trigger.
Oh, maybe. Maybe just shortcutting, we'll see.
Yeah. No, it looks like we.
No, okay.
Yeah, that's a mistrigger right there.
Well, playing the Dungeoneer here.
That's going to resolve. It
And
looks
then
like, and to just
after
be
the
rotating
turn.
5 from the
Okay.
trap.
So Finch at 8, pretty healthy life total, considering that no Delvers or DRCs can be resolved here by Jesse. Yeah, and we're gonna go next game.
see Jesse going to the next game here. We're unfortunate that we made that mistake with the meltdown. I would imagine this game would have played out a lot differently had the chalice been actually removed.
That's kind of a mistake you only ever make once, and then
Yeah.
unfortunate it happened on stream. We will.
It happens.
But yeah, it's
Well, I'm sure they know.
Yeah.
Nobody's feeling it more than them.
Okay. Is there any what cyber changes might be my players be making between play and draw?
for me as the Delver player, I think
I would imagine we'll see Jesse like go back on some number of days.
yeah, you can go back some number of days. There's actually even like an argument to bring in your spell peers to deal with their fast mana rocks. Unfortunately, like it gets a lot worse the more the game goes, just because it's not going to hit a lot of their high impact spells. But you know, a lot of the times they're most likely going to be able to spell pierce like an early swords, an early soul, right? Like a sorry, artifact. But in if I don't think it's better than the meltdowns, but you definitely go up some number of days because just having it and being able to resolve it against your opponent, even if they have like the Simian Spirit Guide, like it makes them have it too. So it's kind of like their days checking your days check. So how deep do you want to go? We've seen one on stream today. What are the chances we see it again? You know?
Yeah, it's definitely very possible.
Uh, the when it was the red stompy version or like the moon decks, I bring in Fawn against them just because I hate the card Blood Moon.
Yeah,
Uh,
no, bringing it fun against the Moonsabi decks was definitely correct. Just because like there was a lot more spells that you were
yeah,
worried about, like Trinisphere, Chalice, Moon,
exactly.
Fable. So we are going to see a DRC get onto the table here on turn 1 for Jesse.
Really,
Hopefully there's some follow up.
both
With
players kept 7.
yeah, okay.
Bobble. So we see another bobble in hand for Jesse. And the glare is preventing me from seeing anything else.
So the surveil went top, right?
Yeah,
I believe so.
I believe it was a land.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what kind of turn 1 Finch can have here.
Gonna start with a plateau, followed by Chrome Mox, imprinting at a fourth Lingus. Looks like it.
There we
Yes.
go. That's what you want fourth for, the red white mana. And
And we're gonna see what is
That's a sword
that's a
to
sword
plowshare.
which
looks like it.
successfully played around the days.
Looks like
That
not a
that sword
card.
looks like Swords in Revealing Light,
It does.
famous Yu-Gi-Oh card. um, double DRC,
DRCs.
and then we have that bauble from earlier. So two
It's all
surveil tokens.
DRCs, yeah.
We are we're trying to get a little crazy in this.
Well,
Yeah,
that's one
three
way that this
cards.
deck can beat the initiative and put up a super fast clock is by having like
Mhm.
Yeah,
the go wide kind of thing.
yeah, this is exactly the kind of like strategy you want. Yeah, two.
See Trader's Life return for Finch. 4 mana available. We're gonna see the kids that kept Adventure come down again.
And Jesse drew off their bauble, right?
Yes.
I wasn't sure. I might have missed it. So we see a caves here. And there's an argument here that Jesse might have let that resolve just to take back the initiative next turn. I'm assuming that they have a way to set up the like they could have easily forced it. Um, and at this point, because they have Jesse has force, has I believe another blue card in their hand. And at this point is one card off of having the actual like off of having delirium. And then here comes the bauble, third bauble. Let's see if they end up pitching. That's a Delver. So they do now have artifact, sorcery, land, artifact, instant. So here's the
Yeah, we do Delirium active.
here's
Or
delirium, and
Ponder for
here's a
Jesse.
ponder.
We
Yeah,
have 5 looks at finding a bolt for
yeah.
this K.
Bolt or a hydroblast,
Yeah.
which
I mean, we're
yeah,
approaching the mid game that like we've been talking about where like Grixis Delver really starts to become dangerous because they can take over the game by having permission as well as like leaving these 3/3 like flyers in the air that are like a very reasonable clock.
yeah. Underground Sea, Brainstorm, Delver. We see here, and if I'm Jesse here, there's a chance that I shuffle this. I'm not sure if I'm happy drawing those cards.
It seems like she is going to disagree with you and is happy drawing. Let's see I think it was the brainstorm we drew.
And then here we have Delirious DRCs.
So this is gonna be an attack for 6 towards Finch window on the 14. Send back the initiative, and then we're gonna shuffle away the cards from this ponder. So we kind of got the best
Armor
of both
Ponder.
worlds.
Yeah,
We got
yeah,
to
that's true.
keep like one card that we wanted to see, and then we're gonna be able to shuffle away the cards that we're not gonna do a whole lot. But now we're opting to use the fetch land here, so it's possible that we. Okay, we have a
Okay,
Murktide.
This is the card, unknown card. That
This
is
is
really
it'll
good.
be very very strong here.
The only thing we really want to be worried about here is the last card I believe in Jesse's hand is a Force of Will.
It looks like Jesse is opting to, or, huh? This is gonna be a small Murktide from the looks of it. We're just okay. We're trying to delve, setting up a Murktide to just maintain delirium.
Yeah.
6/6. Well, so there's no real answer for the caves here. So this could be bad if Finch goes like untap, like pedal, solitude your Murktide hit you or something like that. Like
Yeah, I think so.
not the
I
best spot. Right? Because your last card in hand is Force of Will, so you're really riding on these DRCs to get you there.
yeah. Yeah, and I really hope and like at this point having the 5/3, I think they're trying to figure out cost still.
I think we're all good
And
now.
all good, yeah.
We do get a different card off this bauble, so hopefully that was a blue card. So now we have a. Do we have fourth blue card in hand? The quality on our call seems to dip a little, so I can't quite tell what the cards in Jesse's hand are.
Here comes float 2, play mountain, let the city go.
We're gonna see a second cave
Second
enter the
chaos.
field, and the initiative is gonna come back to us. We're gonna make
Sorry, it's a bit late, but somebody in chat was wondering if both players are 2-0, and I would believe so.
that is correct.
Yes, both
Yeah.
players are 2-0. Yep.
Yeah.
That is like that caves is a strong draw.
Oh,
And his solitude.
oh.
Oh no.
So this is kind of like the dream slash nightmare scenario, depending on who you're cheering for, that we were discussing prior
Yeah,
to
this
this
is
happening.
yeah, this is tough because we might see a in combat pitch kill your
Yeah, that's exactly
That,
what we
that's
see.
exactly what happened. So see that Jesse did not find a blue card for this force well. If we can answer the two chaos caves, and it might be we might be all right. We do have a lot of luck with this ponder to try and find something to do here.
Did Finch venture further into the Undercity with that? Did we? I know I'm not sure if we can.
It might be damage, like it might be the 5 damage that we just don't see yet. I'm not sure. Because life totals aren't updated from the attack, I don't think.
Finch has taken down one of these Legacy 1Ks before. I believe earlier this year he did.
I believe so. So we see days. I can't see anything else. Cards from the ponder are remaining on the top of the library.
Now we're see a brainstorm. Going to use triggers to filter those cards from the ponder off the brainstorm. What do we draw off that? Looks to be 2 lands and a daze. Not what we want to see there. But there is another brainstorm. I think there's now a bolt in hand.
Yeah, it's 2 lands. No, the hand is 2 lands, wasteland, brainstorm days after the first brainstorm.
Gotcha.
I have the stream up, so it's a little delayed, but I can see the cards a bit better. So we see both lands surveilled into the bin. Now the hand is DRC, Wasteland, Force, Hydroblast. Oh, Hydroblast, really good draw here.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, DRC, Hydroblast, Force, Wasteland, Daze is Jesse's hand currently.
Deciding on this. Take back initiative. I'm trying to figure out, like, this is a pretty I think advantage bar is still on Finch's side right now.
I would agree.
The Hydroblast definitely a really good draw here. Jesse is still resolving a brainstorm, right? If I can.
Yeah.
So.
With no untapped land though, to be able to cast this Hydroblast. So we're taking a relatively large amount of damage from these Chaos of Caves adventurers who are going to be basically reckless impulsing next turn.
6, take it back.
Grow their guy. 2 counters. So 5/5 DRC. Pretty scary stuff.
Finch is at 8 right now, which is
lethal on board.
which not only is lethal, but with the with Jesse having gone down, I believe, the path for the Undercity that leads to damage. On trap side.
Oh, right.
I believe
Yeah, so any hit would kill Finch here.
Finch is gonna have a lot of looks this turn though. We're gonna get
I guess
the chaos measure, so we're gonna see 2 cards get exiled from the top of the deck here for Finch.
Yeah, definitely. Finch is a little constrained on mana.
Yeah.
I don't know what is in Finch's hand, but
He's kept it pretty tight. I haven't been able to see much. Maybe a cavern. I'm not sure.
from Jesse's side, I think if Jesse makes it through this turn with both of her permanents in play, there isn't much that like she needs to live this turn, and then I'm pretty sure just has it next turn. Finch needs to essentially win the game on this turn.
Well, Solitude's a good start. Assuming there's a white card.
Solitude, Fable are the
So
cards.
this is 7, 12 damage coming in here, I believe.
This will
Yeah,
get
that's
to 6.
12, and then we're in
Yeah, so
Archon.
Finch's hand is Chalice. Chalice, Fable. And then maybe some other card. I'm not sure.
Well, we get archives here, right? We have to draw a card.
We believe so. Unless we were wrong and this is the turn the trap is happening.
This is the trap turn. I'm not sure.
I don't. Maybe.
But I thought because the second chaos was cast, they venture further.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's not been the clearest.
Yeah, the hand is Chalice, I think Fable, and a mystery card. But I feel like if that card was white, we would have fired off the pitch to cast Solitude on the DRC here. Yeah. Yes. Finch scooping it up here.
Yeah.
To see you take it down.
Yeah, so we see Grixis Delver win this one, which pretty much like I think those are exactly the types of games you need to be as Delver to win these. Like if Finch has white card there, Jesse had the force and blue card. So I don't think that there is really much of an out that Finch has there. But like I said, those are the games that you need to have as Grixis. You need to be able to disrupt. You need to be able to play your 1 mana three power creatures, and filter through. And like we said, the cards that they brought in were the Maguses, and I'm assuming we'll see the swords here. Here's hoping. So we have Derek Lanchi versus our buddy Ben on 4-color beans. This will be an interesting match. I think both the Teamer Delver player is actually more like Teamer mid range. I'm pretty sure we saw no Delvers in the list when we saw it earlier.
Yeah, no Delvers. We saw DRC's Questing Druids, Uros, and Minskin Boos. So we're looking more at like a Teamer mid-rangey kind of pile rather than like the traditional play my 1-drop and then protect it for the rest of the game kind of game plan.
Yeah, and our friend Mr. Slutsky wins the die roll, so he'll take the play here. And this matchup might be a little this matchup. So immediately mulligan. So I'm assuming he either saw all lands or saw no lands, and Derek's deciding on whether to keep. But this matchup, in my eyes, from the Beans player, is going to be a little tough. You're going to end up both players are going to try to accrue advantage with their cards that say draw cards. So Uro from Derek's side with especially Sylvan Library, and then from Ben's side, he's going to need to resolve his beans, which most likely he will be able to, and then play his elementals.
Yeah, so we have deck lists here, and we're looking pretty like we see 2 Terminus in Ben's list, which is very interesting. We see his own Uros, and then of course the 4 up the beanstalks, and then 4 brainstorm, 4 ponder, some swords as some early interaction. But
Yeah, it's kind of like it's the new iteration of the 4-color pile list. And playing, I'm assuming he's on 4 binding, in my eyes, I think the four color beans deck is favored here, except when that happens. Still very much prone to getting wastelanded out of the match. And you know what? Like that's just Derek saying, I'm gonna reset the game here. Very rarely does the teamer player want to or like does the Delver player or even like any type of tempo player want to wasteland on turn one so aggressively on the draw. And the reason you see him do it there is that Ben doesn't really have any turn one plays that he can make. So as a result of that, Derek's like, let's reset the game. Let me check to see if you kept another land. And in those perspectives, it's kind of like, hey, if you kept only two or one lander, Derek is very much it's a lot easier for him to play from the one land, two land perspective than it is for Ben. Ben does want to get to a critical mass of lands eventually.
Well, also another thing that's kind of overlooked is that if you wasteland the Triome, you need leyline binding you need two lands for binding to cost one mana with a Triome, but you need three if they're all dual lands, right?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
I
Absolutely.
feel like that's a very big perspective as to Ben's like very early game interaction being like leyline bindings. How do you feel about this Beans deck playing? Like in modern, you see the Beans deck play like you have all the cascaders who cascade into your beans, and then you just have like haymakers on top of haymakers. We're talking like Elish Norn, all the pitch elementals, but Ben only has like um leyline binding and like Lorien revealed, and like very few ways to actually like trigger the bean after
Well, you have
first.
you have Terminus. You have Force of Will is gonna like triggers your beanstalks as well. So like the way like you wanna the beanstalk decks in Legacy are or have a much different strategy than the beanstalk decks in Modern. The beanstalk decks in Legacy are going to be playing more so like the four color Zenith decks or like the controlled like the four color control decks. And essentially what you're going to be getting out of them is uh accruing advantage by not going down on cards because you free cast a Force of Will. So I think that the way that it's built in Legacy is the more ideal way. I think the way it's played in Modern is kind of like the forced way to you want to play, like they have to play it because they don't have access to Force of Will. They don't have access to putting Terminus on top of the Brainstorm.
Right.
If you're able to set up a Terminus that gets rid of one creature but also triggers a Beanstalk, you've essentially gotten a free removal spell out of it, right? And right here, that's what Lanchi's like. Lanchi right here is obviously like has most likely has a forcible in it. But right now he's playing into getting Terminus, and it's a tough spot to be in. And Lanchi would be aware that the Beans players are playing Terminus, so I'm guessing his hand has has
That
ways to battle
interaction, yeah,
exactly.
like a spell pierce or
Spell
something of the
Pierce, Force,
sort.
etc. Yeah.
Yeah, so we see three stifles in Lanchi's list, which is very interesting. Um, three stifles, one spell pierce, 3 days for force. So a lot of ways to interact with this terminus that we are
Yeah.
hinting at.
And that's the thing, like if I haven't seen Benjamin's hand. I don't know if he has a Terminus in hand. It's very possible that he finds one here and just puts it on top and then says, "Hey, I'm going to blind
Yeah.
put the Terminus, make you have the Force."
Yeah, so
Because
I can
and
see a terminus in hand currently.
yeah, exactly. And now we're going to get the Miracle Trigger, and then we might see a fight over it.
So Lanchi gets to take a quick peek at it with Mishra's Bauble.
And then boom,
And
Miracle Terminus, and here we go.
okay.
Yeah, straight to the bottom. And this is exactly what I'm talking about here. Like the deploy three there, that for me is a little bit of an overreach. Um,
It's just a really easy way to get blown out. And now
yeah. So
Ben's in the driver's seat for sure here. Has active ley
100%.
line binding. Um, and then can just start like kind of doing the dirtily thing and just accruing a bunch of value.
Yeah, exactly. And this brainstorm here, I'm not sure if he brainstorm locked himself on purpose. Um, he's gonna bobble his. Yeah, I think like deploying three DRCs there against a deck that you know plays Terminus, because it's not like I believe Anzid's been playing this deck a lot on Moto. To see that like that is the way that they have been playing, that's in my eyes just overextending. And sometimes you have to do it as the Delver player, because if you don't, you just won't have enough time to kill your opponent. Like you're not going to have enough of a clock. But I think two DRCs would have been safe there. You could have used this turn to deploy another one, play your brainstorm, really dig into your deck. And then we saw Stifle there targeting the Lorien revealed the cycling effect, which I kind of like because, like I mentioned earlier, the Beans deck really wants to get up to um, a critical mass of lands to deploy all their spells. And I think right now we have a 2 mana binding if he wants to play it next turn.
Yeah, so we see the Teferi get dazed by Derek here.
Yeah.
Very good play.
And
And
Teferi
so
is
we're seeing
really
just
good.
some draw. We're just seeing some draw go here.
Yeah. And
That stifling of the what's it called?
Lorien.
Um, yeah, of the Lorien reveal, really like showing how effective it is. We're gonna see a Uro here come down for Lanchi, and no real reason to counter this as it's just going straight to the bin. But getting to draw a card, putting a land into play, and having that Uro active for next turn, very important in this matchup, I would think.
Yeah, he want like Ben wants to find a swords to deal with that early next turn, or a
Yeah, well,
binding.
Ben has a ton of ways to deal with like an Uro, so I don't think it's the most of his worries, but it's a card that like that we've seen like if left unchecked can like just take over a game, as like many people know the Titans are capable of doing Uro Croxa.
Yeah,
They just sit there in the graveyard waiting for
I believe Ben has an endurance in hand. So right now, what we might see is a hard cast endurance.
yeah, fetch, get a Greenland hardcast endurance. We
And I
still have
think
yet to see this Minsk and Boo from Lanchi's side.
yeah, he has a one
Uh,
of in his main deck, right?
yeah, and then one in the board, I believe. It's a very interesting card to be playing in this deck.
Does
Never mind. No. Yeah. No.
Minsk
Yeah.
is in the bin?
One in the
Oh,
main, one in the sideboard.
so we have a tie. That's a Taiga.
Taiga, I
Yeah.
believe. Yeah.
So now we have the 2 mana. We do have the 2 mana binding up for next turn, and I think we're gonna see hard cast endurance.
Isn't it one mana? Because we have Scrubland, Trop, Taiga,
I
which
don't
is
think we have a
everything.
scrubland. That's Tundra.
Oh, it's Tundra. It's
Yeah,
Tundra. Sorry.
that's Tundra Trop.
So we have 2 mana. Yeah. So we're gonna see the hardcast endurance, like you said, and we're gonna see a Force of Will here.
Force, Exile, Force, I believe.
Force. Yeah.
Yeah, and this
So
is.
maybe we see like a, I don't know, like maybe like an escape Uro here. Like I'm not really sure.
I think if you're Lanchi, you definitely want to escape the arrow here, mainly because if your opponent, if you had a force there, if your opponent had force,
Oh,
you would
Minsky's in the
100% cast
bin.
it.
Okay.
There's no reason.
Unlucky.
There's no reason not to cast your like if Ben had the force like to force back there.
Yeah, he would have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so we're gonna see escaped Uro, Mystic Sanctuary on top to put Brainstorm on top first, and then Uro draws the Mystic Sanctuary or the Brainstorm. And now this Uro really needs to be answered by Ben, who has a lot of ways to answer Uro,
Yeah,
but
he has
he had 3 swords, 4 binding, like a lot of ways. There's a binding. Binding target Uro.
yeah, 2 mana binding, target the arrow, and then that arrow's done its job. It's drawn a couple of cards. He has the brainstorm in hand to find the next threat. Um, I think that we're at a pretty we're at like a kind of like a par value game right now. I do, like I said earlier, I do think that the longer these games go, the more that Ben is favored.
I
Um,
would 100% agree with that. Gonna see land go. So we see Force Brainstorm in the hand of Derek.
yeah, and I believe that that's an Uro in Ben's hand as well. And
See Uro, a card that Ben can deal with very easily, but a card that Lanchi would have a very hard time dealing with.
yeah, absolutely. Ben's leaving his graveyard out on display. And here we have
Brainstorm.
main phase brainstorm.
It takes Ponder, Brainstorm, and another card. Derek's hand is Unholy Heat. Never mind, not anymore. He ponders.
So we're probably just going to see a couple here. Yep.
Yeah, Brainstorm, Unholy Heat, land shuffled away by Derek. I feel like that Ben is a lot is pretty favored in this matchup specifically. I'm not sure how like the traditional Teamer Delver matchup would be like, but because of how Derek's threats are questing Druid and Murktide and Uro and these threats that are if exiled not very effective, you know what I mean? Like rather than Delver super clean, one mana comes down, it's a 3/2 on turn 2 and then you start attacking with it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I very much believe that the four color beans deck has the advantage in these matchups just because of how much cleaner their answers are to their threats. Like binding answers almost every single threat in Lanchi's deck. Um, and I agree with that wasteland there just to make the bindings cost more. Um, but I don't think that like Ben doesn't really care about that at the end of the day. Like right now he's gonna cast an arrow, he's gonna draw a card, and then
Yeah.
he's gonna be able to escape it next turn. I'm curious as to what oh, there's the trop. Okay.
Yeah,
So
so the Wasteland did take Ben off of second green, but he now has that with the fetch land.
mhm.
So he has double blue and double green available. So Lanchi's kind of in panic mode, I'd say here, to try and find a way to deal with this Uro.
Yeah, and
Because
he has
once
the
it
force,
resolves, or if
but
it resolves,
yeah. I like I said, I think Ben's in the driver's seat here.
I would agree.
We and this is kind of like the issue that I find with these tempo decks against these bigger control decks in Legacy. I've played a lot of the Teamer Grixis Delver versus the four color, five color Zenith piles. And these piles end up becoming um you always end up in the exact same board state at the end where you're deploying a threat and then you're gonna end up having it egg swords, having it solituded or something. Um and just like here, like this DRC doesn't actually do anything. It reads
Yeah,
surveil one because the arrow is gonna offset any life loss from it.
yeah. It's a 3/3, can't doesn't do much. We're gonna see a
That's the
I
Savannah, I
forget what that
believe.
one's called. Yeah, Savannah. So then we're 100% going to see a escaped arrow, I would assume. Oh, Misty, arrow.
Now, what the issue you have with these pile decks is that kind of like the same issue that blue white control players have in modern is that these decks are really easy to win with in on MTGO because if you're fast with your clock, you can get there. But these are the decks that you run the risk of going to time pretty frequently.
Right.
So we see Lanchi. I agree with Lanchi forcing that. If like once that arrow sticks, he's on a limited time to be able to deal with this sort of thing. I
So
just
we're just
don't.
going to take the same turn over again and see
Yeah,
how
pretty
that
much
goes.
exactly. And then here we go. I'll do it again, he says.
Well, yeah, this card is just 6/6, extremely hard to answer. Only answerable by one unholy heat in the deck outside of uh two lightning bolts or something like that. Or I don't know if Lanchi's on a brazen borrower, but these are just one of's possibilities in Lanchi's deck that could deal with this very large threat that draws Ben an extra card every turn, which is
Yeah,
not something you want.
I think Lanchi might have just called the judge because Ben knocked the top two cards of his deck, but I think it might be getting resolved right now. Now he's
The judge call go to the top of the deck. But
yeah, nothing was seen from what we can tell on our end. But yeah, so here we have another escape, and
Draws a
like
card. So we have Uro in hand, maybe a binding, I'm not sure.
What's this DRC doing here? Is it on the field? Is it
Yeah, it's delirious.
okay, so it attacked last turn? All right.
Yeah. So 1 bolt to the Uro, 2 bolts to the Uro. And so call me crazy, but with this fetch land on the battlefield, are we just gonna see oh never mind. With the swords, we're just gonna see this Uro escaped again for the third turn, I would assume.
Yeah,
Derek with
absolutely.
no cards in hand. There's no reason to do anything else here.
Yeah. And this is how Earl just takes over the game.
Yeah.
Which is why you'll see like post board, Derek will most likely bring in cards like surgical to deal with it
Yeah.
because you can't. You don't really have many more answers to it.
Yeah, in
And
blue
then
red.
um, and I'm trying to find Lanchi's deck list from earlier because it would have been
Yeah, it's the first one. We have things like Pyroblast in there, but then again, like you're
yeah.
just
Pyroblast is a great card, but at the end of
a
the day,
great
like you're
card.
still
But you're just removing it for a turn and then like Ben untaps and like we're doing exactly what we're doing this
exactly,
turn.
and you're trying to play this tempo game and you're trying to win quickly. But with only the DRCs and no Delvers in his main deck, it becomes a lot harder. You need to, like the 1 mana spell, the 1 mana creature is going to try to get there, but it's not going to do the best job of getting there. And Lanchi is playing 3 Euros in his list today,
Yeah.
so he might have it. He like I think had this match gone that he drew his questing druids instead of his DRCs, he might have had a better shot. But I also think that just deploying those 3 DRCs to the bottom of your deck and then putting them on the bottom of your deck just ends up rough. And like, look, we've seen this we've seen this entire game, and he hasn't even drawn his beanstalk yet.
Yeah.
And finally draws a beanstalk, and it just shows, hey, now every single spell I cast is also going to draw me a card. I can very easily go like 1 for 1 from here.
Yeah, exactly. Like who's gonna win if you're like casting Force of Will and your opponent's casting Force of Will, but they draw a card every time they do it.
Exactly.
So we're gonna go to sideboard here. Do you want to take a look at either list and I can take a look at the other maybe?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at Ben's list. So um Ben has a copy of Stony, a copy of Veil, 3 Carpet of Flowers, 2 Pyroblast, 1 Fawn, 2 Hydroblast, 2 Surgicals, 2 Lavinia Azorius Renegade, and 1 Aethersworn Canonist. The Veil is most likely coming in to deal with not getting his stuff countered. 100% you're bringing in carpets in this matchup. Pyroblast most likely. I'm not sure how Beans is would be sideboarding here because historically in these 4 color matchups versus Delver, you board out your Force of Wills and bring in your Elemental Blasts, because you know you're going to get into Pyro and Hydroblast fights. I'm
Right.
not sure if they still do that. So from my end, I'd assume that he wouldn't really like leave in a significant amount like of his forces because of that. Dress down's not really necessary. The Light from the Loam you might want just to deal with being like you don't want to get locked out of wastelands. But you don't want to overboard either. The 4th year Lingus is kind of like a liability. So
Yeah.
I'd assume like you're gonna leave in some Terminus. You might like your your main deck is just so strong that you're upgrading cards from your sideboard.
Yeah, for sure. On Derek's side, I'm not seeing a ton. I'm seeing like we have 2 Surgical Extraction, we have 2 Hydroblast and 3 Pyroblast. Cards that we could see come in. A card like Boseiju, who endures, a very strong card in multiple, like every format it sees play in. Um, could a card like that be seen for remedy to those like ley line bindings that we were discussing? Like, what do you think about that?
I think it's possible. Um, I also think that it could do well to keep Ben off of his like really like quick like domain plan of how like if you're able to besage you uh the Rafine's tower to so that the Rafine's tower into Volk doesn't give full or sorry, Rafine's tower into the Taiga doesn't give
Sure.
full domain. But it's the thing is like it answers the binding, it answers the beanstalk, but the games that Lanchi is winning, I'm not sure involve him activating like a Beseju. I
Right.
do see him bringing in like 3 copies of Power Blast to be able to say, "Hey, I'm going to counter your second Earl when you go to escape it, and then go from there."
What about some other threats in Lanchi's board? Things like the True Name Nemesis and the Minskin.
I would assume that True Name Nemesis is pretty much in this deck for this matchup. The Minskin I would also like because uh, the Minskin dodges the Pyroblast that we know that Ben is going to be boarding into. It's very unlikely that Ben will be boarding in any. I believe he had some number of Hydroblasts in his sideboard, and he's also not playing any kind of like land destruction. So it's very plausible that you're going to get up to 4 mana. So in my eyes, the Minskin is another threat that is able to draw you some cards afterwards. So I could see it definitely being the case here. Everybody sideboards a bit differently with these matchups, but I think it's possible to do that. And in my eyes, I would definitely want as many threats as possible. You want to be threat dense. You're very much the tempo deck here. You can't out control the Uro pile. They're going to draw more cards than you eventually. You're going to kill them with cards in their hand, and you want to kill them quickly. The thing is, you want to make it tough on them for them to spend their mana, and you want to make it you want to make their turns inefficient.
Yeah, we saw a lot of turns where like Ben would tap out and not have force up, and like if Lanchi could just like untap and slam a Minskin like those games would be a lot different. And I feel like that's a threat where like rather than being like, here's my 3/3 that surveils when I cast a non-creature spell, like you can put like an actual like you have to kill this or else it will kill you threat into play.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of what my mentality is with this is that that Minsky you're definitely bringing it in. I'm not sure what he's trimming. Um, I would probably trim on bolts, heats. Like Stifle's cute. You're on the play, so you might be able to get there. But I'm not a huge fan of Stifle, and it's like in current legacy. So most likely trimming that to actually like
To
affect the
bring in
card.
counter spells that do something, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So we're gonna see a turn 1 DRC. That is no longer, as it is Swords to Plowshares on
Yeah,
turn 1.
exactly. And that's exactly what Ben wants to do. He wants to like he needs to swords the first one, and then he hopes to play like a beanstalk here if he has it. If not, he passes and just says, "Yeah, you do your thing."
Yeah.
I'll happily
It's
do that.
kind of the like the me exact opposite of like the initiative deck that we were watching the round before. Whereas like the initiative deck like shoves its whole hand on turn 1 is like, here, can you beat this? Whereas the beans deck is like, okay, I'm gonna take you to as long as the game can go, and I'll beat you from there.
Yeah, exactly. And here, like this is a really aggressive surgical from Derek.
Yeah.
And Ben has the brainstorm because he probably has another swords in hand to hide it. At least at that point, he doesn't get mind rotted or anything,
Yeah.
or get like Ravens crimed.
hmm
So from there,
Well, the issue is that like so Derek's firing this surgical off really quickly. If Ben just goes like untap Uro, we could see like a repeat of what we had last game, don't you think? Like
yeah, absolutely. And the thing is that I see Derek's perspective here because he probably he wants to minimize the um amount of spells that very easily deal with his threats, like the efficient spells. So right now we have a judge call. I'm not sure what it is that Ben is asking or if he's just getting clarification. I'm wondering if he's
something about the surgical, I'm not sure.
I think he's asking, can I shuffle my deck before I give it to my opponent to see if
That's
you
exactly
actually,
right. Yeah.
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 And I don't think you can actually, because he wants to see, did you hide it?
You cannot. I don't know.
Yeah. And right now, Derek's gonna see his deck and be like, "Oh, you only have 3."
Yeah. The question was whether or not Ben could shuffle his deck like before surgical results so that the brainstorm cards would be hidden information technically, but no, you have to give
Yeah,
it over as is. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you have to
Nope.
give it over as is exactly.
So Ben's hand is currently 3 lands, a Leyline Binding, a Brainstorm, and something else. Is it 4 lands? I'm not sure. The one card is cut off at the bottom, but this hand's very reactive. Like not a lot of pressure or any threats from Ben's side here. So, which is again is what the deck kind of wants to do, but
Derek right now is just like, is there really, am I missing the fourth? Where's the fourth? It's like, did I miss it?
making
Because
sure.
like everyone's moto misclicked a surgical before, and he's just like, okay, am I being trolled here? This guy actually bored out of swords. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
And Ben right now is probably just sitting there saying, you can look through it, man. I'm not going to tell you how many there is in here.
Yeah.
And historically, these decks do play 4 swords, so this is pretty funny.
Yeah, this might be this is the fifth
Yeah,
the
you just
fifth
double checked.
the quadruple quintuple check of the deck.
Yeah.
Make
The
sure that there's no hidden fourth swords. It's not tucked in behind any card, but
Exactly. And so for those of you that don't know, when resolving a surgical extraction, your opponent searches your deck, passes it back to you to shuffle, and then they pass it back to you for you to reshuffle to do the cut or shuffle. Now this might end up biting Derek in the you know what, because like you said, if Ben's able to find um the next one, like the Uro, it can be tough. 3 mana. This is probably a true name right here.
so Derek's hand is currently Uro, Questing Druid, Engineered Explosives, Land, I believe.
Ah, okay, okay.
So this could be like a just tap out Uro. He knows that he has a Leyline Binding in his hand.
And there's no way
Okay,
for him to get full domain right here.
so this is an upkeep Questing Druid, it seems. Yeah, so he will have these cards until his next end step. Or not Questing Druid, but a Reckless
Yeah.
Impulse. The Reckless Impulse side of Questing Druid.
And right now, I'm assuming we're going to see Ben brainstorm away some of these lands.
Yeah, for sure.
He has a lot of lands in hand.
Mhm. So we see Derek on tap with his two cards that he can use at any time. Draw. So what do you think unless I'm seeing things, the engineered explosives in Derek's hand, what could you think could possibly be the reasoning of him playing that?
My assumption is that Derek believes the games that he's going to lose are going to be the games where his opponent draws multiple beanstalks. So
Interesting.
if that's the case, he wants to be able to answer 1 or 2 beanstalks. The other thing is that he definitely knows that these lists play some number of carpet of flowers. So if his opponent is able to go 1 carpet of flowers, 2 carpet of flowers, it's a very easy way for the Delver player to just get like destroyed in mana advantage, especially with the amount of like expensive spells that these decks play. So I'm assuming it's a hedge against those 2 cards,
Right.
which are really, really powerful half the time. Like,
Yeah. It's very interesting because the card like on this board state is literally like is very bad.
yeah, no,
Like,
I agree. Like, I don't think, and that's the thing. Like, you kind of, it's a hedge. You need like
yeah,
he
exactly.
sees those cards as being so powerful that he realizes of the vast majority of games that he's probably not going to be able to. He's not going to have an opportunity to cast them. But the games where he casts it and like resolve its ability are probably games where he's more likely to win.
Yeah, and a deck with a bunch of brainstorms and way to kind of put things back and like be like, look at this board state and be like, well, I don't need my engineered explosives right now.
Exactly.
Is so powerful. But a card that's as powerful as engineered explosives that you see in like modern, when engineered explosive cast, trust me, I've had engineered explosive cast against me, I don't know how many times. I've also named it with pithing needle, I don't know how many times. But like it's blowing up like 4 or 5 things. So to see it in like this context in such like a not like super fringe, but like I'm gonna pay 4 mana to blow up 2 of your beanstalks or something like that is just something that's not super like is not really seen from the
Yeah.
card.
See, and there used to be a time when like if EE got 1 card, you were happy. If EE got 2 cards, you were ecstatic. If EE got 3 cards, you were like GG.
Yeah.
And that was like kind of like back in like 2017 modern. We joke about it, but in today's like environment, like you said, EE is very much a haymaker sideboard card. But I remember boarding an EE against decks that had like 2 minute cards that read you lose the game. Like if I was playing like a Nexus list and I got like I would board an EE sometimes to deal with like a rest in peace or to deal
Right.
Warlock champion to deal with those kinds of threats. And this is what I was saying earlier is that these are the games that Ben is gonna have a tough time playing, because he doesn't like if he just gets wasteland locked out of this game, there's a very strong chance he loses. And there's 18 minutes left on this clock. Like Ben,
Yeah.
if Ben's gonna lose this game, he's gonna want to lose it quickly
Yeah,
because
for sure.
his deck does not win quickly. So, if I'm at like the 15-minute mark, I'll ask the judge how much time is left in this round. Let me figure out how much time do I have before I think, hey, I'm gonna scoop this one and let's just go next because I need to win my third.
Hmm.
Definitely don't want to like prolong these ones out. But
Yeah,
that loam wasteland lock is very powerful at a teamer.
yes, for sure. And Derek get paying off like his play on the surgicals really paying off here. As not only with this wasteland, he's going to be able to keep Ben off of the domain to be able to cast his leyline binding for cheap on his questing druid. He's also not scared of any swords or anything like that from Ben's side.
I think Ben has an opening here to Ben might have an opening here to cast a binding, right? If he gets a Volk here, he has essentially domain. Oh,
Yeah, so if
I'm
yeah,
not sure if
he'd
he
have
has the
enough
binding
mana.
yet.
His hand is Misty, Sanctuary. It's just a lot of lands, I think. I don't know. I can't see it very well. He's drawing for turn. Oh, maybe
Push
not.
back, says JK. Let me see. Let's see end stuff.
Maybe fetch first. I don't know. It's interesting. Oh, is he revealing Terminus? No.
No, he just got bobbled in upkeep.
Oh, okay, okay. So we have a Lorien revealed. So the hand is Misty Rainforest, Lorien revealed, Mystic Sanctuary, two more lands, Hydroblast. Very bad against this questing druid. There is a Leyline Binding in hand that we did not see get cast last turn. So we see Misty here. One fetch. So Ben can grab Taiga here and then tap both mana or tap both of his lands to cast Leyline Binding. No, okay, we're not going to see Taiga. So we're going to see Up the Beanstalk. Yeah, Up the Beanstalk, cantrip, draw card. Pass the turn. But Derek looks in a really good spot here. He has a myth full of cards and this Life of the Loam in the graveyard. And this Wasteland with this Scaling Questing Druid in play. Seemingly in the driver's seat here. So we're gonna see this same song and dance again of the Life of the Loam. Pick up this Wasteland.
Yeah, this is like I think at this point you kind of just have to pick them up. Say
yeah,
I don't think I can I don't think that Ben is in a position where he can realistically win this game here. And the onus is on Derek
Ben
to
to real
to
or
win the match quickly
oh yeah,
because Ben is up one. Um, the issue that I see here is that like this wasteland is just going to end up destroying all your lands.
yeah.
And I'm not sure how many basics is Ben even on? He's on an
I think
island in a
it's
plains.
he's on an island in a plains, I believe. Yeah, but yeah. Derek's just saying that my deck is better on three lands than yours is. And I'm just gonna keep hitting you with my 3/3 until you die. This is
Okay.
another scenario where like there's no pitch elementals in Ben's deck, so being cut on mana is really bad for him.
Mm-hmm. So he's cycling the Lorien revealed.
Yeah, he's
Derek
just The whole Earl problem's never a thing if you just never have 3 or 4 lands. So,
Yeah, exactly.
but yeah, it's very interesting to see Ben play this out. I wonder what he's thinking currently, because how he can really break this chain up of just untap, blow up your land, hit you for 4, untap, blow up your land, hit you for 4 kind of thing. So you're gonna see the Volk played off the Lorien revealed. 3 mana for a Burrow. And she says, that's good. Gains 3, draws a card. So
Now,
land.
something that um the Earl can mitigate um the Earl can mitigate getting wastelanded. The only issue is that I'm just not sure how many fetchable lands that Ben has left in his deck after getting wastelanded 3 or 4 times. Like I think he's been wastelanded either 3 times or 4 times now.
Yeah, it's been a lot. Yeah, so basically, I feel like Ben's thinking that is out here is like, hey, he has a Mystic Sanctuary in his hand. He can go, like, the only issue is that if Derek blows up his Trop, then he doesn't have second green source. But if he can put this Uro into play, he has to protect. He's not in the worst position.
Yeah, and I think that that's something that Derek's realizing right now is like I need to win this game, and right now, based off of the way that Ben's playing, Ben probably believes like he can prolong game 2 long enough that he can win the match off of just winning game 1. And like I said, these four like the 4 color lists are very much okay with winning that way. They make their opponent beat them, and it's kind of like the Almanath the Orion piles modded from prior to the ban.
Yeah.
They kind of played this prison control deck.
So Derek's looking through the graveyard, thinking about when he surgicaled and was looking. He looked 8 times for that 4th swords. Does you remember how many of each land was in that deck?
Mm-hmm. And he's like, right now, it's like, is Ben doing a hidden sleep trick? And here we go. That's a force targeting the life from the loam.
So this will break up this sort of
And
this
he's gonna
lock that Derek has on Ben.
draws a card from the beanstalk.
Free counterspell seems good. Land from Derek. Okay, hit you for what, 6?
Hit you for 6, I believe. He goes to 8.
But then Ben just goes untap. I'm gonna put this Uro into play and we're gonna see if you can deal with it, it seems.
The only issue there is that if Derek kept in forces, which he very much did, he might even have a power blast in hand. There's an argument here. Um, I don't know if there's no terminus in the graveyard, but to set up like a terminus or something, um, the the put an arrow into the onto the battlefield. Um, gets hit by a daze, gets hit like if he doesn't play land.
Well, so
So
I think what if you're well, you need second green if you're gonna play this Uro. So you have to go fetch. And with this mixed extinction where in your hand, you can go fetch, get like second Trop or Tiger or something, and then play Mystic Sanctuary and then put something on top of your deck that you want to draw with Uro.
mhm.
So maybe a little take backsies here from Ben.
No, I think right now he put the fetch triggers on the stack, and I think that
Okay.
Derek is stifling it right now.
Oh. Oh, so we're gonna see Sanctuary on top. Stifle would be a very good card here, as this is now lethal for Derek. Growing his questing druid. Okay, so we're gonna see surgical. Oh, and then the questing druid. Oh, this plays really hot actually. We're gonna see the reckless impulse of the questing druid, exile the surgical, and then him being able to cast it targeting the Uro in response to this fetch. Ben responding with his own brainstorm.
And there's that carpet we mentioned earlier, 2 ponders. And Ben at this point, I think Ben might just be packing it in here.
So why is the Misty? Oh, the Misty's on the stack. Okay.
Yeah, the Misty ability is on the stack right now. The
Yeah.
stack is currently
Yeah, I think there. Yeah, there we go. Hey, thanks for that, Derek.
yeah.
And so, yeah. So then this So this surgical will pump the druid, make the druid lethal next turn. Um, so Ben in a lot of trouble here, actually. And again, like we were saying, if somebody's gonna win in this, like, let's say 7 minutes, it's gonna be Derek and not Ben.
There still is very much like a hot, like the live draw of a Terminus somewhere.
Right.
So he's getting Terminus. I believe he's. I'm not sure what he takes here. Did he target the Uro?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So the hand is Fourth Aerolingus, Ponder, Carpet of Flowers, Leyline Binding, and Up the Beanstalk. Ben asks, hey, can you grab me a trop while you're in there? And Derek's willing to do so. Really cool play from Derek, though, using Mystic Sanctuary plus Questing Druid to be able to cast this surgical that he had in his graveyard.
Yeah, that is a very heads up play by him. And I think it's kind of just like one of those I've been playing with Mystic Sanctuary for a long time. You know, we used to have the Mystic Sanctuary Cryptic loop. We used to have like the Mystic Sanctuary Terminus loop.
Hmm.
Here's a carpet, and then he'll be able to get 4 mana out of him on this next turn.
So this could be like we could see Beanstalk plus Binding draw 2 cards.
Yeah,
We
that's
could
not.
see a large fourth Aerolingus.
Yeah,
Like Ben's
exactly.
not out of this game by any means.
No.
So we're gonna go down to 4 floating, I would assume. Draw a card. And then he can make his fourth Aerolingus, what, 6 mana, make 4/2/2s and draw 2 cards? Or
There's
no,
one mana.
maybe no, he can. Yeah, so there's a binding.
Yeah,
He's gonna
cast
draw
bind.
2 cards.
I'm assuming gonna target the druid.
Yeah. Target questing druid. Land, pay 2, cast Teferi. Oh,
And
this is a very,
this Teferi is
very
definitely
big
like
turn.
if there was unless there's a daze, then we're pretty much in a situation where
Yeah, this is
yeah.
just, yeah.
So I think Ben that turn, although looked kind of rough for Ben, I think he was waiting for Derek to commit to a line for him to play out his cards. And once you commit to a line like that and you're able to answer the board, right now there's 5 minutes left in this match. I don't see Derek winning this match in 5 minutes. It's we're at the point where he can't get the wasteland, like he can't get wastelands back. And I might have misspoken earlier when I said, you should pack them in. Um, Ben's been playing these 4 color piles for a while. I think he might have taken down one of these legacy events recently. But the Beanstalk deck shows you the power of Up the Beanstalk. And like I mentioned earlier, if had the EE like had him been able to answer one of those beanstalks, and then had the EE for the surgical, maybe he would go for that line. But this is a rough spot.
Well, yeah, it's just, it also shows you like the power of like Uro being like, Ben has it. That doesn't mean he's gonna cast it, right?
Mhm.
So, like, we're gonna see, like, I would assume we're gonna see a force on this Uro, and Ben's just gonna draw 2 cards off of it.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna force it. He can't counter it back.
Just a quick note here for the light totals. We correct the light totals based on the last surgical we missed the damage. Missed the it's 14-7.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, so 14-7 life totals. Yeah, you force this this is a
But again, like in
draw
this
two.
match, Derek's life total could be 1. Like it doesn't matter
Yeah,
really. Like
exactly.
it could be 300. I don't think Ben has any intention of like really killing him. So
Well,
it's kind
at
of
this
up to
point,
Derek
he
to.
can kill him.
Well, he
Like,
can, but I'm
yeah.
saying that like
No,
regardless.
exactly. He just needs to prison him out. He just needs to not
Yeah.
lose this game. He's gonna get a plus on this Uro. He's gonna be like
So it's surgical.
he has access to 5 mana this turn.
Wait, it's
From
5
the
plus the
carpet.
carpet. Yeah,
Yeah,
so he has
yeah, that's
10 mana total. So
exactly.
we see Ponder,
Here's the fourth.
surgical, fourth, yeah, fourth arrow
Here's the
Lingus.
combo. exactly. Well played by Ben. And I think the defining play of that game was forcing that life from the loam. I think Derek got really like keyed in on play of, hey, like I'm getting this life from the loam right here. I think there was an opportunity for Derek to look back and say, okay, my opponent, it knows that I have this life in the loam and knows that I've been wastelanding him. How do I play this turn in a way that doesn't play into what Ben wanted to do? And with Derek committing to, okay, I'm going to life in the loam and get back this wasteland, that gave Ben the opportunity to come back and say, hey, I'm actually not going to let you do that. I'm going to play this. I'm going to get my 4 mana on my turn. That's not to say that I don't know what Derek could have done differently, but I think that that's an important thing, an important realization to have, especially in Legacy, where if your opponent lets you do something, it's kind of, you kind of got to ask yourself, like, okay, why are you letting me do this?
Yeah, the interesting thing that it's easy to get keyed in on, like, not saying that Derek got keyed in or like tunnel visioned or anything, but it's like so easy, like just as a Magic player, like to just be like, oh, I'm just blowing up your lands every turn, and like you can't do anything about it, right? And like it's
Exactly.
just such a powerful thing to do that it's like you kind of like sell yourself short and be like, oh well, there's nothing else I could do here, really. Like what I'm doing is so inherently powerful. So like
Exactly.
it just seems like the face up line to take, but like maybe there's a line where he could have went differently, or maybe Ben had the force when it mattered and was able to turn the corner after that.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with you.
Yeah. Sweet game for sure. Seeing how powerful Beanstalk was. We saw how powerful Questing Druid was in this game as well. Unfortunately, I'm sure Lanchi, when he was thinking about that line, it didn't pan out the way, like the exact way he was looking when he got that surgical back, but the whole idea of like kind of Snapcaster Mage-esque, like putting this back on top of my library and then being able to recast it off of my Questing Druid Reckless Impulse is just really cool in my opinion.
Jack, you are a lone commentator for 20 minutes of this round, and then we will have.
I tried to find someone in the meantime, but he's not probably answering me. So, all right. Yes, I will try to do the solo then. All right, so it seems that we have Boston back in the feature match playing some versus Delver. I mean, and on the left we have Josh Crank playing Mono Black Helm. Starting the game out with a ley line, pretty good start for this matchup. Definitely going to help, but we do see Boston having the turn one Delver here, which is a really, really good start against this pregame Leyland of the Void. Go see Mystic Swamp here from Josh Crank and a Chrome Mox. Would imagine the Soulless Resolve. I can't quite see what the hand is from Boston. Doesn't seem like we have any permission there. Going to be imprinting a Beseech the Mirror underneath that Chrome Mox. If we could keep the Beseech under the Chrome Mox, it would probably be better for for coverage. Going to cast a Dark Ritual here. So we're gonna have a 4-mana available this turn, and we're just gonna see a Helm Stick right away. And Boston has nothing for it, so it seems like this game may end now. So we're gonna go right to game 2 with this Helm just taking the game away very quickly. Looking at the deck list here, let's see what we have here. So in the sideboard of the Helm deck, we have a bunch of chalices in the board and a bunch of Shielders Edict in the board. I would imagine we would see a lot of those cards brought in here. And cards you would probably consider cutting here. I'm not entirely sure. There are a lot of cards I could see being reasonable. Maybe Opposition Agent might not be the greatest. I could see that. So, and then for Boston, I would imagine we'll probably just see some Force Negations, maybe some, yeah, we're seeing some Fawns brought in,
the Pithy Needle, some Meltdowns, as well as that. Not totally sure. I mean, from my experience playing this matchup, I would probably put Boston slightly ahead here, but not having the force for that turn one was definitely very relevant. I would imagine now when it comes to Boston mulliganing, he'll be a little more wanting to find a force in that opening hand. Well, our players are still sideboarding. Quick shout out to Chimera Gaming, the organizer for this 1K non RCQ. Chimera is a games we're out of Kitchener Waterloo that is running events every single week. We have 1Ks every single weekend, and RCQs pretty much every other weekend. Always fantastic events, always being ran with incredible staff, incredible TOs, and always just a general is very good time at Chimera Gaming. All right, players are shuffling up for game two now. Boston is going to be on the play, I would assume. I assume this is a win-in for top eight.
34 players. We are going to a round 6 after this.
It's 34 players. Okay. I thought it was 32. All right, we're going to see a Volk followed up with a Delver here for Boston and playing on the bobble there. WL to bobble trick with that bobble to try and flip this over. For those that don't know, you can play the bobble and then on your opponent's turn activate it. And then depending on what the top card of your deck is, you can decide whether or not you want to draw the card first with the bobble, or if it's in instant or sorcery, you can use that card to flip it with Delver and then draw the card off bobble and then take a draw for turn. That way you have can decide whether or not you want to flip your delver or not, which I would imagine during the time you would. Gonna see agate names here, bolting Josh down to 17 and playing a Chromox. I do see a chalice in the hand for Josh. I believe that is an opposition agent that we are imprinting. Curious to see what Josh's plan is this turn. We're starting with a dark ritual. Looks to be the case. We are going to see a chalice for 1 hit the field, using the ritual to play around days. And now we're seeing a bowmaster on the presumably if it resolves over targeting the delver. Does Boston have the days here or a force? He does not. This is not great for Boston now. His bobble also now going to deal him a damage if he chooses to crack it. You'll see Boston play a Slotting Tarn and fetch down to 19. Hopefully we have like a second Bowmaster, or hopefully we have a Bowmaster of our own to answer the opposing Bowmaster on the side of Josh Crank. It's gonna be edicts and naming non-token creature. Now we're gonna be able to look at the top card of the deck of Josh Trank and we'll be able to draw that card there. I believe Wasteland is the draw there for Boston. Gonna be attacked on for 1 down to 18 by this Orc Army token. It's gonna be a pass from Josh Crank, I think. I believe was the hand gesture there. And that is the case. So now Boston is going to be able to wasteland away this Agate's Awakening and absolutely cripple Josh Crank from being able to do a whole lot here. Now, if Boston can find a meltdown, this game is just over. Will hit the Chromox as well as the Chalice, leaving Josh with just a 1/1 Orc Army token if nothing can be found. But Urborg is going to be the draw set here for Josh Crank, and we're going to have 2 mana once again, but not a whole lot in the hand going on for Josh. I think I see a Shieldred, a Thoughtseize that's being bound under the Chalice. Going to be a Volk for Boston there and passing the turn back. Another land for Josh, and attacking him down for 1. Mishra's Wobble, the draw set for Boston. Going to crack that right away and see what card is being drawn. That's going to be an opposition agent being flashed at the end of the turn. This is increasing the clock a little bit here for Josh. Now on a 4-turn clock, Saga is now the play for the land for turn. This is going to definitely require an answer from Boston. It's going to create quite a bit of pressure, with the first token being a 3/3 and the second one being a 4/4 into a 5/5. Now the shield is going to resolve. This is not looking very good for Boston. We're not able to answer the Shieldred. We're going to be taking 8 damage this turn. Seems like the Shieldred trigger has been missed potentially. Yeah, I believe that's what the players are trying to figure out here. I believe that trigger is missed. I mean, yeah, we're just gonna pack it up. Boston did not find the meltdown he needed, and the game just was not able to. Not a whole lot was Boston able to do there. So that's me, Josh Crank, winning this match with Model Black Helm. So we're gonna have the first Delver mirror of the
The first classic legacy matchup, Delver v Delver.
yeah, finally a Delver mirror on camera. These are always really interesting to commentate. A lot of back and forth.
The lack of actual Delver is actually kind of funny. Like he's not. They're not actually like.
Yeah,
It'll be
yeah,
really-
yeah. There's only 4 copies of Delver in this Delver mirror.
But it's like the entire idea of it is pretty good. I actually think that in this matchup, because Boston and I played this a bit just at the RC just for a little bit, just like Griggs is
Gentlemen, what are your
winner.
records today?
Okay,
So
Okay.
Derek is X11. So that would be what? That would be 311. Yep. And
this is a
Boston.
win and end for Chi.
Any relevant information?
Possible, depending on standing, maybe Boston is live as an X2. I'm not sure what the breakdown is like for standings. We don't have access to the standings currently.
Yeah, I think there might be like in a 32 player tournament, and if there's
34.
X11, 34 player, yeah, 34 player tournament with Lanchi on a winning in for X11. I'm assuming Boston is also on a winning in. We've seen him at the top tables a few times today, so I'm assuming he has good breakers. Just based off of that alone. So if there is an X2 that make it, it would be most likely Boston because he's getting the pair down here, and
Yeah.
last round is when breakers matter the most.
Yeah.
Or getting the pair up. So I think, to be honest, I don't think that Boston is favored in this matchup. I think Questing Druid is a tough card to keep up with from a card advantage perspective, especially because it doesn't physically say draw a card. It kind of makes it so that your bowmasters are not as good as they could be. They're still really, really powerful in this matchup. And then Uro is just a tough threat to deal with from Boston for Boston game 1. Same with Minsenbu. So we'll see what happens here. I think that this might be a
Bowmaster is going to pull a lot of weight in this mirror, though. Like just Bowmaster is overall has been a very, very powerful card in the Delver mirror is going to be pretty important. While Lanchi's deck might be a little bit more proactive, I think Boston still has pretty decent chance here. So we're gonna start this game off with a Volcanic Island from Boston into a Ponder, debating whether or not he wants to shuffle these. I would imagine it's not gonna be a shuffle. Yeah, we're gonna keep it as is here and draw the card. Looks like DRC was the card that was drawn here for Boston.
Boston. They both kept 7, right?
I believe so. Boston may have mulligan. I'm not sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Lanchi is bobbling himself, and then right now deciding whether or not.
We're gonna wasteland Boston.
Reset the game.
Back to turn 0.
So we'll see. Does Boston have the follow-up land here? It looks like he has a Misty in hand.
Yeah. He does have the Misty, but imagine is that the only land in his hands, or is there a second Volk in his hand? I think I believe I see a second Volk in his hand.
I always find it interesting because in Legacy, there's always this idea. At least I hear new Legacy players say this, is that you very rarely wasteland on the draw turn 1. And I feel like it's so nuanced that there are situations where you do it. And Lanchi found an opportune moment to do it in the sense of there's no turn 1 threat. I might have lands. Let's see how many lands Boston has in his hand in order for him to set up the turn 1 wasteland. But yeah, I think it's interesting to see. It's not super common to see, mainly just because you usually see Delver deploying a threat turn 1, right?
Mm-hmm. We're gonna see Boston play Misty, fetch it, and ponder once again. Not opting not to shuffle the deck and draw that card once again. Going to see Lanchi start this turn with a bobble, targeting himself, doing a little bobble tricking here, deciding if he wants to keep that card or not. Opting to choose to get rid of it here. Not a
Yeah.
card that he is interested in drawing this turn. Going to see him fetch a volcanic island here. Might see a DRC possibly. Might see a ponder here. I believe we're going to see a DRC happen here. You know, we're going to see a ponder happen. Okay.
The bobble shuffle trick. I love how much I love how it was basically only really seen in modern for a long time and making its way to legacy, especially since DRC's printing. But the bobble shuffle trick, like, it gives you a little bit of percentage points there. Nice to see. Big fan of it personally.
We'll see him draw that card off the ball. Trigger is not missed. Love to see that. But I mean, I'd be very surprised if he missed a trigger. Lanchi's a very deliberate player.
Yeah, both players
There you
well
go.
known in Southwestern Ontario for playing and type play, making sure that they both will not both I'd assume both haven't missed many triggers on the day.
Yeah. All right. Boston starting turn with the Volcanic Island. See what he's gonna play a DRC here. And now we're gonna see a pass the turn over to Lanchi.
One thing I'll say about Boston is that I feel like when you are in these tempo mirrors, these like Delver mirrors, from a deck perspective, but not from a deck perspective, but from a player perspective, Boston has played these matchups so many times that I feel like he has the advantage in the player sense. But it's always like great to see him play these Delver mirrors. I thoroughly enjoy it. I know that when the Legacy of the North coverage was coming out, it was fun to see. And to I believe Boston played against Jesse on coverage there, and I was speaking to some friends of mine, and it kind of just felt like Boston held the advantage. The entire match just was like, I'll allow this, I'll allow that.
For sure. We're gonna see Lanchi start play this turn with a DRC as well as a Wasteland and Bobble as well. Opting to bin the days off that Bobble, it seems.
Do you like
Yeah.
this upkeep wasteland here?
Um, I don't think I do.
I'm
I
not sure. I feel like it's one of those plays that players might just make because they can, but here it kind of just blows you out right here. Like you like the upkeep. I don't know. I like that is a very I feel like that's kind of a blunder there to let Boston get one an opening to resolve a bowmaster, but two like giving Boston the ability to use that mana in his upkeep. If he had a brainstorm in hand, could have potentially cast it. But yeah, not a fan. So Boston played his bowmaster and deploys an underground sea.
we did see a Bowmaster hit the field here. I believe a Daze was cast potentially, or no, it was just it was UC, and then the Wasteland resolved, and we played a second UC. Gonna see Trump play here from Lanchi, followed up by a DRC. This bubble not really able to do much here with his Bowmaster in play. It'll like just kill one of his own creatures if he does that, or maybe he's currently delirious. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, I believe it's delirious because we saw the attack come through.
Mhm.
I think from that perspective, I think Boston would trade off the DRCs if they were able to trade each other.
But
Uh,
seems like he does not have that option. You're gonna see a
yeah,
brainstorm here from Boston, binning that spell here into the yard. Brainstorm is going to resolve.
I kind of like keeping the spell pierce just because we know that the questing druid and seek the beast, how powerful it is out of Lanchi's deck. Um, Basically leaving the one mana up representing that pierce could be really powerful for Boston.
I think Boston is looking for a way to answer some of these threats on the board as well,
Yeah,
so he can try and start getting in some damage here. I believe this is current goal.
might have found it. We'll see.
He did find the bolt and isn't going to kill a DRC, getting that trigger with the DRC. You're bidding the strand that you put back on top with the brainstorm. One of the nice things about brainstorm and DRC is that you're able to use the two cards there in combination with each other to kind of unlock yourself from that brainstorm.
Yeah.
Looks like we'll see a bobble being cast as well.
Yeah, I like the aggro play from Boston there. Um,
Seems like the bobble was also cracked there by Lanchi. So, but we are going to see in the upkeep with I believe with the bobble trigger on the stack is going to be trying to kill this Bowmaster, which is going to resolve.
yeah, I'm a big I do really like the interaction that you mentioned with Bowmaster, sorry, DRC and Brainstorm, like giving you another opportunity, giving you another way to clear the top of your deck with cards that you put there from Brainstorm without having to use a fetch land, has led to these mirrors being very, very intricate.
Mm-hmm. Going to see another DRC deploy here by Derek Lanchi. Going to trade the DRCs away, and we're going to see Boston deploy a Murtai, which if it resolves, it's going to put in a lot of work here for Boston, and hopefully we'll end this game relatively quickly if Derek does not have the force here.
Murktide, kind of a difficult card for Lanchi to deal with pre-board. Not like he's playing any red blast effects main deck, and only really has, I believe, the one heat. So this Murktide region is unboltable at this point. So we'll see how this one plays out. So far, I think the players are pretty par on from an advantage standpoint. So there's an Uro. I believe that Uro was binned from the DRC earlier, right, Jack?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Yes, that would make sense.
And then the Uro could be very problematic. Oh, I like that daze. Let's see if I wonder if there's a daze back or a force or something.
I believe I see a force and a blue card in Derek's hand.
I think it's worth it to force. Not sure.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think I'll force back here. Derek opting to let the days resolve and is just going to try to Earl again once more next turn.
yeah, I kind of like. Ooh, that
Second Murktide here.
that is massive. You're gonna.
Now it's a force.
Yeah, even then, you still have that Murktide is the Murktide on the battlefield still grows
It
based
sure
off.
does. I believe that's gonna become
Yeah,
9-9 or an 8-8 now.
yeah, and that's a
Yeah,
fast
that's a
clock.
9-9. That's all that's going to kill Lanchi very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's a good chump block right there. And I guess Lanchi might have sniffed out that second Murktide region, hence why he didn't force the days on the Uro. My only concern here is that even with this Uro on the battlefield, Lanchi goes up to 16, goes up to
Well, he took 9 this turn, right? So he's at 4.
no, the DRC the
Oh,
DRC
did it?
chump
Okay.
blocked. Yeah, so he goes up to 16, 9. Oh, he's at 15 from fetch. So he's at 15 to 13. So right now, even with an attack from the Uro next turn, I think that Boston might be in a really good spot here. Like this Murktide is a very, very lethal threat. I don't
We're gonna keep
see.
actually fire for brainstorm here with as the lone card in hand. Question Druid and Days among the 3 cards here are Question Druid, Days, Brainstorm. So a lot of interesting options here for Derek. Unsure what you want to put back here. I am on a small delay as I've moved over to the Twitch stream just to see the battlefield a little more clear.
Yeah, I've had both open. um, I think from the perspective of Boston, you're in a pretty happy spot right here. I think
Yeah.
you can't this 9-9 Murktide region.
That's not unholy heat. That's huge.
Yeah, that's massive because
Because Boston currently has delirium, so he's able to kill this Uro. And it'll force Derek to choose if he wants to recommit casting that once more. But with when attacking with the Murktide, puts Derek down to 6, which if you recast his Uro, you're gonna go up to 9, and you're gonna die. Oh no, it's only 3 types. There's a Murktide, Bowmaster, Bobble, and a land in the yard. So no, it's only 3 types. It's not enough.
yeah, I think if he had delirium, I think Boston just shoots that off on his turn, and then makes Lanchi just spend his mana to recast because if he tries to go for it on his turn, there's a chance that he gets hardcast Force of Will. But even then, like Lanchi, I believe right now is at I believe he's at 6.
He is at 6, yes.
So if he goes down, if he goes up to not like even if he attacks with arrow gains 3, he goes up to 9. Like I don't see him getting out of this one. And even with that, like you still have the orc army token that can chump block here. Flashes in a bowmaster in response to the arrow trigger. Net gain 2. And
we're going to seek the beast in response to this, finding a brainstorm and a force of will. Those are some pretty good cards right there.
can you cast Force of Will off of the for its alternate casting cost from
Yeah.
Seek the Beast?
Do so.
Hi there, chat and casters. L1 Judge here. You are in fact allowed to cast the alternate casting cost.
Thank you, Eric. Yeah, I think that Bowmaster on the stack.
This is a very convoluted stack or board state.
Yeah, I think with this Bowmaster on the stack, Lanchi's got decisions to make, and I believe that the Forcible is tough because it loses you 1. I think he wants to find like a DRC or something to chump block this Murktide, but even if that's the case, this Bowmaster here is gonna ping for 1, deal 1 for the actual amount, like from the actual draw card. So net gain 1. And Lanchi's entire game, like his entire turn, might have been based off of gaining, like leaving this turn 3 life higher than what he started at.
It's very possible.
So we see a bolt in hand, and then he's deciding right now. I believe this is he's resolving a brainstorm right now, right?
I believe that is the case.
What do you think Lanchi's thinking about here between like his brainstorm decision?
I'm not entirely sure.
I like I'm currently trying to figure out, is Lanchi not dead on board? So right now he's gonna exile a blue card. To force, take 1, go to 5.
So you go to 5 up to 8 from the Uro.
Yeah.
Down to 7 from the Mystic Sanctuary.
Draw a card.
Yeah, these last totals are not correct currently.
Yeah, I believe he's I'm pretty sure right now the Euro trigger is on the stack, and then he's gonna Mystic Sanctuary. Has he put anything on top from Mystic Sanctuary yet?
Don't know. I'm not even sure what he's looking for here. Is there a borrower in his deck?
I think he's looking for I think
Harrison's
he's
deck?
no, I don't think so, but I believe he's looking for a DRC.
There's
Like
no
he's
borrower. Yeah, okay.
he's
No,
looking
no. There is one borrower.
okay, so even if that is the case, he right now I think his out is finding a Dragon's Rage Channeler, and he finds it.
Yeah, he does find it, so he is going to be able to live one more turn if this DRC is able to go unanswered.
We know that Boston's hand is a land right now. I'm curious as to why Boston bowmastered pre-combat.
I don't believe it was pre-combat. I'm pretty sure it was
Or
in
like
response
in
to-
attacks, yeah.
It was in response to the Euro trigger.
Finds brainstorm. Oh,
Which should not be delirium, and now we're able to kill the DRC,
yeah, exactly. So that's good.
and that'll be lethal. Going and we'll see Boston win game one. Game one.
Yeah, it scoops him up. Yeah, I'm curious. He my one question, maybe you can answer. How would you feel about holding the bowmaster to after combat? You chump block the Uro with your 1/1, and then playing the bowmaster post combat. Ultimately, I think it ends up being the same thing. Like you end up seeing the Seek the Beast, but I wonder how that turn could have played out differently. I think he was trying to get the extra ping off of the Uro trigger.
Yeah, I think like wanting to get the extra ping there is like pretty understandable. I think I also would have made the same play as Boston. So going into the sideboards here, you're gonna see a lot of out of Derek. We're gonna see Hydroblast, some Hydroblast potentially, as well as maybe this TNN. I would be a little surprised to see it come in, but maybe he thinks that's worth it. And then out of Boston's deck, we're going to see. What are we going to see here? We're going to see uh, Pyro, Reb, maybe the Shieldred's Edict, as well as these counterbalances. I love counterbalance in the Delver Mirror.
Yeah, the Delver Mirror counterbalance is just like it's kind of one of those things where it's very, very powerful, but I feel like I every single time I've personally played it, every single time it's either played against me or I've watched someone play it, I'm like, that card's busted. And then every single time I play it, it just like eats like a counter spell, or like I just can't blind flip anything. Like my opponent like casts a power like casts a 1 mana spell, and then I blind flip like my one of like Murktide or that's left in my deck, and it's like, okay, cool. But I agree with you. I do really like I do think it is correct to bring in. I'm curious, like, because he's playing the questing druid Seek the Beast, and
I would, yeah, I think the question is Boston supposed to cut all of his forces? Because typically in the Delver Mirror, that's like what you do, right? Is you just like you like 4 forces out right away because like it's a very resource intensive mirror
yeah,
where force will is just not the type of card that you want to have.
no, I agree.
Now it may be slightly different.
Yeah, I think Lanchi can leave his forces in because he has like the questing druid Seek the Beast card advantage engine. Personally, I don't think that Boston can afford to leave them in.
Mhm.
Just based off of the like you said, the how intensive it is from a resource perspective. It's basically like you're forcing yourself to mulligan when you cast a force of will. So I don't think that there's enough heavy hitting spells for him to be worried about from that perspective. um Hydroblast, god, I love
So
this card.
So we're gonna see this game with Lanchi playing Volk Return, and then Boston on a turn going with a Flooded Strand for Volcano to play his DRC, which you're gonna see get attempt to be Hydro Blasted by Lanchi here. Boston's
Boston has.
not he wants to daze here, and he's going to elect the daze here. We're
I
gonna
like
see
the days. I like that.
Derek has the daze here. He does not.
Yeah, personally, I'm a fan of the days right there. You know that um I think you kind of just have to do that on the in this situation. Um Keep your threat on the board and allow yourself to try to win the short to medium game, because we know that Uro is a tough card to deal with from Boston's perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I'm taking a look at deck lists right now.
Is that a Ponder from Dursa? Yes, it is. Looks like he may have chosen the shuffle. I'm not totally sure.
As the Grixis Delver player, do you bring in Cage in this matchup?
Unsure, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Boston board into a number of surgicals.
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, do we think that surgical, or like do we like Cage? Do we like surgical better? And I agree. I'm not sure which one I would prefer here. I do like surgical from the perspective of like sometimes you just surgical an opponents like Ponder, Brainstorm, Bolt, a card that you know that they're running four of and you're very happy to get rid of. But yeah, I agree with that. I'm taking a look, like we haven't seen him draw any of his looks like what might be sideboarded cards. Did Boston do the Bauble Delver trick there?
I think he may have.
So for those of you that don't know about the Bauble Delver trick, is that you bauble yourself on your opponent's end step, and then on your turn, on your upkeep, because you're the active player, you have the decision as to whether or not you reveal from the Delver first or you draw your card first. So if you saw a card from the Bauble that was an instant or sorcery, then you would presumably resolve your Delver trigger first. But if you ended up seeing a non-instant or sorcery card, then you can draw that card, and then you have a higher percentage chance of seeing it just based off of the numbers game.
Okay, so on turn here, played by Derek, and passing the turn over to Boston. Carbos cast on that Delver earlier. Volk return from Boston. To see what he elects to do this turn. I think I see a counterbalance in his hand.
Yeah, I think I saw Unholy Heat, Lightning
No,
Bolt.
that's a Murktide in his hand that he's looking at.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure his hand right now is Murktide, Unholy Heat, Bowmaster, Bolt.
And Days, I believe.
Yeah, perhaps the days, yeah.
We're electing to go right for that Murktide there, which is going to be a 4/4, it looks like.
I like it because I think Lance only has a couple of cards left in hand, right?
I believe so. And this is going to be a pretty fast clock.
These matches, I feel like the amount of lands that you draw matter. And I very much feel that when you end up in a situation where you have 4 lands to your opponent's 3 lands, and your opponent was on the draw in Legacy, sometimes it's like my opponent, I'm like, how the heck do you have so many lands in hand? And it's usually just, oh, I forgot that you were on the draw and that I've played an additional land or two compared to you.
So we see that Derek opted to fetch Mr. Sanctuary there to rebuy that Pyroblast that was earlier spent on the Delver, but is now going to be able to be recast and kill this Murktide Regent, really showcasing the power of Mr. Sanctuary in these Delver decks. Right now, we're going to see Boston cast Bowmaster in the incept of Lanchi. Not a whole lot going on from Derek's side. Boston trying to mount some more pressure here. Gonna go ahead and attack for 2, putting Derek down to 11.
Lanchi just passes back, and Boston's happy here, just swinging in with his 2 power.
Up into the brainstorm to cast a brainstorm here. He's gonna resolve
like
Delta, Bowmaster, and Delver are the draws for Boston off this brainstorm. Not quite sure what was put back here. Looks to be Days plus Polluted Delta.
Yeah, I believe it was Days and Delta, which I like. I think it's like Boston just wants to deploy some threats here. I think he's gonna
Yeah,
play
this Days is going to expire, or I believe
Yeah.
has expired.
Yeah, the Days has absolutely expired. And if I'm Boston here and you've been watching Lanchi play today, I'm wondering, like, what are the chances you play around the stifle?
Uh, hmm. That's
Like
interesting.
we know that Lanchi,
Well,
like,
we saw Stifle in game 1. Oh, we're gonna see a Minskin here cast from Lanchi, and it looks like it is going to be bolted with the boo trigger on the stack. So we will have the ability to get a boo, I believe. But no more Minsk.
yeah, I think
Or do we miss the trigger for the? Oh, there it is. Okay, there's a boo, and the fetch is going to be stifled. And we're going to draw that Days,
yeah, there we go.
which actually, even though we didn't really want the Days, kind of worked out kind of well for Boston here because it means we get to guarantee this double flipping.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
You're gonna see the
There's
Bowmaster here shooting down the hamster, RIP Boo. And then we're going to get in for 6 damage here. Putting Derek to 6. Boston has lethal on board. Derek needs to put something on the board this turn.
Yeah, I do like the fetch after my Delver trigger trick as well. That one's always a fun one.
You're gonna see an Uro here from Lanchi, which is a decent start, but that's only gonna net him 1 life gain, and it's gonna make this Bowmaster or the Orc army here a 4/4.
We're also gonna see, like, we know he has a Days in hand, so it's not like he can even deploy this Uro out. He has to play out the DRC. Like, Lanchi knows that Boston has the Days in hand from the Delver flip. So I think you're just kind of in a rough spot here, as
I
like
believe
this is GG.
I believe we're just on no moves.
Yeah, this is on this is
Unless this I mean we see Derek counts the numbers playing a DRC, which I believe is going to die to the removal spell currently sitting in Boston's hand. Assuming there is delirium in the graveyard, which I don't believe there is. But also Derek is just dead on board. We
Yeah,
attack
that is
we attack with everything. He's forced to walk the
army, and he takes 5.
or how big is this? Yeah, it's a 4/4.
It's a 4/4, yeah. So he blocks the army, he takes 5. Apparently life totals are incorrect. He's at 6,
Oh, is he?
allegedly. Curious, but he's gonna, like, even if he plays this Uro. I don't see how he gets out of this one.
I don't quite see either. He's at 1, so we do have the 1 mana to replay or to pay for Days without having to fetch. But we'll go to 4, back down to 2 off these Bowmasters, and the Orc Arm will become a 6/6.
Derek drew too many lands. I don't know if Derek drew too many lands. His deck does ultimately want to draw lands. Draws Unholy Heat. That Unholy Heat answers the army, but I think it's maybe too little too late.
very well might be too late.
He has the bolt, cast the daze, and then can't fetch. Goes to 1.
Going to bolt something here or pay for something.
And then he has the second daze for the next removal spell too.
Mm-hmm.
So Lanchi's at 1 right now. If
I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and that's gonna be the handshake ascended from Derek. Boston is gonna be your winner of this match, and by no means is he locked for top 8. I believe he has to hope for his breakers to squeak through.
Yep.
yeah, we'll see how it goes, but it starts with this. Starts with
Lands versus initiative. I'm not quite sure how this matchup is supposed to play out. I'd imagine whoever is first seed here will have a side advantage. That's going to be TJ here. Be able, so he's gonna be able to hopefully develop relatively quickly, and try to cripple Connor a little bit, maybe with some wastelands. Mazavith probably also going to be a very important card in this matchup, just being able to just buy a lot of time. So these like big creatures like Seasoned Engineer and Chaos Adventure don't run away with the game. But we are going to see TJ on the play for this for this game. I would assume, with him being the higher seed, it is play draw by seeding. So whoever is the higher seed will have the choice of who will be taking the play or the draw. Looks like, what are we thinking here? All right, looks like both players have kept 7. Going to start this game off with a Mox Diamond. He's just debating on what card he would like to discard to this Mox Diamond. And that is going to be a Forest, followed by a Ghost Quarter, casting Expedition Map. And they pass the turn over to Connor. All right, let's see what explosiveness Connor has to do here. I'm gonna start the turn off with a City of Traders, followed by a Chalice on 1. Unlike the previous matches we've seen where our initiative players are playing against Delvers with a lot of cantrips, the Chalice on 1 while it is pretty good, is gonna have the Crop Rot in response to this, making sure he doesn't get locked out by this Chalice here. Chalice is pretty decent against lands, being able to shut off things like Crop Rotation and Exploration, if not utilized early. Now we're going to see TJ rotate for an Ancient Tomb, which we can now, if we elect, we can crack this map using the Ancient Tomb, which we're going to do. There's the him fall 18 there. We're gonna find something off this map. I would imagine we might see something like an Urza Saga, maybe a Wasteland. Those all seem like relatively reasonable things. Urza Saga is gonna be the pick here for TJ. Gotta move over to TJ's turn here. See a Tabernacle in my hand for TJ, as well as that Urza Saga. Gonna see as a Crucible of Worlds as the land return for or as the spell cast here for TJ. Opting to rebuy that Ghost Quarter and cash it in right away on that City Traders, which will turn into a Plains for Connor. A new Wild of Eldraine's Full Art Basic. I have not seen that one yet. That one looks very nice. I thought that the artifact I played was a sphere for a moment. I'm not too familiar with all the mentioned arts. So I see a Lotus Petal as well as a Cavernous Souls in the hand for Connor. If he has another Soul Land like a City of Traders or an Ancient Tomb, we'll be able to resolve a initiative creature on this turn, which will definitely swing things in favor of Connor. Gonna see the Ancient Tomb here played out as well as the Lotus Petal. Now, do we have an initiative creature here to capitalize on this? We do. The Seasoned Engineer is going to hit the table. Connor's going to gain the initiative and go search out a basic land from his deck. We are now in the Undercity, folks. Are we opting to fail to find? That seems to be the case. Interesting. Did Connor draw all of his basics? Interesting.
Yes, we are opting to fail to find.
So now if TJ is able to really capitalize on the amount of if TJ is able to get himself into now we're okay. So we chose to fail to find predicting that TJ is going to spend his turn using this Ghost Quarter again. So we wanted to keep the basics in the deck. That was Connor's choice, which seems reasonable. Now TJ does have this Tabernacle in his hand, so if he is able to cripple Connor's mana base a little bit, he might be able to try and cheese him with this Tabernacle. But this Seasoned Engineer is growing very quickly. We're going to see the Undercity put 2 counters on there, making it a 5/6. Then it'll trigger, and if this could become a 6/7, which it will. We're going to see that Chrome Mox thrown into the graveyard there, and TD's going to go to 10. If we see a second creature put into play this turn, that's going to be a lot of damage that TJ may just die. Gonna see a second Engineer, which is we're gonna go venture into the Undercity once again and trap TJ, put him to 5. TJ now has to answer both these Seasoned Engineers or he's going to lose the game. And with a Chalice in play, I'm not sure if there's enough competitions in the world through a Chalice on one. I'll get through this. There's the first Maze Abyss. So Maze Abyss will answer the larger Dungeoneer and will allow us to stay in the game for one more turn, potentially. Or unless, can you put both triggers from Siege Dungeoneer on the smaller one? If so, if you hit two creatures, you could just make that a 5-power creature. And yeah, I believe that's the case. I believe that's what's happening here. And we'll explore twice. Creature, I'll go in the graveyard, put a counter, or no, you can just keep that on top, put 2 counters there. And then if you maze 1 creature, yeah, and gonna make sure Connor remembers that Chalice trigger. He does, and we're gonna see Connor advance up a game here in this matchup against Lands.
Back.
Welcome
Sorry
back,
about
Dave.
that. All right, so Connor borrows initiative versus TJ, store owner, the infamous TJ Raymore. Did you know that TJ won I believe it was at the modern event at Eternal Weekend, like in 2018 or 2019?
Yeah, 2019, like right before it was like it might have been like early 2020, and then the pandemic happened. I think like a few weeks later.
Yeah, and he I'm pretty sure he got gifted like an entire every card on a playset of every card on Moto as a result.
I believe so.
So did I'm assuming Connor just did the initiative thing turn game 1.
He sure did. Connor is up a game here. Looking at the deck list, what cards could we expect to see come in from these players? From the initiative side, we have 4 Plow, 2 Melron, a Lauren, 2 Contained Priests, a Magus, a Blood Moon, 2 Surgical, and 2 Mindbreak Trap. At first glance, Magus and Blood Moon seem very strong. These Null Rods also could be something maybe you're interested in. I could also see us boarding in these Surgicals as a way to interact with Loam.
I do like I don't think Lauren's a bad idea either. Just given how many generally speaking, lands is playing like 8 of the Mox effects, right? Or are they
No,
only on
just four.
four?
Just
Just
four.
four? Maybe not then. So yeah, I could see the null rods.
Also, I don't think you would want to spend 3 mana to answer a Mox.
Yeah.
That seems like a very bad exchange.
I always thought Lauren was two. Yeah. Yeah, I can see the null rods being well like but I do like the surgicals,
Yeah.
the blood moons. I feel like the initiative deck is favored in this matchup just based off of how quickly they can present
Mhm.
like a big stompy threat. The
Agreed.
only issue is that like their chalices aren't as good here, right?
Mhm.
So they're probably trimming on those. But yeah, from I think from TJ's side, he's probably
See some plows in the board.
surgicals.
That's not going to come in. Force of Vigor, I don't think that would come in either. Uh, Maybe as a way to try to enter Chalice, but I think that's the only card you want to hit.
Well, like if
I guess you
there's
could Fable.
the one
I
blood
don't know.
moon, like that's the thing.
True,
Like
Blood Moon. Oh, actually, because of open deck cards, you probably want to board in the board.
yeah, and
You might see the Haywire might get boarded in. I'm not sure what this card is between Choke and Endurance. Is that Deafening Silence?
I think that's deafening sounds. Yeah,
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. That's not a card we'll see boarded in here.
I
So
think you're right. The might, the swords definitely just to answer like the creatures, but you want to you want to make sure that they're not getting through the undercity quickly. So if say Connor plays a very early adventurer, either like the the white card or the Tales of Chaos, the Chaos Adventurer, I would very much see like a sword, and then you just hope to keep them off of other creatures. But I'm not sure. Thoughts? Do you bring in swords here as the lands deck?
yeah. When I bring in swords against the creature deck, does a person need air to breathe? I think so.
And then it's just land's gonna land. So if
I would imagine what TJ needs here is to just like send the bleeding for like the first like 1-2 turns, and then try to get like a very quick merit rage. Is I would imagine is how this game is supposed to play out.
yeah, I agree. It's just like when you have like the if you're doing the merit leash thing, you just like are so prone to getting swords and solitude. So I'm not sure if you want to do the merit leash thing or if you want to do like the Urza saga, like make some construct string thing.
Well, I
But
don't think Connor boarded in the plows, but maybe he did. I would be a little surprised if he boarded in plows. I think.
yeah, I just think like even if you just keep in your solitudes, it's tough. But yeah,
It's possible that maybe that is totally fine. All right, we're gonna see TJ open this game up with a Mox Diamond pitching Dark Depths and Urza Saga. So we could see this. So we could see a very quick Urza Saga activation game plan, like you mentioned.
and then we
It's gonna be
have,
alone picking up the Dark Depths
I'd
for
love to
TJ.
see it. The value.
Gotta try and get that loam engine going real quick. Ancient Tomb, the play here. Oh wow, that's gonna be a turn one initiative.
Turn one initiative creature. Yeah, that's. But he gave up a lot of resources for it. It gives a
I think he's okay with that though.
yeah, absolutely. Like he's doing the initiative thing right here, and he's very happy to do it. Like he gets a land here, and I think from the perspective of TJ, you very much want to start fielding some creatures to take back the initiative.
Mhm.
And I think the saga is what will help you get there. And then you have the ability to put a shadow spear on one later, stem some of that bleeding from the life loss.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, it's a that 5/3 is a very presents a very fast clock, and these constructs aren't going to be super big for another few turns. So the race right now is very much in Connor's favor.
Absolutely.
And then we have the
Gonna
10 the ice
gotta
counter.
see, yeah, the Merit Lage place into the battlefield. Unsure what TJ's plan here is. seemed like we loamed, or we dredge loam, and we hit 3. Wow, we hit plow exploration off that loam. That is brutal.
That is not what you want to see. Yeah, I think TJ binned the first one, paused for a second, binned the second one, paused again, and realized, oh, I can't believe it. And those are his two copies, his two only copies of swords in his
Those are
in
the
his main
only
deck there.
ones. Wow.
So that just made this game get a lot harder. I'm curious as to TJ's um I'm curious as to TJ's rationale for dredging there, because I feel like he had the land for the dark, like to play the dark depths this turn. So I wonder if the dredge there is technically what you want to be doing. Then
Unsure.
I feel like I'd rather just draw the card. You have the opportunity to draw the to dredge it later.
Mhm.
But TJ's found himself in a tough spot. He's gonna go down to 15 next turn. That 5/3 is gonna get bigger real quick. Gonna get a free spell from a potential free spell, like, or a cheap spell from.
TJ is opting to pass the turn over here. This initiative creature is going to become a 7/4 on turn 2.
This game sucks. That's what TJ is thinking right now.
I would not fault him.
Yikes. Attack, trigger. Connor, I don't think will miss that trigger, so he's gonna.
I don't think so. Either.
So we're at the beginning of combat. This is the issue. Oh, he's crop rotation for.
Savannah.
Does he have two copies? Oh, he has two copies of swords in his main deck, actually. I missed that.
Does he? Okay.
So he had two that brought in from the sideboard. So he might. Oh, he has the swords. Okay. All right.
All right. Okay. Well, you'll have to see that.
We're gaming.
Gaming is being had.
Did bring in the Lauren. Ooh, hitting that saga is huge.
That is backbreaking for TJ.
Big yikes. Yeah, it's because the Lauren is pretty much a turn two play. Yeah, that makes sense. I like it. He has a creature right now, and that's a tough spot, right? Like the creature that can keep going through the Undercity for him. Um, Loam brings back Saga. Which
Being able to bring back the sagas, I'll be going to help TJ here. Seems like we are calling a judge. Did we miss? Ooh, we missed the Undercity trigger.
I think that's just a mistrigger there, right?
I believe so. Because it's
TJ selected not to place the next figure off the stack, so it will remain missed.
that makes sense. Well, we're gonna see so season engineer enter play here, which will allow him to get that trigger that he was that he missed earlier on. Gonna see another dredge loam here. Getting Mox Diamond, Haywire Might, and a crop rotation. TJ not having a great time with
Yeah,
these low dredges.
yeah, not doing what you generally want to see it happen, but do we know what's in TJ's hand? I'm trying to see if
Totally sure. I mean, we know one of them's alone.
so. I feel like one of them might be a surge. Might be a another crop rotation. I see an old green old bordered card.
Possibly. Would you draw a card off archives and then draw for turn?
I think that was an end step Lauren draw card.
It may have been no, that was a archives draw card. I think I saw a fourth Erlingus just get drawn here.
Two mana floating. Plays plateau. Bye bye city.
Oh, we're gonna see a blood moon here for Connor. Oh, this is brutal for TJ.
There, if there is a crop rotation here,
We're gonna see a making of a construct here, but we're gonna plow the construct as well. The one was gonna resolve. The saga is going to die. Now TJ has 2 mountains and a Mox Diamond, and is gonna be attacking. Or is going to be attacked for 5, maybe 6.
I believe that this is.
Gonna be 6.
I believe we're in what we call garbage time here.
I believe we have entered the garbage time step.
Yeah, this is. Connor had the exact draw you want to see from initiative in this situation, and TJ's just been on his back foot, taking haymaker after haymaker here, square on the chin. I appreciate the untap here. I don't think he has any sort of out here, so he finally decides to draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're kind of forced to draw there. It's dredging doesn't. I feel like it would not do much for you here. There's a mountain. There's another mountain. The legendary rule is going to get rid of the mountain that has ice counters on it. Which, if this blood moon gets removed within this next turn, TJ will immediately have a Barrel Age because of how well once that blood moon goes away, that Dark Dust is going to see there's in fact no ice counters on it and will immediately make a Barrel Age.
Yeah, TJ is at 9. This is a we have a reader.
We have a reader, Archon of Myria, the 2/3 that only allows players to cast one spell a turn, and lands that enter under your opponent's control will come into play tapped as long as they are non-basic. Which in TJ's deck has to be a lot of them.
These are all non-basic mountains for those of you that don't know what Blood Moon does to non-basic lands. They do not take on the basic land super type. Is that what that is?
I believe so.
Yikes. That's a big flyer.
That is a chunky flyer.
We have a Magus here too that Connor just drew.
I feel like Connor's a little ahead.
He might be. um, you know, you can never really tell in these situations. The lands player might, pull it out.
Never know.
That's a force figure. And then that's a sack trigger. And then he has the power for the Merit Lodge, and TJ is going to go up to a healthy 29. Caracas, the
Seasoned engineer.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he found the force circuit for the moon. Interesting.
So TJ's at 23 now.
A lot of life to work with.
Huh. Well, TJ does have the kind of loam here. Oh, there's a Magus. JK. This is just adding
Little insult to injury here.
yeah. Insult / injury.
Yeah, and that's
TJ says
the handshake ascended to Connor.
I've
Connor,
seen
thank you for
enough.
moving on to our top four.
I've seen enough. I do not want to play against these Blood Moon decks. Connor's been playing a lot of Legacy this year.
He has.
Connor's one of our London locals. Has bought a lot of Legacy cards this year. But he has, I would say that Initiative's the deck that he's probably played the most. He started off with Red Stompy during the Initiative wave earlier this year. Played Reanimator for a bit, and then I think he went back to Boros Initiative recently. But definitely has a decent amount of reps on the
Yeah,
deck.
he's been playing quite a bit to help prepare for Eternal Weekend, like I mentioned earlier. All right, we are back on the air with looks to be Ben against Jesse. We have some beans. The beans have finally entered the feature match area, and we have Jesse back on some Brix's Delver. Ben is going to fetch a Tundra here while Jesse fetches a Volk and gets a DRC onto the board, which is going to be eaten by a Swords of Plowshares. Jesse's electing to fight over that with a Daze, surveilling away this Brainstorm on top of the deck. Jesse and Misty fetch down to 18. Likely going to find a Trop, I would imagine, maybe a Taiga. Now that the Daze has been played, we now have a window to resolve some beans. The beans is going to resolve, I would imagine. Or no, we have the force. We're gonna see a force pitching Brainstorm. Down 2 Brainstorms already. But that force is going to resolve. And we're gonna see whatever card was surveilled with the DRC topped by Jesse. Gonna see a Wasteland on that Tundra, and we're gonna get in for 1 here, putting Ben to 17. Gonna see a Misty and a pass of the turn over to Jesse. Gonna see a Volk as well as a second DRC, followed by some Bobble, getting some more triggers. Likely going to be trying to make these DRCs delirious here. And there's been a Murktide, which once we crack this Bobble, that will guarantee Delirium. And we're going to get in for 3 here, putting Benjamin to 14. Just starting to put on a bit of a clock here against this Beans deck. Going to 13 from this fetch line. Finding up a second Tundra. And these duels are beautiful from Benjamin. Gonna see a brainstorm here from Benjamin, trying to find some ways to answer these DRCs. Looks like we're putting back a fourth Eolingus as well as some other card here. Just gonna draw off that bauble. Strand line return for Benjamin, followed by a Leyline Binding eating up one of these DRCs, relieving a little bit of the pressure coming Benjamin's way. I see a Force Negation also in the hand for Benjamin there. Going to attack for 3 here, putting Benjamin to 10. Cross return. Looks like we're going to see a Rainstorm here from Benjamin. But we're going to see Jesse, in response, fetch a Underground Sea to cast Bowmasters, which Ben will then follow with a fetch of his own. Likely going to be looking for a spell to, or likely to get a land to answer this Bowmaster. Maybe we have a second Binding. A third Tundra. Do we have another Binding for this Bowmaster? Or looks to be the case. That is going to be the case. So Ben's going to take 1 from the Bowmaster, and then this is going to get eaten by the Binding. I believe there was a little confusion as to what was happening with the stack there. You see Jesse attacking for 4 damage. Ben does not have a lot of life left to work with. We did see an Endurance in the hand for Benjamin, so it could possibly be that. Okay, no, we're just gonna back it up here with the bolt placed on the stack, I believe is what happened there. Do we have? I don't have the deck lists available on hand for these players.
They should be in the chat.
They're not.
But players are able to look at each other's deck lists as a cycle.
So I would imagine we're gonna see a bunch of Carpet of Flowers come in from Benjamin's side. Very key card against these Delver strategies where all the lands are islands. And so it kind of plays this weird game of how much mana are you willing to allow your opponent to receive off the carpet.
Sorry, I'm back.
And now we have the deck lists.
Keep messing up this timing.
All right,
Cool.
looking at the sideboard here for Ben, we have a Stony Silence, a Veil of Summer, 3 Carpet, 2 Pyro, a Force Negation, 2 Hydro, 2 Surgical, a Lavinia, 2 Lavinia, and either Sworn Canonist. From Ben's side here, I like the Carpet of Flowers, the Pyroblast, as well as the Hydroblast. Maybe the Veil of Summer, but I don't think, likely not.
What do you think the veil is in the sideboard for?
Scam.
Fair. Yeah, I think Carpet of Flowers and the Pyroblasts are more than enough. There's an argument for the Hydroblasts, knowing that it's open deck list that your opponent's gonna have still 4 DRCs, some number like 2 to 3 pyroblasts, bolts, heats. The bolts and heats probably come out actually.
Yeah, I would imagine
So
Jesse cuts the bolts in this matchup.
yeah.
I would imagine Ben will be cutting this dress down. There's only 3 copies of Plow in the 75, which is strange.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You weren't here for the match earlier between Lanchi and Ben, but Lanchi surgical Ben's Swords to Plowshare and probably spent an additional like 3 minutes trying to see if did I miss the 4th Swords to Plowshare, being like, what am I missing here? Like went through the deck, shuffled it, and like maybe it's stuck to his sleeve, but just not there. And I'm just imagining Ben. We know Ben well in this community, just like sitting across from him, smiling, probably like holding in a laugh, being like, there's no 4th swords, bro. Like what probably doesn't want to say just to tilt himself some more. But yeah, it was good. It was pretty funny. So
again,
yeah.
for Jesse, what are you boarding here? Let's see here. Pyros, of
Yeah.
course. Force mitigation, I would probably like just as like efficient counter because these things are gonna go long.
Just a 3-minute
Fluster,
counter, right?
probably not. Or maybe you want the fluster. And then I guess the question is, do you want these counterbalances?
Oh, the counterbalance is just like so in my eyes, this type of matchup post board, Grixis is pretty unfavored. The what helps in this matchup is your bowmasters, but I do think that the counterbalances can help with like the less fair game plan that you want to have. Like you want to be on this wasteland like efficient lean threat version of the deck. So I can see bringing in the counterbalances because realistically speaking, like I don't see a need to have in like so many 1 mana red removal spells like in heats and bolts. So for me, the counterbalances can help a lot. Like there are cards, like the only issue with them is that the bindings will actually funny enough binding actually gets hit by actually no you don't really
It
have
is not.
no
Murktide
nothing
is-
yeah Murktide 7 mana
Yeah.
yeah I'm not sure I maybe not then just because of that
Yeah, mid binding is like too much. Well, no, it seems Jesse decided it was worth it and did decide to board it in. Jesse's hand looks pretty good here. I see a Delver, I see a Daze, I see a Counterbalance, I see about 3 lands. Not sure what the 7th card is. Might be a 4th land.
I think it was a 4th land yeah
That's quite a few lands. Oh no, it might not be actually.
1 2 3 days
No, but yeah, it's 4th land. It's 4th.
yeah.
All right, so we're gonna see Benjamin start this off with Tundra into a Ponder, opting not to shuffle, and we're gonna see Jesse just go. Interesting, just gonna go land and go here, opting to not play out this Delver. What do you think about that play there?
Oh, okay. I have a theory here. I think Jesse right here is trying to make Ben be inefficient with spending his mana. So right here, this count like he forcing Ben to to force this counterbalance because we really know that like Ben either is gonna have force or is gonna have like the rebs. But the brainstorm, like right now, I'm pretty sure that Ben's looking for pyroblast here. Oh, and finds it.
And he finds it.
Yeah. The thing is that this this is a tough spot to be in because Jesse does have the days here. So I'm not sure.
Ben does have the force though, however.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But it's going to be a lot of like that. It's a lot of resources that are going to be used for to deal with this counterbalance from Ben's side, especially with Ben being on the play and Jesse being on the draw. So I think what Jesse tried to do here was say, I'm not going to deploy this threat until I've made you try to deal with this counterbalance. If that counterbalance resolves, this threat sticking becomes a lot easier for Jesse. Whereas, so it's not the most intuitive play from the Delver player. There's so often does the Delver player want to just go turn 1 Delver pass, but it just opens you up to getting it swords, to getting it binding. I do really like this play of make you answer this counterbalance first. It's kind of like the force check from that we saw earlier, with like always roll out your turn one initiative play. Like the counterbalance is a must answer card. And this daze, like we're gonna have a bit of a counter war here. And when your opponent force of wills a daze, you are happy as the Delver player.
Oh, there wasn't even the blue card.
No blue card.
There's no blue card in hand
Ooh,
for Ben.
yeah.
So that kind of gonna stick. And now Jesse looks to be in a pretty decent spot. We're gonna see Ben think about what he wants to do here. I would imagine we might see him cast the Beanstalk, would be my intuition. Just try and get that card draw through without having to deal with Bowmaster.
Yeah, I think like that binding. Well,
I see a binding. Okay,
even then,
they're going to resolve.
yeah, that binding. Well, because you can look from the counterbalance, right? Or do you have to reveal?
No, it's either reveal or don't counter.
Yeah. Yeah, but right now Ben is low on resources, but has an arrow in hand. Um, Now we're gonna see the Delver, and I think from here, that counterbalance obviously not sticking is not ideal for Jesse, but I think she's okay with how this game has transpired right now. Um, this beanstalk is going to be troublesome for Jesse though. That like I was mentioning to Kai earlier, historically speaking, in these four color versus Delver mirrors, both sides want to trim on their forces from a resource trading perspective. But now with up the beanstalks printing, I feel like the four color beans player probably doesn't board out their forces as often because you just have you get so much value out of them.
Mm-hmm. Gonna see Jesse get in for one with this Delver here. Ben debating on whether or not he wants to use this sorts of plowshares in the hand. Jesse did draw a Bowmaster for the turn, I believe.
The Bowmaster is really nice, lining up with Ben's.
I find a Triome to establish domain for a binding here.
Yeah, the Bowmaster is gonna be really nice because we saw I believe Ben has an arrow in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So from there we're gonna see Jesse. We're mostly like we're gonna see this Delver be answered here on end step, maybe not on end step, but this arrow is gonna most likely be deployed this turn. And then we're gonna have 3 power on board for Jesse. Oh, Seiko. Is there a card on top? Reveal. No, no reveal.
No reveal. Delver's not gonna flip.
Was it land?
Seems Jesse's flooding out a little bit.
I'm surprised we didn't see a fetch land, like a fetch away there for Jesse, especially with no brainstorm in hand. I don't necessarily like the Delver Scry, I feel is a little underutilized. And in this situation, I'm pretty sure we just saw Jesse draw land. So if she doesn't end up drawing, if she has the ability to shuffle away a land there, I take that. You need spells here. You can't afford to be deploying out 5 lands against this deck, in my opinion.
Oh, we're gonna see a second Bowmaster from Jesse here. In response to the forcible on the stack with the draw trick on the stack from the beans.
Yeah, that's a good play from. I like that Jesse laid that stack for us. I do like the second Bowmaster here. Like hard cast forcible draw a card. Like you ever like Bone to Ash is a good card. That is a cryptic command forcible right there.
So it looks like the Bowmaster is going to stick. We're gonna send one over at Ben. The draw trigger from the beanstalk will resolve. We'll then draw another, which will then trigger the Bowmaster once again, creating a 2/2 amass token as well as putting Ben down to 15. Then we will likely see the force will on the original Bowmaster resolve, get countered, force will enter the graveyard, and we will send it to Jesse's turn with a pretty decent board. Looks like we're going to miss on the Delver flip again. Not ideal for Jesse, but we are going to get in for 4 here, putting Ben to 11. Pluto Delta the land for turn for Jesse. We'll say Ben's deck is beautiful. Look at all those black border duels. Ben just thinking about how he wants to tap his mana here.
I muted myself.
We're gonna see Teferi Time Raveler placed on the stack for Ben here. Don't love kind of how his board is currently laid out.
Yeah, Ben likes to. Ben's a breach player.
Yeah.
I feel like you can tell Ben's a breach player. With the way that we see this graveyard laid out.
Yeah, I think Jesse's a little one of things a little bit easier for us.
So is this a flip here?
It is
Finally,
a flip.
with a fawn.
It is, which doesn't do a whole lot currently, but if we can kill this Teferi, which we're going to attempt to do,
Ooh,
and we're gonna fail to succeed. And we're going to draw a card.
that's
So we're going
gross.
to be eaten by the binding. That's rough.
That's just not fair. Ben just is not going to run out of cards now, and this is the advantage. Like the Beans deck just keeps on, keeping on. Like you can't really deal with the Beans once it hits the floor, once it hits the battlefield.
Mm-hmm.
And the risk that Jesse has is that it's not like she can even just deploy multiple threats, because eventually, like, Ben will set up a terminus and then just end up getting a 2 or 3 for 1. And it won't even be a 3. It'll be like a 3 for 0 because of the beanstalk. And we saw it earlier when Ben
Ooh, a
set up the
surgical.
terminus.
Ooh. What are we looking at surgically here? Is it this plowshares?
It's open. If we get the swords to plowshare and Jesse goes through Ben's deck again.
Well, this time it's open necklace, so
yeah, it's just more funny. We might just end up in a situation where
okay. So plow is the target here for surgical. Interesting choice here by Jesse. The hand for
second
Ben.
beanstalk and binding. I feel like, yeah, Jesse says I can't beat that.
We're done here.
Yeah, that's I've seen enough.
I do think Jesse should have taken a look through the deck, just gotten some information as to how Ben sideboarded. Definitely missing out on some equity there, I believe.
Yeah, a little bit of free information. Yeah. Yeah, that when you see the second beanstalk and the binding, and you look at your hand filled with permission, and your opponent has a
You go next.
Teferi, you just go next there.
That is what we call you have no moves.
That is I want to go have dinner next. But honestly, with how many rounds have been played today, it's been a pretty quick tournament, all things considered. And it's one of the things I love about Legacy is that I find that rounds don't go to time as commonly as like they say do in Modern, especially in Modern with all the mirrors going around now? So with Jesse being on the play here, do we think that she adjusts sideboarding like we mentioned earlier? Do we think
I don't think it would likely be changed a whole lot.
do you fake it? Like do you go for the sweat equity fake? I'm gonna pretend to
In an event like this, I would not. I do not think I would warrant doing that. I'm like, honestly, I think doing things like that is just not exactly like worth spending time doing. Like, I wouldn't even do that at like playing at like a pro tour, for example.
Leaving percentage points on the table, I see. Yeah, it's I don't I feel like
You can do the Shota thing where he boards in all 15 and then takes out 15 cards.
it's just 15 random cards though, because it's showed So,
All right,
so
just
here's
gonna start off with UC into a Delver Secrets,
so
get
here
that threat in the play on turn one.
yeah, and here's the difference of whether or not we go with the turn one play, like the turn one, okay, here's my Delver like on the draw versus on the play. And Ben says Tropical Island Go has a Pyroblast in hand. Let's see how good Jesse is at blind flipping a Delver this game.
If we hit the mind flip and then do we have a wasteland in hands? Oh, we are
Ooh.
upkeep brainstorming. How do you feel about this? Because
I don't like it. I
I
don't like it.
genuinely don't like when I think this is a really bad practice when it comes to playing Delver. I think this is a lot of the time it's not worth spending like because you're okay. Well, we have the Tarn, so it's not the worst.
Yeah.
But
I
just like committing like a lot to this, right? I don't
like
know.
okay.
Maybe it's fine.
So I definitely have a strong opinion on this. Um Brainstorm, I feel like I feel like in Legacy, Brainstorm is a card that is not misplayed, but like misused frequently. It's abused a
Mhm.
lot. If Jesse's plan this turn was I'm gonna be brainstorming away some dead cards and I'm gonna be fetching them away anyways, then I think it's fine. If Jesse's entire game plan here was not to shuffle away those cards, like if we saw Jesse just go, I'm gonna brainstorm and then play an untapped land, I don't like it. But it seems like Jesse's plan was to I'm gonna brainstorm away these cards and then I'm gonna fetch them away the other cards that are on the like that last card that's on the bottom, that's on the bottom of my pile. Then I think it's fine. But I also am of the opinion that people brainstorm too frequently. Like people cast brainstorm to mold their hand too quickly in legacy matches. Like they just think that they have to spend their mana every single turn, so they end up doing it in a way. I'm gonna cast my brainstorm, and then I just want to do this so that I can craft my perfect hand, but without really any information from their opponent. So, like, take for example, in this situation, we don't really have any information from Ben's side. So, what is Jesse really looking for here to brainstorm away and to keep in hand, right? So I agree with you that I think it is an abuse of brainstorm, and it's common, especially to flip a Delver. But I'm personally not a big fan of it. If it works out, it works out. But I generally, and this is exactly why right here. You just lost out on a brainstorm, and now your Delver's getting plowed.
Yeah, I think I would have liked to see just like go for the like blind flip on the Delver, and I would have liked to see this ponder used to try and find a wasteland. I think is how I would have wanted to play this game. But yeah, here we're gonna see the Tundra found off Lord revealed into plowing this Delver away into a wow. We're choosing to we're looking to Dazes Ponder, uh, which I
Aggro.
guess like that's like you're trying to decide like okay, like if your opening land was Trop, like maybe you're trying to depict maybe you're light on lands, which in this case isn't necessarily the case. Jesse Flutter trend the land return here for Ben, followed by Jesse drawing Polluted Delta or playing Polluted Delta and passing the turn back over to Ben. We have a second Ponder in the hand for Ben as well as a Wasteland for him to use this turn. We're gonna see the Tundra be played as the land of return, as well as maybe casting this Ponder afterwards.
Ben's been slow rolling, grabbing a Volk for this Pyroblast. I don't think he has many red sources in his deck. So I
I
think
believe it's Taiga Volcanic Island is the red
Yeah.
ones.
So I'm pretty sure that Ben's mentality right now is that I will fetch a red land when I need to use this Pyroblast because he doesn't want to get wastelanded out of the game.
Mm-hmm. Gonna see a Wasteland here played as a land for turn here. And I imagine we're gonna see an Uro. No, it's a fairy placed on the stack for Ben. I believe we're gonna see a Pyroblast in response to this Teferi, which I believe is going to resolve. Okay.
And now we see it, and I like
that
this.
Bowmasters. I like this from Jesse. Gonna put Ben to 16, get 2 power into play. The hand for Ben is Force Will, Pyroblast, I think a land and an unknown, and one other card. Gonna see a DRC enter the fray after attacking for 2. Getting a lot of threats onto the board, getting some pressure on that Ben is gonna be forced to answer at some point. Taiga, the draw set for Ben this turn. Bring the Taiga out. See what his choice is this turn. Like to spend 2 mana here. It's going to be a leyline binding. It is going to be a leyline binding. I'm assuming this is going to be targeting the Bowmaster. That is a Ponder in the hand for Ben that I couldn't tell earlier. But we have the second Bowmaster, which is going to resolve. The Orc army is going to grow to a 3/3. Ben's going to take 2 damage off this Bowmaster this turn. This Ponder needs to find something. This Force Will and a Pyroblast is not going to do a whole lot if you're not exactly playing to the board. What does Ben need to find to get back in this game? Probably an Uro or a Minskenbu to try and start things off. Really thinking on this Ponder here. Opting to not shuffle. The draw is, I can't tell. That is a Teferi Time Raveler, I believe. No, it's a Swords of Plowshares. Was the draw off Ponder for Ben. I believe we're just gonna fire this off on the Bowmaster. No, we're gonna think about it a little longer.
Are players figuring out life totals right now, I'm guessing?
I believe so. Maybe a slight discrepancy. Ben drew the Ponder off the drew Plow off the Ponder, pardon. And we're going to hit the Bowmaster. Still 4 damage in play at the moment for Jesse. I don't know if this Jesse is currently delirious. I don't believe so. I guess we're going to find out.
Not quite.
That's definitely more than 2. That should be 4, putting him to 9.
3 and both players. And what do we have? Jesse has what in hand? I think we saw a Force of Will.
I can't quite tell.
This game's gone in a way that I think Jesse's.
I see a Daze. I think I see a Spell Pierce.
So
3 mana. What is this going to be? This is going to be to Fairy. What does Jesse have here? This is going to be a. Let's see here.
this might be Pierce Days. Like I think that's a Pierce and a Days and another other.
Is it just 3 soft counters?
I'm pretty sure that's 2 Dazes and a Pierce.
Well, if my math is correct, that is a total of 4 mana that needs to be spent, and I see 3 in play currently. That is untapped for Ben. Spell Pierce is going to be cast. Ben is going to pay.
I'm pretty sure you force it here. You definitely go with this Pierce here. You date. I think you need to press this advantage. That's a fairies, and I'm pretty sure that Jesse just missed a DRC trigger.
I believe we did.
Um,
I
and
think we're past it.
yeah, and
Oh,
I'm not
this
sure if
was
I like
gold.
that. Yeah,
Did we get the card in hand wrong?
no,
might
it's definitely 2 Dazes in hand. Kills to fairy.
The trigger was not missed. They just chose the cap to.
Oh,
keep
okay,
it.
okay.
All right, we're gonna see a Murktide the play for Jesse here. If Ben elects to fetch now, we have the days wrapped up for it. But I would imagine no, we're just gonna let it resolve, untap, and then pyro when we untap.
Yeah, there's no reason for him to battle this on the stack. This is a I'm gonna pass to my turn. Let this.
Carpet of Flowers in the hand now for Ben. That does not do a whole lot at the moment.
Yeah, I am very much believe that if you pierce there, you should commit to the line.
Interesting to see what Ben's choice here is. Draw for turn. It is. Can't quite tell what the draw step return is. Have that quite close to himself there. Basic Plains was the draw step return. I would imagine this Carpet of Flowers is just going to resolve.
Yeah, at this point, I think
The Carpet Mattering is long gone at this point.
yeah.
I would imagine we're gonna go to second main, make some red mana, and pyro this away. And that is the case. Murktide is down, but this DRC is crazy. It is delirious, I think. I think I see a Ponder and a Murktide in the graveyard at least. Oh, Lightning Bolt in hand for Jesse now. Bolt you trigger.
We see land here. That's delirium.
Well, we have the land in play, so
Oh yeah. Oh,
well that works. That's gonna put. So this one is bolt resolves. That'll put Ben to 6, but he does have the Force Will, so he is thinking about if he wants to spend a Force Will on this Lightning Bolt, as almost just like as a 5 mana healing salve.
honestly, I would consider it here. I think
I think I would as well.
like I very much yeah. Like there's And Jesse still has those 2 days from earlier, I believe. Oh, it resolves.
And we go to 3.
Alrighty, so Jesse has to fade one draw step here.
Or Ben.
Is there? Yeah, Ben. Well,
But we no. Jesse has to pay
Yeah.
a draw set
but
of any relevant.
is Ben playing Mystic Sanctuary here? Because if Ben can get the if Ben can get a plow here, the Mystic Sanctuary for the plow here. Oh, Lorien revealed.
There is a Mystic Sanctuary.
And target the surgical.
Surgically targeting the plow.
No, target. I believe that Ben targeted Lorien revealed with Mystic
okay.
Sanctuary trigger.
But we had the surgical to stifle it.
Yeah, the surgical pay 2
So
life.
now, if he wants to prevent it, he has to force. But then if he forces, he doesn't have it, and they do.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I get the Lord.
I would imagine you just let this go. Like I don't think you can force. I don't believe you can force this. I guess I mean you do have the carpet of flowers to add 3 mana. So how much do we have in play? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 plus 3. So you can force, and then you can use the Lauren revealed. We're okay. No, we're not okay. We're still gonna let it go. But if you do decide to force, then you have to draw plow plus a fetchable white source, which I believe the only land left in his deck that produces white is Savannah.
Why do you think Ben would opt to not get the plow back here? In my eyes, if I'm Ben, I'm just trying to stay alive.
I think
here.
Ben, yeah, okay. So I think Ben is like viewed getting back Lauren revealed as a playing to win, and like or like just trying to get
like playing to not lose. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was his thought process there. What was the draw step here? Because if you get plow, then you can plow it, but then you still have nothing going on, right?
I think he might have drawn an endurance.
Oh, that's huge.
I believe that is
Trigger. That's going to be an endurance.
the overstated body of endurance.
All right, and we still have the force will to protect ourselves against a bolt.
What a top deck! There's 1 endurance in the 75.
That is, yeah, there's only 1 copy of endurance. Oh, we chose to leave it in the graveyard, or to leave the graveyard to suicide this DRC.
Oh yeah, makes him. That's
I like this play from Ben. This is I really like this play from
heads up. I like that.
Ben's a DRC. We have the bobble. We're gonna bobble ourselves. We have the fetch land to decide if we want to keep this card around or not. We do not. We're going to get rid of it. The last card in hand is still Daily, right?
I think so. I want to say that there is yeah, that's tough. And Ben's in the driver's seat here. That's a heck of a top deck. But honestly, Ben's deck has so many top decks there. Like you can top deck.
There was a lot of really live top decks.
There's Uros. There's the Terminus. There is a lot there.
Is that an Uro?
If that's an Uro, I think that this is kind of just a.
I believe that's over. I believe the game's over. If that's Uro. Yeah, that's an Uro. Wow.
Runner.
She can bolt if she has it, but it just gets worse. So there's a green floating left over from the carpet, and then we just get to go Tundra, Trop, plus another blue source. Escape this. Then a Pyroblast. That's a Pyroblast, but Ben can force pitch Brainstorm if he wants to. which I would.
I would.
I think.
I would absolutely.
Oh yes, I would want to. We're letting this go.
I think Ben just
Letting
sees
this
it
go.
as I don't think I can lose this game from here. And
Yeah, I think that's a fair assumption to make. I think we can just take our time here. Like we're now so far ahead.
yeah, just ponder,
Ponder is the
player,
kind of. We have three blue floating.
shuffle. I think he saw 3 fetch lands.
Shuffle
So he
did.
went runner, triple fetch land.
Need to draw those in the reverse order for Jesse to win this game.
Even the fetch line's not terrible there because you can just fetch to play, redeploy Euro.
Yeah,
Like you happily take that.
and there's a Misty, but we're just in a brainstorm. 1, 2, 3. Let's get rid of that carpet.
Oh, that Earlingus is
Yep,
that's just like lethal next turn.
it sure is.
You can play the carpet.
Green, green, blue, blue. Escape Burrow. Go up to 8. Draw the carpet. I believe that's on top of the deck. Or no, we're gonna fetch with it. Well, with the turn on the stack. Don't want to draw that Savannah or the tropical or the carpet flowers. Understandably so. Wow, this game was crazy.
This is kind of what I feel like the 4-color decks, like the pile decks always do.
All right, let's see what the draw step is for Jesse. I don't think it's going to be good enough though. There's a Delver. That's not going to do a whole lot.
No, I think
that can block in a row.
this is we're about to see, I believe, a 4th Earlingus for a million. Tap play around days. Scoop. Yeah, that was a good game. Honestly, very well played by Ben.
Very well played by Ben and by Jesse as well.
Yeah, both
both players for the game very well. That game was very close.
Then I had exactly 10 minutes. I decided to do damage. So yeah, I got like. Then you see. Yeah. Yeah, I got bailed out.
Wow, what a game!
I don't know if you got bailed out.
Yeah, I saw you sign. I fetched with the top of my deck. I started lowering. Oh yeah, I'm like, oh shit, I'm wasting this exchange.
All right, we're gonna see Ben start the turn off with a Put a Strand, and then a Mike opening up this game with a Thoughtseize. The hand for Ben: Beanstalk, Uro, Plains, Island, Force Negation, and a Misty.
I think we might just see a fawn taken here. You never know.
I would also very much like to take this fawn. And
Might just see a quick turn 2 next turn. I don't see like the amount of redundancy that these storm decks have in Legacy. That is that when you see the road clear like this next turn, you might just fire it off.
Maybe. I know Mike has a lot of experience playing these types of decks. As of late, he's been toying a lot around with this same sort of deck in Vintage, as he, preparing for Eternal Weekend coming up next month.
Interesting.
Got at the last Chimera event I was at, I got to, after I O2 dropped, I got to play some Vintage with him. Played some Oath against some Beseech Storm, was very uninteractive.
Yeah, that's
Games were very quick.
Big
Guess
Vin-
Beanstalk played for turn here, drawing a brainstorm.
Here it comes, the storm counter.
The storm counter is in play. Bobbling ourselves. Here we go. We're going to fetch away this card on top of our deck here. Love to see it.
I would really like to see Ben just put an F6 on the table.
We'll see a ponder here from Hennick. We're thinking on this.
How would I like to win? Ben says, no, take it back.
Maybe we'll see the F6 brought out later on. Hennick's really thinking on this ponder. Trying to sculpt the game that he wants here. Do we think he can kill this turn? Well, he's not going to shuffle, but we are not going to kill this turn. Stormcloud goes away. Fourth Yolingus the draw set for Ben this turn.
So I think that there's a possibility that we just see Ben naked brainstorm here to just try to set up a hand.
I could see that.
He needs to find some sort of interaction, and he needs like
Yeah, I think what we're gonna see comfort from Ben is him brainstorming to try and find like a force of will, and then next turn, I think he's going to fourth for two to try and get a clock going. Ponder the first game action here for Hennick. Storm count 1. No shuffling of the ponder.
you don't want to see that as Ben. The thing is, like, the longer this game goes, the worse it is for Ben in my eyes. Because Hennick's just crafting this perfect hand. He's gone cantrip. And Ben only has so much interaction game one.
Not a lot game 1. Not a lot.
Not a lot. Games 2 and 3 could be a bit better, but the thing is he needs to like I very much don't see a way that Ben
Oh.
can
We're going for it. Do we have threshold? We have threshold.
threshold is there. So we'll probably see this brainstorm here because I think that
Nope, we're resolving and we're
One
gonna see
ring.
the one ring enter the
Oh.
battlefield.
that's a good
Turn
card.
3. That is a very good card. All right, Mike now has protection from everything. We're going to activate the ring. I imagine this is going to find white source, and then we're going to see a binding, preventing the card draw, getting a card to Ben. That seems to be the case here. Very
Get
good.
off the beanstalk.
This is pretty good. This was a very good
Ben updating
this
Yeah.
this was a really good turn for Ben.
Second beanstalk.
Do you think we're going to see this one deploy this turn?
Yeah, the way I see it is that Ben needs to, yeah, absolutely. Ben needs to get these beanstalks out there, and he's going to play a fetch land and do the same thing as last turn. Like, let himself get the opportunity to find a force of will or something. So he has double brainstorm now. So his only thing that he's really looking for here is the force of will. And there is a possibility, like right now, he essentially gets 6 looks for a force of will.
Mm-hmm.
If Hennick decides to go for it. And right now, if I'm Ben, there's a possibility that I'm end stepping the brainstorm to carve my hand for next turn.
Do you think
Yeah.
we might see a fourth Erlingus this upcoming turn?
Reveals the terminus.
Reveals the terminus.
Miracle trigger.
Miracle Trigger, I'll say no.
There's a possibility. If he finds the forcible, I could see it. But right now, I think like get rid of these cards
Well,
first.
you are going to get to draw 3 cards off the fourth, two off the bean, 1 off the Monarch Trigger.
Yeah, so I think if he found a forcible there, he absolutely does go for the fourth Lingus there. And there's even like there's always like this the conversation that a lot of people like to have around brainstorm and not like raw dogging a brainstorm here in the sense of brainstorming without having a fetch land or something. But in this situation, I could see it because if it allows him to craft a hand that finds him a forcible and then he's able to fourth or Earlingus with a forcible backup, there's a possibility there. Like I remember I used to play Infect in Legacy, and there was times when you would end step a brainstorm just so you can dig 3 cards because you're 1 card away from getting there.
We are going to see
So
a fourth for 3
draw
here,
2.
2 cards.
And the thing is, the manner in which Ben tapped for this, like just immediately went for it. It kind of seems like Hennick might want to play around a forcible here, and that's the kind of way that like Ben wins this game is Hennick
Like at
respecting
this point,
forcible
though,
too
can
much.
you force a player on a force?
No, I think
Like,
you have to
this
go
was
for
too
it,
much,
Hennick.
like, I don't see a forcible in Ben's hand.
No, there isn't, and that's what I'm saying is that he has to like if I'm Hennick, you have to go for it.
Wow,
And right now, oof,
that's the turn.
this game is
His hand
creeping away.
It's not coming together.
Yeah, this game is creeping away from Hennick, and right now we're gonna get a lot of looks for the force of will. And Island Cycle Lorien revealed. And this is a fast clock here. Like these guys are strong. And again, we're gonna oh, that's a hell of a draw. Like that's a hell of a play here to go for the Mystic Sanctuary.
Mm-hmm.
Is that did he put fourth Earlingus
He
on
sure
his
did.
Oh, is he just going for lethal here? And with a forcible on top as well. And Hennick's is gonna scoop him up. Great play from great play from Ben there. Like that Ben, in my eyes, needs to win game 1 to win this match, and did exactly what
Block here,
like to
especially with all the tools that he has.
yeah
With
like
board, with
like not having to
and Canada's.
yeah absolutely and in my eyes like when you see these types of matchups like Ben doesn't really have any business winning game 1. It kind of feels like Hennick's hand didn't come together there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was like really hinging on this ring to do something, but Ben just had the binding.
Yeah, I agree with I am the Sam Squinch. I believe that's Sam. Mike was banking on that ring coming down. Absolutely. The thing is, like, I don't think you can. I don't think as the ANT player there, you can't rely on the ring one resolving, two being left on the battlefield, knowing that your opponent is playing a leyline binding deck.
Mm-hmm.
So that was kind of like that reliance on the one of ring main deck. Kind of came to bite him in the butt. So I believe in these sideboarded games, from Hennick's side, let's see, probably do you think Hennick boards into the helm combo here?
I didn't.
Or is that
I
too
haven't looked
cute?
at his deck list, so I didn't know that was there.
So he has 4 ley lines. He has 4 ley lines, 1 helm, 2 dress down, 2 abrupt decay, 3 carpet, 1 veil, 1 MT. I think he's bringing. I believe he's going to be bringing in the carpets.
Yeah, Carvis for sure. I would imagine the fourth veil probably.
Potentially empty the warrens. He does know that. Like, I think you bring in empty here just because you do know that Ben has the veil.
Mhm.
Wait, does veil work? Does veil? I can't remember if veil works against.
Yeah, so veil
It does, right?
stop tendrils.
Yeah, it does stop tendrils. It's not each opponent. It's not. It was worded before EDH was a thing.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sam. It was kind of like Mike did mulligan there, and it was kind of tough for him um, to not push out that ring there.
Right. Waiting for players to sideboard here.
And then we already know what Ben's bringing in. But yeah, I can see. I can see. Do you think that I'm curious as to who Hennick is bringing in the Helm Leyline combo against?
I could see boarding it in against Delver potentially.
Would you bring it?
Leyline might be a card you might be interested in.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the way that
Like,
Hennick's approached this is
I
that
assume it. I
you
assume
bring-
it's like a card that you just like board in like when you board in Leyline. Like,
especially yeah.
right.
Especially with Helm and Beseech now, like being able to, if like you essentially have 5 copies of Helm in your deck if you have it from there. So I could see it, especially with this being an Uro deck.
Mhm.
And realistically speaking, I don't think like I don't think Ben is heavily relying on bindings this game. But is there an argument that if you see the ley lines and the helms in the sideboard, do you leave in your bindings just in case? Do you leave in a copy of Terminus just in case because you see that your opponent has the MT?
Hey,
Because it's very easy for Hennick to go
Looking
like
at
for a turn 1
bindings?
empty line, right? Pardon me?
Sorry, I kind of like was dealing with something. Sorry, did you say leaving an prismatic ending?
No bindings. Like
Findings. I would.
I believe you do, right? Like
I don't think so. I'm not sure because like binding away a 1/1 is not going to when you.
oh
game
no, I'm
break.
saying do you leave in your bindings in the worry that your opponent is bringing in the leyline helm combo?
Oh,
And do you leave in a terminus because you see that your opponent has an MT in his sideboard?
okay. I think you're probably supposed to leave in the terminus, but I don't think you leave in the binding. I don't know. I could be wrong. It seems close, I think. All right, we're gonna see Snow Covered Island, the land for Hennick, passing the turn into a tundra for Ben. Then back over to Hennick and start out the turn with a brainstorm. Getting his hand nice and sculpted up. I
Me
haven't
too.
gotten a good look at what the hand is for Slutsky.
I believe Ben has. I see a fawn, a ponder. I believe I want to say a pyroblast, but maybe not. I doubt he'd bring in pyroblast. I think a fourth year lingus and then 2 lands.
That would
Then
make sense to me.
Oh, it's a volcanic island. So he has Volk. I believe that's a binding as well. Might be a terminus. Oh, here we go. I got it. What card is that? Fourth Airlingus, Ponder, Fawn, Bulk, Misty, 2 unknowns. Stony Silence.
Ah, that is a pretty good card here.
Alrighty, so we're on to turn. I believe we're in Hennick's turn
We're in Hennick's
3.
I'm gonna see Plid Delta played for turn here.
So Hennick's hand looks like it's Infernal Tutor,
Beseech.
Beseech, a white bordered card,
Presumably Underground Sea.
and 2 unknowns. And he's really thinking about what he wants to do here.
Not a lot of options. Not a lot of options. Are we going to? We're going to Infernal Tutor. Revealing Dark Ritual. That is also that by word card also makes sense.
Yeah.
This is a pretty good play. Getting the second ritual here is going to be pretty important for Hennick to try and overload Benza resources. No, I don't think we're going to be going out this turn. I think this is just a setup turn. Just get the ritual into the hand for next turn. Gonna have a little more extra mana to work with on the 4th turn.
And Hennick's still thinking here, thinking, is there a play I can make here that sets up my turn? We still have another, I think he has an LED, 2 Dark Writs, 2 unknown. And from Ben, we know he has the 4th Airlingus, Force.
Does he pass the turn over to Ben?
Ponder the draw for Ben.
Gonna fetch right away. Are we looking to play an Uro here? Maybe Ben is opting just to slam. All right, here's a 4th. I have the Monarch. Let's go.
Yeah, with the Force backup too, I don't necessarily hate it. Like, just draw extra cards, draw some interaction. Like, he wants the most opportunity to draw his interactive
He does have
spells.
2 fourth in hand. So yeah, I do like using this 4th just to just get out of the way, grant the Monarch, and let's just keep going. Let's start drawing cards.
And it's not like his hand gets better by leaving up mana. Like
No.
he's spending his mana to be efficient. I could see an argument for pondering, but right now, what this signals to Hennick is that I have interactions. So you're gonna need to have ways to get through this interaction because you don't go shields down without it.
Mm-hmm. I was wrong. There's not a 2nd, 4th in the hand. That was a Savannah. Land is gonna be the draw set for Zelensky here. All right, Ponder the draw set for Hennick.
This ponder is gonna be really important to see how Hennick goes off this turn.
Little Monarch token there. Nice. Like that. So Hennick is gonna have to win through a Stony Silence. Meaning meaning that Infernal Tutor like LED plus Infernal Tutor is not gonna be a combination that he's gonna have access to.
Absolutely.
Neat little thing with Infernal Tutor and LED is that you can go cast Infernal Tutor, and then with an LED in play, you can hold priority and break the LED to discard your hand, make the mana, and then your Infernal Tutor becomes a Mono Tutor.
The good old Hellbent mechanic.
Mm-hmm. from what was it? Dissension?
Dissension, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah. Quick, Stephen, which guild is that?
This which one?
Which
Which guild?
which guild is the halberd mechanic from?
It's either Dimir or Rakdos. Maybe Orzhov. Yeah.
Rakdos.
Fuck, it could be like all three. Holy shit. Yeah, it makes sense. It's Rakdos. Wait, Dimir doesn't exist. Hellbent is I like the that they made a mechanic like that, and I love that it became such a staple and
Yeah,
on.
like the word is just like evergreen now.
Yeah,
Just like look your opponent, no cards in hand. Are you hellbent? Yep.
yeah,
Neat, you're dead.
yeah. Hellbent, yeah, like, and it's cool to see those things. Like a lot of the times, when terms in Magic are coined, it happens as a result of it being used frequently in Magic.
All right, here we go. Here's a dark ritual from Hennick.
Storm
Gonna
King.
count the 2, 3 mana in the pool. Here is a rock that
Here's a
has
0 mana rock.
+1 storm. We do have the Beseech in hand, however. So if Hennick can resolve Beseech through a Force of Will, maybe we can do something this turn. Are we raw dogging the Beseech?
He can't access. So hold on. I think we need to pause them here because
No, he's
he's sacking it. He's
he's
bargaining
he's
it.
bargaining.
Bargaining. Yeah. My mistake. My mistake.
You're fine.
Yeah, that beseech bargain. Is that resolving? Yeah.
He's gonna counter what he gets off the
Yeah.
Beseech. But I would imagine if you're a Hennick here, you just get Empty the Warrens. If that's if that's something that we boarded in. That's 10 goblins.
Yeah, but does he have red mana?
You bargained. It just casts a spell.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, that's the issue there with why I think that you should be.
I believe the card is face down. But you do have to cast a spell right away. I believe.
I believe it's a part of resolution of
Yeah.
the siege Chimera, like Bring to Light, right?
Yes, I believe so. Empty the Warrens is going to be the spell here.
Yeah, I think that's the argument.
And I don't see any mind, and there's no mind bait trap in Ben's list. So I believe this is going to resolve. I guess we're debating whether or not we want to spend a fawn to stop 2 goblins, which is going to be what he does here, which won't grant 2 more goblins as the storm trigger is placed on the stack, and will create all the copies right away. So we're going to see only 8 goblins made, which is still a fair amount of goblins. Gonna kind of stonewall Slutsky here a little bit. I guess the hope here is that we are able, the storm count should be 6, I believe.
Well, beseech put it up to 6, right? And then you had the actual.
If it's 6, then it would be 12 goblins, and then the fawn would make it 10.
Yeah.
But it was Ponder, Darkrit, LED, Beseech for 5. Wait, Ponder, Darkrit, it's 3. LED 4. Beseech for 5. There should be 2 more goblins in play.
But one of them got fawned, right?
Warrens to 6.
Yeah.
So 12. Fawn to 2. There should be 2 more goblins in play.
Yeah.
Can we stop the match and try and get those in play?
Yeah, I think I'm assuming Cole's maybe just looking for tokens.
Follow up Darkrit. Darkrit again. Wait, do we have a kill here? 3 to 2 to 5 to 3. You have 3 mana floating. What can you do with 3 black mana here? I don't know if I like this play from Hennick. I'm not sure what this is. What this? We're gonna get Thoughtseize. Okay. Interesting. No error. I'm pretty sure because there did we not start the turn with a ponder? I might be missing something here. Oh, there's only one dark red. My mistake. My mistake. Yes, that does seem to be the case. I thought I don't know why I thought there was two. Gotcha. All right. All right. Slutsky took a ponder out of the hand for Slutsky. We're gonna attack with everything. Block one. Slutsky goes on the 12. We gain the monarch. But Slutsky does not have a lot to work with. We're gonna try and clock him with these goblins. Attack. If we attack back, we take back the monarch, but then we attack back for 7 down to 5. So that's not very good. If we block, then we take 6 down to 6. So yeah, you have to hold back the 2/2 here because you take 6 down to 6, and then 5, and then you take 5 down to 1. So to have one more turn. Uro, the spellcast here for Slutsky.
Oh, I was muted. Yeah, Uro was a good draw there.
Force will placed into the hand. So now we have a forest. We're going to seal back the monarch. So we're up to 15 now.
This is kind of he's gonna get some opportunities to find a terminus, and the way that you saw him draw is that there's a strong chance that he might get one.
It's very possible. I'm not sure we saw him leaving the terminus or not.
Well, he set the card aside when he drew for the mirror for the turn, as if like to check for a miracle trigger.
I think there's a chance he might be doing that just as part of like muscle memory.
No, he wasn't doing it before.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, last game he revealed. Remember, he drew the card and then revealed the card off of the
Sure.
terminus there. So I have a feeling he's intentionally looking for terminus here.
Okay.
And honestly,
sure.
I believe that. Like, basically, anytime you see an empty the warrant in your sideboard, it's like back in the day with Modern Storm, you always brought in the EE against Storm just in case they emptied you, right? Like you had it just in case.
Yeah.
Take 7 down to 8.
Gotta
Take
see a
back the
carpet.
monarch.
Gotta see a carpet put into play here.
Oh, and a tendrils. That's
Is that lethal?
I believe it is. There's 4 storm counts. And I don't think he has.
Yep, we're gonna go to game 3. So a little bit of confusion there from our players. All right, we're going to game 3.
This one's for all the marbles.
For that luscious Chimera playmat.
You have one yet? Is that a no? So any consideration for changing your sideboard plan going into the next game?
I don't think so. I think both these players' cyber plans are pretty locked in. I don't think there's a whole lot of room for adjustments here. Ben with the quick little pile shuffle. I don't understand why people choose the pile shuffle like 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 it doesn't do anything. Like
I think he's doing it to count his deck. I just think he's doing a quick deck count.
sure.
You're allowed one a game.
Yeah.
So I believe most people do it for a deck count.
I'm just bringing the little pile shuffle discourse for Pokemon over to Magic.
Yeah, the my favorite is when people say, I'm just gonna do the quick pile shuffle because there was things were bunched up. I'm like, no. Just
Well,
tell me your pile shuffling to counter deck. Please don't say that one to me.
yeah. Plus, like, also if like things are bunched up, like you're just like you're just gonna like randomize your deck again. Like
Yeah, exactly.
it doesn't do anything. That said, don't mana leave, or else you'll get DQ'd.
Unless you are a distinguished L2 in Canada who says that mana weaving is okay so long as you sufficiently shuffle your deck, you will go unnamed. But currently has me blocked on Twitter.
I wonder who.
But yeah, don't mana weave. So long as they randomize their deck sufficiently, my goodness.
All right.
Players reviewing deck lists before the presentation.
All right. We are now underway with our final game of the day. It's been a long day, Steven.
Yeah, it has been a long one, but honestly, some good Legacy gameplay today, and
Yeah.
I
Sure.
love Legacy. I would prefer to commentate Legacy a lot of the time over Modern, especially with Modern in its current state. I'm glad that we haven't really had to talk much about Modern, given how diverse the field's been here. But Ben took a quick mulligan there, I believe. Said, I don't have any interaction here.
Was he a keep from Hennick?
Also, thanks again to Cole for setting up this
Yeah, of
stream.
course. Cole doing God's work when it comes to commentary in Ontario, or to coverage in Ontario.
Yeah, that's crazy, Sam. That's not how that works. That's literally not how that works. Like there's been so much discourse about this on Twitter. If your opponent presents a mana weave deck, that is cheating. And if you are a judge that says otherwise, you need to get restarted or you need to stop judging. And if the judge says to you, because I've heard judges say this, well, then just overhand shuffle their deck once and give it back to them, then that judge is also encouraging cheating, because then you're like mana screwing your opponent intentionally as well. Like players need to randomize their deck sufficiently before presenting, and then it is up to the opponent to further randomize.
Seems like Hennig actually also took a mulligan here.
Okay, great. So it looks like he was deciding, and then Ben taking advantage of the mulligan rules, saying I'll mulligan first. Hennig deciding, okay, then.
All right, Tundra, the first
Kendrick.
game action of the game. Lotus Petal for a Carpet of Flowers right off the bat for Hennig here. So we can do. That is going to resolve. Move the second main, get a ponder here for Hennig.
So for those of you that might not know how Carpet of Flowers work, Carpet of Flowers reads that basically in either of your main phases, you may add any color of mana, any one color of mana equal to the number of islands your opponent controls. So in this instant, what Michael did was essentially keep a 0 lander with Petal on the back of this Carpet of Flowers. And from here, he's able to resolve his ponder and from getting the blue mana from the carpet in his second main phase. The ability can only be activated once per turn, essentially, but it is a very interesting card with a very old template.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a Lavinia.
Lavinia is the play for Ben. That's going to be a problem for Hennig. Even though we do get this mana advantage, it's really difficult to capitalize on it when Lavinia is in play.
So why is Lavinia good for them?
So Lavinia here is reads that his opponents may not cast spells with CMC or sorry mana value greater than the number of lands that they control. So if Hennig only has 1 or 2 lands in play, but has, let's say, 2 mana in his mana pool as well as the 2 lands in play, he can't go ahead and cast the One Ring. Lavinia also prevents spells that were cast for free to be countered. So
Shuts down that LED in his hand, maybe?
a Lotus Petal.
Shuts down free mana, essentially.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, I believe that it also shuts down Beseech the Mirror, if I remember correctly.
Correct.
So Lavinia is a very
It does if you bargain.
yeah.
Oh, I love this play from Hennig. Just going ahead and sucking that veil to get a card out of this Lavinia.
Oh yeah, just the cycle veil because his opponent casts a blue spell, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's a very common play that you'll see players make where they're like, okay, I don't see a situation like I need a cycle, I need to trade this card for something else. But the issue that Hennig's going to run into here is that he can't cast an ANT until he gets up to 4 mana. Whew.
That's a lot of carpets. But
There's a Lavinia.
there's Lavinia.
So do you think?
Oh no, there's a Canonist in the hand as well for Slutsky.
So do we think that Hennig brought in the Abrupticase?
He better have.
I'm assuming he must have, right? There's like it's when you see the Aethersworn Canonist, when you see the Lavinia here. And the interesting thing about Lavinia is that it reads you can't play it, not that if they play it, counter it.
Mm-hmm. Kind of go ahead and get a little read on there. We're gonna have a lot of mana, but it's the wrong type of mana. Oh, and a Stony Silence.
Benjamin's basically playing Death and Taxes right now.
I
He's
well,
playing.
if
He's
we had the
playing.
advantage bar right now, I would throw it all the way over to Ben right now.
I call this prison beans, prison frijoles is what I would call this. There's a joke here I'd make, but it might not be, as they say, kosher. And he finds the beanstalk. Now it's prison beans.
We just have
He is everything. Yeah, Ben drew everything he needed this game. And
all this mana from the carpets.
make blue
Nothing
mana.
to do with it.
I think you make blue mana here, right? He's adding multiple colors of mana. Honestly, there's like Hennig has outs here. I don't know how many outs, but there are
Yeah.
outs. Starts
Get brainstorm here from Hennig. Looking for a lands.
needs lands.
Needs lands.
But there's a 4-turn clock here. You know, we got 4 power on the board. Ben says these are my enchantments. And this is the only spell that Hennig can play this turn because of the Canonist.
Mm-hmm.
Aethersworn Canonist used to be a modern staple. The Sage is it. Okay, so that's step 1.
Okay.
Get some more mana for his Carpet Flowers too if he doesn't find an island.
Savannah fetch here for Salsky. So many game actions happening on this board. Or I guess I'd say not many game actions happening, unfortunately, for Hennig. Really struggling to find literally anything to do here.
Yeah, I don't know how I don't know what like Hennig's played this deck a lot, so I'm not sure exactly. He clearly knows there is a way. There is a will. But this Fawn and forced backup is just there. Like the issue is that the clock for Ben is not super strong right now, but
Like I guess there is a world where this game is technically winnable.
oh, absolutely, absolutely. Like Hennig can find it. That's the thing. Infernal Tutor, what's he gonna reveal?
Well, I guess we're gonna find out. Dark Red is the reveal for Hennig here, which is definitely what he needs. We got a reader.
I think it's the 3rd time he's read it this game.
I think so. He should get familiar with that card if he's gonna be playing Vintage in a month. All right. Rituals, rituals, rituals. Let's see what we can do here. Ritual again. 7 mana floating. Storm count of 6.
Does he have a creature spell to play? That's
8.
That gets countered.
That gets countered. We can besiege away one of the carpets. But that's not going to do anything. Well, no, you don't. Okay, if you beseech, you can beseech, but you don't want to bargain. Never mind. You cannot beseech. There's Lavinia in play.
No, he played Infernal Tutor. And I think he's deciding what he wants to
Yeah,
get.
I'm just thinking. I'm just saying cards at random. So we got Infernal Tutor here. Are we just we can't get tendrils because Lavinia. That doesn't work. I'm really struggling to figure out what Hennick's out here is.
I wonder if Hennick was thinking that it counters it and not that he can't just play it, because he might have been trying to he might have been trying to go for
that might have been it.
He was trying to go for like a line that involves getting this
because we went all in here. Like Hennick has no resources left. We fully committed to going for something this turn. Brainstorm is the card we're looking at. That seems a little bit greedy from Hennick. Only this Anos could do something. We got a card. What is the card that we grabbed? It can't be tendrils, or you lose.
I was wondering if he like maybe had like a
That's
just passing.
We said, okay, I'm gonna burn all my mana. I think we got Abrupt Decay for Lavinia.
That's the narrow.
Back for 2. Go to 14.
I think that Hennick might have committed to a line where he thought it gets countered. Similar, like he probably. I wonder if you read the second part of it.
Maybe.
He's read it 3 times. I agree. Oh, Hennick's at
5. That's a lot less life total. A lot less life to work with. Words are hard.
I have a feeling that at this point we might like. There is a strong consideration to not play the Zero in my eyes, because you could have left out the Fawn Forcible with blue card Fawn.
This is possible. I don't love this play from Ben.
Yeah. Yeah, I think not keeping the blue card for the Fawn is kind of tough. Also, I don't
nothing.
I don't like playing out another island there. Like,
I think it's probably fine. Just because this Lavinia is checking a lot right now.
so Hennick drew a card and he's spending mana here.
I believe we're making 4 of each kind of mana.
For blue, for black, for green. We're gonna use
green black, Abrupt Decay, kill Lavinia.
What is the top deck, sir?
Brainstorm.
Brainstorm. Starts with the brainstorm.
That's a good start. LED Bobble?
Was that an Infernal Tutor?
It might be. I think it is.
You take that Infernal Tutor 100%.
Yeah, you just have to jam it. It's Beseech.
Ooh. And you can get rid of one of these carpets too. Oh, but he has the Fawn.
Yeah. I guess we're choosing to not bargain. Nope. We're gonna bargain.
Yeah, if you bargain here, then you Fawn this 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's fine. But now Hennick is brainstorm locked. So now he cannot draw any out to end this game. And if I look correctly, I see an Uro as well as 5 additional cards in the graveyard. which means that we're going to be able to escape this Uro this turn, put into play, and Hennick's gonna draw, I think, an LED, which
Does not
as far
get.
as I can remember, that's not gonna do a whole lot here.
No, there's a Stony Silence in play. Yeah, this is an escaped Uro.
Yep.
And I believe that the draw was Teferi, so he has the forcible.
Uro Nature's Hunger. Or Nature's Wrath, I think it is.
Yeah.
Titan of Nature's Wrath. Triggers. 1, 2, 3, 5 blue. Or 4 blue. 4 islands. Flashes the Force of Will. Do you have Force blue card?
He has force. The second card is Teferi. And I'm pretty sure you just showed him that I have force Teferi.
And that's it. Benjamin Slusky is our Chimera Legacy 1K champion. With
Benjamin
the
on
beans.
yeah. Benjamin on camera today played really, really well. Played some really tight games, but got out of situations that we didn't think he was going to get out of. I think they're talking about what his line was, and I think that Hennick said, "I burned my hand so I can Infernal Tutor for the Abrupt Decay."
Yeah.
Well, everyone,
Oh, what a day.
Benjamin's
That was a day
yeah,
full of legacy.
absolutely. And you know what? Appreciate everyone that managed to come through watch today. We're gonna try to be doing more of this. I know that Cole loves doing this for the community. We really appreciate him doing it. As we said earlier, big fan of Chimera putting on these weekly 1Ks. They're putting up a lot of RCQs, modern RCQs, pioneer RCQs. They take the weekend off, the weekend of the RC, so they won't have anything the end of November. If you find yourself in southwestern Ontario, come play at Chimera Gaming. TJ is a fantastic star owner. I can only say great things about him. But yeah, any really really happy with all the gameplay we saw today. Saw some clean legacy. Thoughts on the day, Jack?
Yeah, we saw a lot of great games, a lot of a lot of interesting games, a lot of tight play, some mistakes here and there, but you know what? Hey, that's magic. Like we've game's hard. This game's really difficult, especially
Yeah.
legacy.
Yeah, legacy's tough. You get some really convoluted stacks, and you know what and I really appreciate the players who made the point of layering their stacks so we can see, get a better idea of what's going on the actual battlefield on the stack.
Absolutely.
Giving us the ability to follow along. Big fan of everyone. Thank you everyone for tuning in today. Follow the channel Wizard Fight. We'll be putting stuff on during the week. Give Cole a follow at Hapless Co on Twitter. Follow Jack and myself on Twitter at House of Mana MTG at Stephen Mann. We'll be posting about the RC in a couple weeks. I believe Jack is going to Eternal Weekend in December. I will not be there.
I will not be there.
Oh, you're not going? No. Okay.
No,
So
no.
but we know we do have a lot of the guys that were playing Legacy today will be there. And you know, if you feel like playing some comp magic in southwestern Ontario, Chimera is a good place to go to.
All right. Well, I think that's gonna be all from us.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for tuning in, everyone.